denied that.
No.
Okay. And then he said,
Good morning.
He said to you,
Sorry, we're late.
this ammunition was in Seth Kenny's possession, and you said Seth Kenny's law enforcement is well aware of Mr. Kenny, right?
I don't recall that.
So you take this ammunition on March 6th.
This is being
Right.
conducted outside of the
The
jury.
standard operating procedure for the Santa
Response
Fe
to
Police
motions from
Department
this
says
morning.
you're supposed to make your report within 24 hours, right?
Correct.
We're talking
Okay.
to Marissa
So tell
Popple.
the court, did you make your report within 24 hours?
I'm fairly certain that our SOP is that evidence should be submitted within 24 hours. I'm not certain on when the reports are supposed to be submitted.
So do you want to take your answer back? that you
Yes,
gave
I
a minute
do.
ago?
I apologize. Yes.
Well, we can enter that SOP into evidence. In this case, many times, there are police reports that are done the same day that the incident occurs. Can you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. How much longer after this revelation did you do your report?
I believe it was, I apologize. I can refer to my report to refresh my memory. Oh, I have a copy.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome.
I believe it was the following month that the
Okay.
report was made.
This is outside of the presence of the jury. This is in response to motions from this morning.
Yeah, it was approximately a month later, right?
We are talking
Yes.
to Marissa Popple, who has already
What
taken.
happened during that month? CST Papa.
To be fairly honest, I went out of town to visit my dying mother.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear that. Were you out of town that entire month?
I don't believe it was the entire month, no.
Okay. Who was involved in the word choice in this report?
Myself?
You didn't have any input? Because this doesn't look like the same language you use in the other reports.
Well, on a normal basis, I don't have conversations with people involved in cases.
Uh-huh. But there was also other officers there that were aware of this. Corporal Hancock was aware of this, correct?
She was notified about it, yes.
Okay. And so was your supervisor who was there with you, correct?
Yes.
So you're not telling me
The
and
jury
this
is not
court
in the room.
that you had no input at all in the drafting of this document, are you?
It was reviewed by my supervisor. I don't believe any corrections were made to it or requested by him.
You know, it's just, there's a funny sentence in it. It says, it's a sentence I've never seen in a police report. You tell me if you've ever seen this in a police report in your entire career. It says, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SO detectives.
You are not reading my section of the report. You're reading what was written by Lieutenant Brian Brandel.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like you're writing. So the lieutenant writes in, thank you for clarifying that. I just got this report, as you know, right? The lieutenant writes in, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. Did I read that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. In your career, going back to when you were at CST in Florida, all the way through the present, have you ever seen such a sentence in a police report in your entire career?
Not that exact sentence, no.
Yeah, me neither. So you're, if you could just look at this report for a second and help clarify for me which parts of this you filled out versus the lieutenant.
The section that starts at the top with my name.
Well, let's just go page by page.
That would be page 5.
So from this morning, it appears that Morrissey told the court that the defense reached out to this witness and said that we wanted her to be brought back. Then they called back and said, no, don't bring them. So they went back and forth this morning during during motions that were conducted outside of the presence.
After this occurred, did this cause you concern,
And good morning, everybody.
CSD Popple, that this was handled this way?
It did not.
The judges
And
apparently.
as I asked you yesterday,
The state,
you actually said when you were
According to my
meeting with Mr.
understanding.
Teskey, this is the ammunition that we've been looking for from the Rust set, didn't you?
I don't recall stating that.
But you're not denying that.
I'm not denying.
So I don't know whether the most critical evidence in this case is the gun that was sent off to be destroyed or the round that killed Ms. Hutchins. It probably is the round that killed Ms. Hutchins. Would you agree with that those are probably the two most important pieces of evidence in this entire case?
I'm sorry. Can you please restate your
Sure.
long question?
Sure. Would you agree with me that the two most critical items in this case from an evidentiary perspective were probably the firearm in question and the live ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
I would say the firearm and the live ammunition from the set.
I mean,
Okay.
I guess he's not happy to be
And so
back, but
the
seriously,
firearm, which we've had hearings, discussions about, was ultimately broken beyond repair by law enforcement, right?
Was broken by the FBI lab.
Okay. And the report that was issued by the experts for the prosecution about that firearm and whether or not it had been modified before was buried also by the prosecutors, correct?
I do not know about that report.
Okay. And then we can turn to this second most critical piece of evidence in this case. And this was also buried by law enforcement, correct?
No.
No, it wasn't. Okay.
yeah, she has an attitude today.
Were you in the precinct when the evidence viewing occurred with the defense? I think you said yesterday that your partner or your colleague dealt with the evidence viewing.
Yes, my colleague and Detective Hancock, I believe, were there.
But nobody asked you to take this voucher sealed evidence out and show it to the defense, correct?
When the request was made, I believe they couldn't quite narrow down everything that they wanted to view. There was quite a bit.
Oh, so this was a narrowing down issue? The reason that this wasn't shown to the defense is a narrowing down issue?
No, I'm stating that they couldn't quite tell me in detail what they wanted to see.
I wonder why she's back. I really don't know. I'm reading various tweets about this to figure it out.
The request from the defense of
This morning,
all ammunition
trouble. So
was taken by law enforcement to not mean the ammunition that you recovered that matched the ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins?
I don't believe they looked at all the ammunition that day.
Well, no, but the request was all ammunition. So I'm asking you, did law enforcement interpret that request to not include this critical evidence?
All of the items that were pulled for the case were under the Rust case number.
this might have to do
Which
with
was
the evidence.
a
that came
perfect
through.
plan.
I know that the defense didn't
You're
have.
asking me if there was a plan?
the
Well, I'm
documents.
saying whether there was or there wasn't, it worked out pretty well, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at. There was a request to view the evidence from Rust. That is the evidence that was pulled.
Well, your report says this is evidence from Rust, and then it just puts it under a different case number, and the lieutenant then writes that sentence in saying this isn't evidence from Rust, right?
My report states that Mr. Teskey believed that it was related to Rust, and then I listed the case number next to that.
Thank you,
Do you
Mate.
remember when we
So I know that.
remember when we started
moved to
my
dismiss-
examination of you yesterday, how I sort of said to you, the way you know what evidence to find is by what people tell you. Do you remember
We'll
that?
talk more about that soon.
Yes.
And that when you're at a burglary and somebody says, oh, you better pick up that glove, you don't know that that person's telling the truth or not, but you pick up the glove, right?
Depending on the circumstances of the case, possibly.
And here, a retired member of law enforcement walks into the precinct
I will share.
who's known to law enforcement, who turns in the matching ammunition, who tells you it's involved in the case, where there's tons of corroboration, both by what he provides and the history that law enforcement knows about this man. And you put it under a different case number, right?
I'm sorry, what was your question in that long statement?
You put it under a different case number.
Yes, as I was instructed to do so.
Okay, so the defense moved to dismiss this
Finish
morning,
up so that Ms. Morrissey can
which we had read
cross-examine.
right before we started.
Yeah, I'm trying to review this in real time.
Because the prosecution did not provide the Good Samaritan bullet information to the
So,
defense. This
I
was a
will-
violation. They moved to dismiss on Brady and Giglio.
Pass the
That was-
witness.
That is going to be denied, but they have to, I believe, inquire
In a
further
moment. One
with
second.
this witness because she is the relevant witness. So there were 1,000.
Oh, and I asked you this yesterday, but I want to ask
of
again.
discovery that were kept
Which
from the
is-
defense.
You told Mr. Teskey that you would write up a report because of
That's
how
what
important
we
this was
told
the very same day, didn't you?
I don't recall stating the very same day.
You don't deny that, though, do you?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall it.
Okay, nothing further. For the record, that was State's Exhibit 29 that showed the witness.
All right, are we going to admit the supplemental into evidence?
Please.
Well, somebody move it in. I started the conversation. but
Defend, is it a court exhibit or just mark as defense? It's just,
I
So, yeah,
finished, well, since I started it, are you okay with courts exhibit?
that's fine with me. And I think it gets confused.
However you want to handle it.
All right,
For
courts
everybody who's
exhibit.
just coming in, who might be confused, the jury is not in the room.
All right,
The state is being
And it
accused
is
of Brady
any objection?
violation based on new
No,
history that has
certainly
been
not.
come to light.
Go ahead.
Recalling a previous witness like this,
Um,
Green Tulare is unprecedented.
If I can just
I've
pause
never
for a
seen
moment
this.
and just address the court. Here's what I'm intending to do. Obviously, this is a serious dispositive matter. A full record needs to be laid. I have Mr. Kinney on his way over. He'll
Oh.
be here any minute.
Oh, Seth
We
Kenny. is
intend to take testimony from him.
Oh my gosh. didn't know this.
I also intend to take testimony from Mr. Bowles. Judge, I have to make a record,
Well,
though.
just a minute.
Okay.
My apologies to everybody. I don't mean to talk over what's
The
being
issue
said.
is the
It's a law
disclosure.
I
Okay,
understand.
all right. So
That's why I want to call these people, is it goes to the heart of the disclosure. So all I'm asking the court for,
well, we don't have time for this. So I'm going to do, for example, like with Hancock, I'm going to have her get up on the stand and continue testifying about the case. And then this portion, just like you did with Popple yesterday, we will ask. You can call, move Seth Kenny up. You can move Seth Kenny up, but he's going to do all of his testimony if you're going to do that.
so but here's the only thing I'm trying to do, and I don't mean to be frustrating. The only thing I'm trying to do is make sure that if this court grants this motion to dismiss, that I have made a full record, and I am entitled to do that. So I am getting my witnesses over here so that I can make a full record on this issue.
Well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response.
I never saw these. I've never seen these, and I never saw the report.
Mhm.
I have absolutely never seen these until this morning.
All right.
I've never seen the report until
So
this
ask
morning.
questions of this witness, and then you can line up your witnesses, and I'll see. But we're going to go with Hancock after this.
Okay, we have a disclosure problem here. And Morrissey is
Ms.
claiming
Popple,
the witness never gave her the report. That's
I just presented to the court that I've never seen these until this morning. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
You've never shown me these, or I've never come in to see them. Is that right?
correct.
Have you ever provided me that doc report?
No, I have not.
Okay. So
Is
do you know who Troy Teskey is?
No, I do not.
I think we took some testimony from you yesterday that he is the friend of Thelreed.
I believe that was stated, but I did not know that information.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. If Troy Teskey, who provided this ammunition, is a friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, and if these bullets,
I'd ask the prosecutor not to be touching those with her bare hands.
They rolled around for 3 years. Okay.
Oh my God, seriously?
If these bullets match the ones that were on the set of Rust, is that evidence, additional evidence that Hannah Gutierrez provided the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
Yes.
And has she been convicted for that?
Yes.
Is this evidence that Seth Kinney provided live ammunition to the set of Rust?
No.
This is a very tense issue. The state is definitely at fault here.
So let me ask you, Ms. Popple,
It's true
if you buried it,
that
how
the
did the
witness
defense
didn't provide it.
attorneys know to cross-examine you on it yesterday?
I do not know.
Do you have any idea when the defense attorneys learned about this ammunition?
No, I do not.
Do you know who they learned it from?
No.
Those are some important inquiries. Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Popple, but we'd like to take additional testimony.
Thought I had one more question.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Would it refresh your memory about whether or not you're supposed to write a report within 24 hours if you
I
looked at-
don't think that was in dispute. I think he,
All right.
right?
So what's at dispute here? is
Never mind.
simply,
Okay.
did the witness report or did they
So
not?
you're off the witness stand. Do we want to leave these out or do we want to gather them up?
I think they need to be vouchered and kept. obviously.
Well, okay, so it'll be Courts Exhibit 12? Is that how you want to do it?
Yes, I think it should be a court exhibit since this is a hearing, yes.
Okay, Courts 12.
Oh, boy.
And my only question is, do you want them back in the, do you plan to examine anybody with these?
They have to be at the courthouse if we can, yes.
Well, she divided them all up is my only point. So is she going to keep coming back and dividing them up or what are we going to do?
I think yesterday there was some testimony that I think was frankly just misleading, that none of the,
No, this is my question.
Yes,
You all, okay. What do you want to do with that? Because if you're asking a witness, then we're going to have to pile them out of there and somebody's going to have to line them up and identify what's this, what's this, okay? So do you want them staying out like this or do you want them in the bag? That's all, that's my question for the day.
I think they should remain vouchered and they are open like any voucher would be at a trial, when and if a witness is questioned about them.
Okay, so here's my question. If I put them back in the bag, they're all going to be commingled and you may not recognize them so you can cross-examine appropriately or examine appropriately, okay? You're lay people. You have knowledge. I don't need to go into it. That's my only question. Want it in the bag or do you want it out?
So what I would ask is let us quickly just photograph it, and then we'll ask CST Popple to put it back, actually, but remain at the courthouse. That's what I would ask.
All right. Is that okay?
Absolutely. My question for the court is, are we going to complete this motion hearing?
No, we're not going to complete it yet. Okay, I'm going to.
And can you just give us an idea so that we can be prepared for how you intend to proceed with regard to the motion hearing?
I'm going to have Hancock come up. You're going to call Seth Kenny, and I would like, I don't know why we can't do Seth Kenny's testimony if he's coming. Did you call him as a witness?
Sure, he's being called as a
Okay,
witness.
well, you should be prepared to call him. So we're going to do both, and I'm going to hear both.
So we're going to hear from these witnesses outside the presence of the jury and then in front of the jury?
Oh, you're right about that. Thank you.
That's my issue.
Thank you for pointing that out. Well, other than telling the jury to leave for the and come back at 3, which I'm not going to do to them, I'm going to continue the testimony, and he would. Well, you said actually, I'm thinking why can't the jury hear this? They heard Popple.
I'm sorry?
They heard Popple.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not making a comment on whether or not the defense gets to bring this in front of the jury. I'm making a commentary on the jury doesn't hear our motion hearing, and I just want to
They're not going to hear.
motion
Okay.
hearing.
I'm going to take evidence from each of these folks. Do you have, is this a problem? So I don't know what I'm going to do yet, so this is why I want to do it this way, okay? I want Hancock on the stand. You can question her about this issue, okay? Seth Kenny comes, you're going to do all of his testimony, including this, okay? Bowles is separate. He wasn't going to be testifying, okay? And on Bowles' testimony, the jury will leave, okay? And anything further on this motion, the jury will leave. But I think that they can do Hancock and Kenny in front of the jury.
Can Mr. Spiro and I approach?
Sure.
Okay. So for everyone who's confused about what's happening right now, and I'm sorry, so much was going on. I wanted to make sure you all understood what was going on. So there was a motion to dismiss this morning from the defense based on Brady violations because the state had not provided certain disclosures. The reason that the witness Marissa Popple was brought back in is because they discovered yesterday, the defense did, that there were elements of her testimony. There were disclosures that had not come forward that had to do with the bullets. And so right now, what they're doing is they're trying to figure out how to proceed because this motion is still open. The judge is not ruling on it yet. And they brought Popple back in to basically talk about the information that came to light with the defense. If you guys don't know about this, I mean, this is something that we heard on Monday. There were 1,100 pages of discovery that the defense alleged were not provided by the state. And they only recently received heavily redacted versions of those documents. It was kind of in question whether these redactions were relevant or pertinent to the defense, or whether it was something that they were not allowed to know about because it was lawyer-client confidentiality. But it is true that the state did not provide over 1,000 pages of documents to the defense until prompted later on, and until they prompted a different person. So they had been stonewalled previously. The defense has now, received information. This information has come to light. They had to go through all of this documentation right now. Like basically on Monday, they had to go through everything while they are putting on this case, which is very frustrating and difficult for the defense. So now what the state has just claimed is that this defendant, this witness, Marissa Popple, did not provide the report in question to the state. She's claiming she never saw it before. She's claiming that it wasn't submitted to the state, and therefore it could not have been a subject of disclosure. And so I don't know if we believe that or not. I don't know if the state is lying. I don't know if they're hiding things. But the fact that they didn't provide 1,100 pages of documents for over a year is a really big issue. And that is why the defense is filing a motion to dismiss. So we don't know whether that motion is going to go forward. Judge Summer is not ruling on it yet. We are waiting for her ruling, but it seems like what she wants to do is she wants to go forward with the testimony. We don't have the jury in here at all. This is all outside the presence of the jury. So we're going to bring the jury in. We're going to continue with the testimony from yesterday from the witness Alexandria Hancock, the corporal. And afterwards, we are going to have Seth Kenny testify. And it seems that the judge does not want to make her ruling until after these two individuals have testified. This is a big problem for the state. And I don't necessarily think it's going to get the case dismissed, but it looks very shady. So I hope that that explains it. I hope that I've summarized it well enough for you. This is all emerging this morning. And this is, like Larry has tweeted, this is completely unprecedented. First of all, the fact that we are doing, we're filing Brady motions in the middle of trial. Usually that comes at the beginning because disclosure and discovery, it's all at the beginning. And also, apparently the judge was like touching the, the ammunition with gloves on. They're examining all of this stuff. This is all coming out right now. So this is very rare. This is uncommon. I'm going to look at Twitter. I'm going to see what Larry has been tweeting. So Larry says, here's the issue. The 4 bullets brought in by the Good Samaritan were placed under a separate case number and essentially buried. That looks very sketchy. They were also labeled as not related to the arrest investigation. Morrissey claims she never saw this report, nor was she ever informed of it. Do you believe that? I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. That sounds very suspicious. It sounds to me like the state has been trying to bury things in relation to this case. I hope I'm incorrect about that, but I am I'm kind of shocked. it also doesn't seem like Morrissey is very confident, because basically what Morrissey has to do now is she has to proceed not knowing whether her case is going to be dismissed or not. So she has to call 2 witnesses and question them. Meanwhile, the whole thing could get thrown out. So I hope that clarifies it for you all. And if I got a couple things wrong here and there, please feel free to correct me. Let me know if I made a mistake with any of my facts. I'm almost entirely certain that my explanation is accurate. Let me see what else Larry has been tweeting about. He says, accusing the state of a Brady violation in the middle of trial and recalling a previous witness is unprecedented. I was so confused because I opened up Law and Crime, or I opened up a Court TV, and Marissa Popple's on the stand. And my first thought was, wait, is this a replay from yesterday? I had no idea what was happening. Sorry we were late this morning. I had a kind of a technical issue with the mic, but we're good now. And I'm just shocked because I can see now why there has been so much animosity between the state and defense. If I were the defense, I would be royally pissed. And I think the motion to dismiss is entirely appropriate. It all depends on whether this information was deliberately hidden from the defense, because that is a straightforward Brady violation. If the state did not provide disclosure that was essential to the material facts of the case, and to the defense, cross-examination of witnesses, et cetera, then the state is playing dirty. The state needs to provide anything and everything that is pertinent, anything that can be exculpatory or inculpatory to their client, to the defendant. And if they did not provide disclosure for over a year, that is a really big problem.
Tell Steve to bring the jury.
So now the jury's going to come in there. They have no idea about any of this. And we're going to see what happens with this motion to dismiss. But we're going to have to wait until the testimony of 2 witnesses is completed.
After I call
That's
in
what I
the
think is
jury,
happening.
this is on the record. I got to go quickly. After I call in the jury, I'm taking a bathroom break, and we're probably taking a break for a good 20 minutes or half an hour even. Okay. Just want to settle.
The judge and the court reporter are using some of the courtroom books to just cover up the bullets in
Yes,
court.
he's calling them in.
So the jury cannot see them. This is new, says Larry. Oh my God. What a mess. What a mess. Larry asks, is Morrissey trying to hide something from the jury? Why doesn't she want the jury to hear Seth Kenny's testimony? Even Judge Summer is confused. Look at Spyro. He hasn't said a word. This is between Morrissey and Summer. Fireworks today in court. Morrissey wants to complete her motion and bring Seth Kenny today, but the judge wants to continue with Hancock and the trial. She does not want to keep the jury waiting. It sounded to me like we were going to have Hancock and then Kenny. Tell me what you all think. I guess we're going to see. We're going to find out based on the order of witnesses called. This could be a legitimate Brady violation. It's possible that Morrissey has lost complete control of this case. We might see a motion to dismiss actually be granted today. I have no idea. This is stunning. I was not expecting this at all, you guys. Oh boy. Well, thank you everybody for being here. I guess we're all just going to have to go on as though nothing is happening. Larry is saying, remember, the bullets in question were brought in by the Good Samaritan after Gutierrez was convicted, and Popple testified they were of a different caliber. This is significant. Man, my head is spinning. So yes, good morning to everybody. Thank you for joining us. We've got a lot of fireworks in court, and we have the jury coming in finally. Again, sorry I had to talk over a little bit of that. I hope you heard everything. I hope you understand everything. I will keep my comments to a minimum when other people are speaking. I want everybody to be clear on what's happening and to hear everything. Thank you for your feedback.
All right, you may be seated. We're on the record. Jury, thank you for coming in. I'm going to recess you for the day. I'm
Oh.
sorry. Trials are fluid. It's not something we predicted. Okay. So if you all can return at 8:30 tomorrow morning,
Tomorrow,
Monday.
Saturday.
It's been a longer week than usual. Okay. So Monday. Okay.
Okay, I
So
was
have a
incorrect.
great weekend. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence here received here in court. Don't read any accounts. Don't do any research. Don't go on Google, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? Thank you so much for your patience. Appreciate it.
Okay, then. So I made a mistake. I was under the impression that the jury was going to hear evidence without knowing what was going on, that they were going to keep hearing from Hancock. It looks like we're doing testimony without the jury present today. Because I think the motion needs to be decided. I'm very confused.
Thank you. We're still on the record. Ms. Popple, gather this while we're on break.
We're just going to photograph it as she
All right. And then can she gather it on break?
Sure. Is she where?
Well, she needs to stay in the courthouse or be close by. Okay. Thank you. We are in recess.
Oh, boy. So Renard is saying that this is not fair and the jury should hear it. Absolutely not. No, no. And here's why. I'm going to explain. So the reason why the jury should not know what's going on right now is because this is an issue between the state, the defense, and the judge. I mean, essentially, it's an issue between the state and the judge. The prosecutor's office has clearly they've created problems because they did not disclose a large number of documents. And it is only now that we are already underway, that the trial is already happening, that the defense finds information that is crucial to their questioning, to their cross-examination of witnesses. We already had a witness on the stand that the defense did not get to ask her very important questions because there was a lack of disclosure and a late disclosure. Can you imagine on Monday just receiving documentation, 1,100 pages of documents right when you're about to go to trial? It's impossible. I mean, you could maybe have a paralegal go through all of that or a team, but there is significant information that was not disclosed that had to do with the bullets, that had to do, and they missed an opportunity to question this witness who was already dismissed. And that is a really big problem. The state screwed up. The state made a huge mistake. And so their argument now is that they never saw this very important report that allegedly was buried. And it's very confusing to me because now the allegation is that the criminologist in the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, that they put this report under the wrong file. That doesn't smell right to me. I don't know about you guys, but it seems very sketchy. So if there are issues with the bullets, if there are issues with, with significant disclosures, that does amount to a Brady violation. And the state can claim that they never saw it. But I want to know why in a case of this caliber, when you have this kind of investigation, this high profile, are you just claiming that you made a clerical error and that you accidentally put this information in the wrong file? Are you kidding me? For Alec Baldwin? No, absolutely not. I don't buy that for a second. Let's see if Larry's saying anything. Oh, this is a mess. Okay. This is what Larry is tweeting. So he updated us saying the judge is releasing the jury until Monday, as you all saw, so they can address the issues between the defense and the prosecution. Is this a hint that she's leaning toward dismissing the case for a Brady violation? The judge, oh, yes. And then Hilaria apparently had a giant grin on her face as she's walking out of the courtroom. I'm sure she's pleased that the case might get dismissed today. Larry says that normally dismissal of all charges by the court is an extreme remedy. It rarely happens. However, when there is a Brady violation that goes to the heart of the case, i.e. if the defense can show and the prosecution cannot escape the fact that they had possession of allegedly exculpatory evidence and knowingly buried it and knowingly failed to turn it over to the defense, Judge Summer will likely dismiss this case. This is insanity today, folks. I am almost in disbelief. Yeah. So we're on the same page. I'm glad to know that even though I'm not a lawyer, I have an understanding of what's going on in the courtroom. Brady violations are a huge deal. And to me, what I think that what this really hinges on, it said everything to me when Morrissey was, basically admitting like, well, am I going to call these witnesses or is it going to get dismissed today? Morrissey knows that she's in hot water. Morrissey knows that this is a big, big deal. She did not expect this to come out. And I'm sorry, but I'm just going to say it. I think she absolutely knew about the report. I think she was absolutely aware of the report. I think that numerous prosecutors were aware of this information because they stonewalled. The defense asked for disclosures multiple times, and they brought this up in motions on Monday. And to this day, now I'm finally able to make a decision. But at first, I wasn't really sure. They were making all of these claims that this was all privileged information, that the defense didn't need to know all of this. I believe the response, so it goes like this. The defense goes to the state and they say, hey, we're missing 1,100 pages of documents. And the state goes, you have everything you need already. Stop asking. And the defense goes back to them and they're like, yeah, well, but there's some information that we want to just see, can you send it to us with redactions? No, you have everything you need already. And then about a year later, you have a new person take over for the office, a new prosecutor. And then she is asked, the same question, like, hey, can you give us all of these documents that we're missing? And she says, yes, I'll get that to you right away. She redacts it, she sends it over, and it's a massive amount of documents. They had no idea that there were 1,100 pages of documents that they were missing. And going through all of that, and trying to figure out what is exculpatory in such a short period of time is very difficult. Now, the defense had worked it out with the prosecution. Basically, there was almost a motion to dismiss. There was almost a continuance. The judge talked about a continuance on Monday after they brought all of these issues up because this came towards the end of the motions hearing. And essentially what happened was the state and defense, they conferred, they had a meeting and they discussed it because they had just received all of these documents. And there was no way that the defense was going to be able to go through all of that information with trial starting the following day. And they came to a compromise, and defense very generously made a statement that they did not want a continuance, that they wanted to move forward with trial because they trusted that the state had given them everything, and they trusted the state's claims that nothing in there was exculpatory to their client and that nothing in there was pertinent. They needed the documentation. They believed that there was just stuff in there. They said, okay, well, the stuff that we think that we're missing is going to come up later. It's going to come up, towards the end of the trial. And so we believe that we can go through the documents before the witnesses come on who we want to have this information about. It was in relation to a separate report. I don't remember exactly. I have it in my notes. So this has been a very big issue. That the reason there is so much contention between the defense team and the state is directly related to this lack of disclosure. And up until today, I had no idea whether it was benign, whether the state had just not given things that they didn't have to give, or whether it was actually a Brady or Giglio violation. And now it is looking like it quite very well may be one of those. This is very dirty. And honestly, I should have known because 1,100 pages, the fact that they were stonewalled and then finally they got all of it right before trial was supposed to happen. If that's the case, either the new person that they hired was not aware of the intention, or they did this on purpose in this way to make more work for the defense, to make it more difficult. And I think that's incredibly dirty. The defense should have all discovery. They should have access to all documents. They should have access to anything exculpatory to their client. Otherwise, they cannot build their case. So to receive all of that information so shortly before trial, I remember they quoted a date that was like, they asked for it in 22, they got it in 24. And I think it was late 2022 that they requested it, but they had to make so many requests for these documents. They should have received everything. And so the fact that this case went forward, I'm kind of shocked. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen here. Matrix is saying, Chandler, do you think the judge will try to find a way around it most favorable to the state? No, not necessarily, because she was really pissed at Morrissey this morning. So Larry got to the courthouse like a couple minutes late, but I did see some tweets from other reporters who were saying that there was kind of a screaming match going on between Morrissey and the judge. I do not think the judge is happy because, as you heard in the discussion, so after Marissa Popple came back in, she left the stand, and then there was a conversation between Morrissey and the judge. And the conversation kind of went like this. Morrissey was like, well, I want to bring this person on. I want to bring, Seth Kenny, and, how are we going to do this? And the judge made it very clear. She said, the issue is the disclosure. The judge isn't letting this go, and I don't think the judge is going to dismiss this. So Larry and I kind of became aware that there were issues this morning, but what he told me as he walked out the door was that he didn't think that this motion would necessarily survive. But now that we are seeing the significance of this alleged violation, this apparent violation of Brady, I mean, I've never seen anything like this before. And chat, tell me, I know a lot of you have watched a number of trials, live stream, but both here with Larry and perhaps on other channels. Tell me, have you ever seen anything like this where there are Brady violations coming up in the middle of a case? Because this is new to me. I've never seen this. No, the judge is royally furious. And so she didn't grant the motion right away, but that report was crucial. And it should not have taken so long for the defense to discover it. They should not have had to recall this witness. There should have been no circumstance in which the defense didn't have access to that report, to that information, prior to Ms. Popple taking the stand. The fact that they found it in this amount of time is kind of a miracle, actually. I would have expected them to find it after the trial because 1,100 pages of documents, that's a lot. That is a lot. So I'm glad that they found it. I'm glad that they're bringing it up now. But this might be our last day in New Mexico. I have no idea. I guess we're waiting on pins and needles at this point. So I'm going to look through chat. I'm going to see what you guys are saying. I'm sure there's a lot of a lot of comments and a lot of questions. Before I do that, I'm going to bring up a lovely super chat. Thank you to Knight of Knee, who super chatted us right away this morning and said, "Lawcaholics, it's buckle up buttercup time." Yeah, I don't know how much buckle up we're going to do. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm sure that there are conversations going on right now in that courthouse between defense and the state. This is wild. Let's see. DM Pon is saying, Brady violations seem like a plausible way to rig a not guilty to me. So I appreciate the comment, but I want to clarify a little bit. The thing is that the defense has no control over something like a Brady violation. Brady violations occur when the state withholds discovery. If the state is not actually withholding discovery, if they're not actually withholding evidence, if the state has submitted everything as is their their legal obligation in any case, then no Brady violation will have occurred. Basically, it is entirely in the control of the state, what they submit for discovery, what they submit, as evidence. And if they have documentation that is good for the defendant and bad for them, and they don't submit it, the defense has no control over that. See, what I want you all to understand is the defense has been asking for this discovery for over a year, as is their right. The defense has every right to see everything that the state has, with a few exceptions. It precludes them from building their case. It precludes them from, from building a good, from building a defense, an adequate defense for their client. And so there's no rigging here, not by the defense, certainly. No, a Brady violation is entirely in control of the state. And so if the judge finds that there is no Brady violation, if the judge finds that indeed this documentation either was not something that the state had in their possession, not something they were aware of, or that it was misplaced genuinely, then it will be ruled against. That it won't be dismissed. This motion to dismiss won't survive. But the fact that we are sitting here and we are seeing there's a very real possibility that a Brady violation actually took place means that the state is in hot water. And so I'm sorry, but that's not how you try a case. It is the responsibility of the state to give over all evidence so that the defense can put on their very best defense so that they can defend their client adequately. They have the right to that, okay? And so it is the state who is the bad actor in this case from everything that we are seeing. If the state acts improperly, if they withhold evidence, there is no way that that defendant should be convicted of anything, even if they're guilty. It's just like in the O.J. Simpson case. We saw evidence of police corruption, evidence planting, things out of place. We had corruption within the police force. We had evidence being withheld. I don't know if there were Brady violations specifically in O.J., but the reason that I'm bringing it up as an analogy is that when the state acts dirty, the defendant should not be convicted. It doesn't matter whether they committed the crime at that point. The state needs to act above board. They need to do everything in their power. And so, unfortunately, if you act dirty, then your case might get thrown out if you're caught. They are culpable. They are absolutely responsible. So, we'll have to see whether this was indeed something that Morrissey had never seen or whether it was buried intentionally. But it definitely looks like it was buried intentionally. I don't think this is just bureaucratic error or oversight. Matrix is asking, Chandler, what impact would this have on Hannah's case? I mean, Hannah's already been convicted. She's serving 18 months. And I don't know exactly. I don't know if this evidence was brought up in Hannah's case or not. So it may or may not have an impact. But this is a completely new case. It's a completely new trial. If it pertains to Hannah's case, because this expert did, is Marissa Popple an expert witness? She testified in Hannah's case, I believe. If there were Brady violations that were discovered in Hannah's case as well after the fact, then an appeals process could begin, but it would probably conclude well after she had already served her sentence. So, appeals take a very long time. So it's possible that she might have to serve out 18 months of her sentence. And I don't know if this pertains to her case or not. That's a very good question, Matrix. Suki is saying, no way that Morrissey just saw it this morning. No, definitely not. I don't think so either. Adventurous Words is asking, would Hannah get a retrial? No, you can't get a retrial once you are already convicted. Double jeopardy applies. Zurenard asks, what's the point of an appeal if you already did your time? That's a very good question. Appeals are costly. Appeals are, as they say, for losers. It's very difficult. But if anything, it would be for the principle of the matter. I'm not sure if she could get her conviction thrown out. I'm not really sure. It's a very good question. I'll have to ask Larry that, actually. That's a good one. But again, that's assuming that there are appealable issues. There is a possibility, a strong possibility. I just don't know exactly what this report has to do with Hannah's case and if it was used in Hannah's case. it's entirely possible that there were other violations that occurred. Because if this is how Morrissey is behaving, let's say that Morrissey committed a Brady violation, that her office committed a Brady violation and a Giglio violation, then what would have stopped her from doing that in Hannah's case? It's possible that exculpatory evidence was left out in Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's case as well. It's also possible that Hannah was convicted on, completely above board. But since it was the same prosecutor's office that convicted her, I mean, you kind of have to go back, right? You have to ask yourself, well, what happened in this case with this same prosecutor? If these are their tactics, they're being exposed. Now, Morrissey's in big trouble. Very, very big trouble. I'm on pins and needles. Okay, I'm shook. I'm gonna see what Larry is saying, because this is a flurry of information, and I don't know about you all, but I am just trying to process all of this and somehow calm myself a little, because it's a little wild. So Larry explains what a Brady violation is. So if I have not explained it sufficiently, I want you to all hear it from Larry. Larry is tweeting, "What is a Brady violation? The Brady rule, named after Brady v. Maryland, requires prosecutors to disclose material, exculpatory information in the government's possession to the defense. Brady material, or the evidence the prosecutor is required to disclose under this rule, includes any information favorable to the accused, which may reduce a defendant's potential sentence, go against the credibility of an unfavorable witness, or otherwise allow a jury to infer against the defendant's guilt." Okay. Larry says, "My opinion, because the bullets were of a different caliber, it is logical to assume they are from a different case. The defense has a good argument that they were never turned over, but Larry doesn't think it's strong enough to rise to the level of a Brady violation." Okay. Larry is also now saying, "There is no way this case is going to end next Friday. We are losing lots of precious testimony time for the jury. We just lost a couple of hours over the past couple of days, and now we lost a full day. I'm sure the jury is happy to go home, though." Okay. So that was the thing that was a little challenging for me. There was so much information kind of flying at me. I wasn't really sure exactly how to assess or evaluate the claims. Now, it didn't sound to me like the report was never in Morrissey's hands, but maybe I'm wrong. I would rather not believe that the state is corrupt. I would rather not believe that they did not disclose things intentionally. Let's see. And now Larry is hosting a poll where he's saying, "Do you believe Morrissey when she says she has never seen the report about the Good Samaritan bringing the bullets in over 2 years later?" I'm voting no, I don't believe her. And 65% of people agree out of 100 votes so far. So we have that. Oh, and I guess now so we have some other updates. Meanwhile, in the Karen Reed case, the prosecution is alleging that the defense consented to a mistrial. So now they have no right to object, as they had an opportunity to do so in court and failed to do so. That Alan and David remained silent, and when I refer to Alan and David, I mean Jackson and Yannetti, and that removes any double jeopardy bars to a retrial. Messy, messy situation. But they couldn't have known that jurors were going to come out. I don't understand this. Y'all, it is too much for me to do Karen Reed and Baldwin, 2 cases at once. I can't handle it personally. So I guess I'm going to ask you Larry's poll question. I'm really curious. Do you believe Morrissey when she says that she never received or saw this report? No. We are the jury. You are saying no. Matrix is saying no. Stanley Wilkins, no. She showed an utter lack of contrition. Boho Chic, you're voting yes. You do believe her. Melanie Beeman is saying, "Chandler, my brain is spinning trying to process the whole situation." I agree. I'm in the same boat. Just know we are all in this together. This is very confusing. There's a lot happening. There are fireworks in the courtroom. I have no idea. Just saying. A little shady, that lady. Yeah, most of you are saying no. On its face, yeah, I'm really not sure. Jill Thomas says, I believe her. Why would she if it was classified under a different case number? I guess the question that I'm asking, Jill, is why was it classified under a different case number? Who did that? Was it just somebody who had butterfingers and they accidentally wrote the wrong number, or they put something in the wrong place? Was it a simple bureaucratic error, or was somebody intentionally putting this information in a different file? And I guess that removes some culpability from Morrissey, because if Morrissey just says, I never saw it, we would have to trace it back to whoever put that information in the wrong place. And I don't know if we have the chain of custody on that. I don't know if we can trace back to where this error occurred. Because even if it was done intentionally, we could not necessarily prove that. That's the difficult part. Billy Murray is saying, I have a great distrust for prosecutors. I do not believe her. And unfortunately, yeah, the state is often very slimy. I mean, Brady violations happen all the time. They're just not frequently caught. Was it the sheriff's office? I'm not sure. But presumably, whoever was putting that information in a report would have been connected to the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office. Alma Cantu is saying she knew that was her witness. She should have known. That's a very good point, Alma. And we have a very interesting super chat from Monica. You're asking a fascinating question. Chandler, are you and Larry both against Alec? The short answer is no. The more complicated answer is Larry and I both see significant negligence on the part of Alec Baldwin. We've talked about this at length. And at the very beginning of this trial, we both came in, I would say, a little bit more on the state's side, less on the defense side. However, the fact that Larry's a criminal defense attorney means that he's often been in Spiro's shoes. He's been in this position before. And I'd like to ask him, I'm really curious if Larry has ever dealt with Brady violations in his cases before. I'm sure that he has. It comes up a lot. Or Giglio violations, they're similar. But we are not against Alec necessarily. I think that we are seeing a lot of ways that bias against Alec Baldwin is coming out, and we have a strong distaste for that. Like yesterday. Now, I'm sure you guys all saw this. I'm going to wait for the court to come back in. But for now, they'll just have me. So yesterday, I'm sure you all noticed the amazing, oh my God, so shocking viral moment when Alec got up and walked out of the courtroom. And Larry was there, and he heard him ask to go to the bathroom. And Spiro, I believe, was not aware of it, but the other attorney was. And he got up, he walked out, outside of the presence of the jury. So everybody's talking about this like, oh, he walked out in front of the jury. No, this was a hearing, that was done outside the presence of the jury. The guy needed to pee. He's in his 60s, I mean, give him a break. And we both thought that the media treated him very unfairly, that we saw some commentary from various individuals that we thought was incredibly over the top and ridiculous. And I think that both of us have felt some degree of sympathy for him, essentially, because even though his actions led to the death of Lana Hutchins, and even though we feel that he had responsibility and culpability, we also see him as a human being. And just because he's a celebrity, and just because he has kind of an arrogant personality and he's a little entitled and self-involved, that does not mean that he is not entitled to a fair trial. He absolutely is. And so the idea that everybody made such a big deal out of him getting up and walking out and coming back with a coffee. So we got a coffee. Do you guys know how exhausting it is to be in court and pay attention to everything that's happening? This is his trial. And if he wants to wake up a little bit and pay better attention to what's going on, if he needs a breath, can you imagine being on trial for manslaughter? I know that makes, I know I sound very sympathetic to him, but I mean, for anybody who's been watching my coverage, I'm not sympathetic to Baldwin at all. I'm just seeing him as a person who is on trial, who is dealing with this like any other human being would. And I think that it's really ridiculous when people read all of these things into somebody's actions. Like, like Morrissey yesterday, it came up outside of the presence of the jury. She was pissed off and she wanted to bring up the fact that he wanted to bring his family to New Mexico. So apparently Alec Baldwin had, originally planned for his family to come to New Mexico. And it happened to be the day after the shooting that they were going to arrive. His wife didn't want to come anymore because of the energy, the aura around the whole incident. And while he was being interrogated, he was speaking to another person, asking them to talk to Hilaria and tell her, come anyway, we will have a good time. So Morrissey didn't like this and she wanted to bring this up. I don't know how it's relevant. She thought that it made him look unconcerned and as though he didn't care. And the idea that he was going to have a good time with his family after he shot somebody was egregious. Then Morrissey had a problem with the fact that he was going to fly back to New York to be with his family after the incident. So what that really said to me was that the prosecutor is incredibly biased against Alec Baldwin. I really saw her colors through that. I mean, this man can't do anything. Like, I completely and 100% feel that the environment on that set was not safe. I think there were many choices made by Alec Baldwin and other individuals that led to Helena Hutchins' death. And I think there was a lot of negligence. I think they skirted the rules. They skirted the guidelines, especially with SAG-AFTRA. They filmed in New Mexico to, so that they could save money. They hired a young armorer so that they could save money, somebody who was inexperienced. They showed wanton and willful and reckless disregard for the safety of the people on that set by bringing live rounds to go and shooting things in the desert. And I think there was a lot of irresponsibility. And would I vote to convict him? Yes, but I haven't seen the entire case play out yet. The problem is Morrissey is coming in incredibly biased against him, incredibly biased. Put yourself in his shoes. I know it's hard to because he's a celebrity and, he has a lot of privilege. And maybe if you had, been in his position, you would have made better choices. Doesn't matter. Put yourself in his shoes. You are accidentally involved in something where now all of a sudden somebody has died at your hands. How are you going to react to that? What are you going to do? Are you going to change your plans? Are you going to keep your plans? Do you want to be with your loved ones? There is a human element to this tragedy. I don't believe that he intended for her to die. I don't believe that he had any intention whatsoever that day of anybody getting hurt. I think it came as an incredible shock and surprise to him. It's all about negligence to me. I think he was negligent. But I also think that he is being treated with so much contempt and so much vitriol and disgust. And the fact of the matter is, it was an accident. He did not mean for her to be shot. He did not mean for Helena Hutchins to get shot, nor Joel Souza. So did he make a lot of mistakes leading up to the shooting that he is personally responsible for? I believe yes, as a producer, but the producer theory can't come in. So ultimately, my answer to this question is no, Larry and I are not against Alec Baldwin. We are observing the case. We are paying attention to both sides, and we're kind of changing our minds a little because we wanted the defense to put on, a good defense, put up a good fight. The first day was a little sleepy, but Spyro got his groove. And now he's definitely firing on all cylinders because he found this, this inconsistency, this Brady violation potentially, and he absolutely should file a motion to dismiss. I completely concur with this motion. So thank you, Monica, for that super chat and for that question. So we are still waiting for court to come back. I don't know how long this recess is going to be. Judge Summer is notoriously late. You can always kind of anticipate that she's going to be running about 15 minutes behind. You all have really interesting commentary. I appreciate it. I'm going to bring up here. Jill Thomas has a here. I'm going to kind of so you can see me. Jill Thomas says, "This is my take. The Good Samaritan brought ammo to the SO after the trial of Hannah. The ammo was not the same caliber as the ammo in the shooting. The timing of it being turned over and the person doing so are suspicious. I agree. The timing is very suspicious. Could the SO is in sheriff's office. So could the sheriff's office decide that it was irrelevant to the case and therefore documented it under a separate case number and never turned it over to the prosecution? That's possible, but I think I need more information. And it's possible that this information has already been provided. What I'm missing is, I actually don't know who turned it over. You guys might know that. That's something I feel like I should know and has already been discussed, but that information is just not in my brain. The person who turned it over and what was said when they brought it to the sheriff's office, the information that they gave, whether a report, because clearly a report was filed. So they had to have said something about where the ammunition came from. That's possible. I could see that. I could see that being Morrissey's out. She could plead ignorance to it if it was filed under another case number, but you would have to get like the whole sheriff's office involved. Who took the report? Who was involved in this? It seems as though Marissa Popple was involved in this as a criminologist. But what I don't understand is, here's the problem that I have. Marissa Popple was aware of this report. And she's the criminologist who worked on, who was involved in both Hannah Gutierrez Reed's case and in Alec Baldwin's case. Okay. So Marissa Popple had a duty to disclose this. So I guess it all depends. It depends on who was taking the report, how connected they were. And it seems like Morrissey kind of wants to pin this all on Popple. I don't know. And perhaps on, to like as an extension on the sheriff's office. But either this was covered up and we're never going to know about it, or it was a sincere and genuine error. So I don't know how we're going to come to the conclusion. I don't know if the truth will out as far as this circumstance is concerned. We may never know. What all matters here is what the judge thinks, how the judge assesses this information and this evidence. Because this motion to dismiss may not survive, but there could be further Brady violations that could come out from the state. So I don't know, guys. This trial is just chaos. Absolute, utter chaos.
No, we're not. Where's everybody?
All right, we're back. We have audio. Thank you, everybody, for your questions and your comments. I have no idea how today is going to go.
All right. Call another witness. We're in the motion hearing.
Detective Hancock.
Your Honor, I can do it after Detective Hancock.
What?
We may approach very quickly.
Yes.
In the meantime, thank you to Bev's Fry Bread Wisdom for the $10 super chat, asking, how do we know for sure that the evidence brought in was actually a different caliber? If M is lying about having the evidence, then what would stop her from lying about the caliber? That's a very good question. I wish I could answer it, I do not know. I can pass this along to Larry, and I can definitely save this for him to answer so that you can get his insight and wisdom. But you're on the right track. And I sincerely appreciate the super chat. Thank you to everybody for being here, for super chatting. Please like this video. Please subscribe if you are not already subscribed. And keep chatting and keep contributing because your questions and comments really make me think. I don't know what I would do if I was just watching this by myself. If I was in the courtroom instead of Larry today, I think I'd be completely and utterly confused. So another sidebar, as to be expected. Like Larry said, we are wasting a lot of time in this trial. We might be in New Mexico for a little longer than we anticipated, assuming that the motion does not survive. Let's see what's going on in the courtroom. Larry is saying, well, I wanted fireworks. Now we finally got them. All right, we have some updates from Larry while we are waiting. Larry says, arguments will resume between the lawyers about this alleged Brady violation in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes ago. Stay tuned, folks. It's about to turn into a roller coaster in court outside the presence of the jury who's been released for the day and are ordered to return Monday morning. He goes on to say, also, Spiro is alleging that Morrissey is signaling while the witness is on the stand. And Larry had observed this yesterday because the witness, Popple, she kept looking at Morrissey for a rescue objection, but it wasn't coming. This was something Larry tweeted about. So he says, was this captured on video today or yesterday? Is this why Popple kept looking over at Morrissey yesterday? That's huge. Okay, Spiro is alleging that Morrissey is signaling while the witness is on the stand. If they have video footage of that, it will be undeniable. Larry is now saying about 10 minutes ago, Spiro and Morrissey are seen exiting the room together to talk. Spiro is walking tall and Morrissey looks frazzled, not surprisingly. Alec Baldwin waves at the judge as he walks in last. For the motion hearing over the Brady violation, Morrissey calls Detective Hancock back to the stand. So those are all the updates that we have from Larry. I am really interested in this whole thing about Morrissey signaling to the witness. That's ridiculous. That reminds me of the Zachariah Anderson case when DA Gravely was sort of mouthing the testimony of the individuals who were on the stand. And unfortunately, that didn't result in any kind of anything. I mean, we all saw it, nothing materialized, but it's highly improper. I wonder what kind of signaling and when it occurred, because if it's what Larry saw, I don't know if it was captured on camera. I think the camera was just on the witness, not on Morrissey. Okay, so for those of you asking about whether this could affect Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's conviction, we have an answer from Larry, and I'm very glad because he's an attorney and he knows more about this stuff than I do. Larry is saying, remember, this Brady violation could also affect Hannah Gutierrez's conviction. Even if the bullets were the wrong bullets and totally not from this case, but evidence comes out that the prosecution buried it and did so intentionally, it's over for Morrissey on both cases. You, as a prosecutor, have an ethical duty to turn over all potentially exculpatory evidence to the defense, period. The end, no exceptions. Failure to do so could result in a technical dismissal of all charges for the defendant. That is not how you want to your case to come out. You want to convict this person. You do everything above board. No, he's absolutely right. I'm really looking forward to asking him more questions about this on the lunch break because I have many. But it seems like we are on the same page. And I'm glad that he can confirm that, yes, this can have a very strong outcome on Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's conviction. My instinct was yes, but you heard it from the DUI guy's mouth. So that seals it. Oh, and Just Saying is asking, will Gutierrez testify today? No. I believe that she was actually being transported yesterday, and it has come out that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is not going to be testifying today. If she does testify, she will be testifying next week, I believe. So we were incorrect about that. We were relying on information from other reporters who I think made just kind of an honest error. But it's possible that when Hannah gets on the stand, that things will be very contentious because she might plead the fifth the entire way through her testimony. We'll see. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not sure if that's her strategy, but I am looking forward to seeing her. Larry was a little disappointed to find out that she wasn't going to be testifying today. But everything hinges on this motion hearing right now. I mean, we're not in active testimony. The jury's gone. They're not coming back until next week. So we are in a liminal space right now, you guys. We are in a vacuum. We are neither here nor there. This is a Frankenstein's monster kind of circumstance, alive and dead. This case is both alive and dead at the same time. And we're just waiting. We're waiting to find out what's going to occur, because I would not be surprised if more Brady violations came out, if there was more exculpatory evidence that was withheld from the defense. It came up on Monday. I was waiting to hear about it, and I'm seeing now there could be more information that the state withheld. That's a huge problem. So Sue P is saying that she thinks that Hannah was supposed to testify late today until all of this came up this morning. That's entirely possible. All I know is that this morning we discovered that Hannah wasn't going to be testifying. I thought I was going to be talking about that. I was not expecting so much other stuff to be happening. I completely forgot about Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. That was the most exciting thing that we were anticipating yesterday. We had no idea how exciting today would be. Crosby Rose saying, I read that if Hannah pleads the fifth, that she becomes an unavailable witness, allowing her prior out-of-court statements to be used. Interesting. I haven't heard that. I don't know exactly how it works. And somebody was asking about what Stephen is wearing. You see this object on his neck. He has a hearing device that allows him to hear better in court. And sometimes they provide these devices to people who are hard of hearing, so that they can be aware of everything that's happening. Because sometimes people talk kind of softly, they don't talk into the mic, so it's helpful. Yeah. You know, I walked into this thinking that I wanted Alec Baldwin to get convicted, but I can't in good conscience say the same if the state conducted an improper investigation. I don't want anybody to ever be convicted improperly. That is completely against my ethics, my beliefs, and my views. I would rather have a guilty man walk free than have somebody convicted under corrupt circumstances at the hands of a corrupt state office. Jill Max, yes, this. Alec Baldwin's legal team is going through 1,100 pages worth of documentation. There's more than likely more exculpatory evidence they will find. That's what I'm saying. Yes, thank you. See, you guys are really intelligent. I really appreciate that Larry has cultivated an audience who understands and knows so much about the law. And I think that part of that has to do with the fact that Larry is an excellent legal educator. He's really good at breaking stuff down so that lay people can understand. And lay people are very intelligent. The majority of this audience is very well versed in the law, way more than the average person. So I love your insight. Somebody was asking if the entire defense side just left. Did you all see that? I mean, I'm looking at the screen. I saw Spyro sitting there. Or sorry, the other attorney. I can't remember the other attorney's name. Spyro is the one with hair. I saw the guy without hair sitting next to Alec. I'm on pins and needles. Oh, okay. Larry has just tweeted, after a 15-minute long bench conference, the judge goes off the record and Spiro walks out with Baldwin. Are they working out a deal? Is Morrissey caving? We have no idea. Everything was done in hush-hush and quiet in front of the judge, so we have no idea what's going on, but it's getting crazier. Why would Spiro need to conference alone with his client, Alec Baldwin? We will find out in due course. Holy shit. Okay, so I kept my eyes off the screen for 1 second and a huge thing happened, apparently. Sorry. I'm really glad that somebody noticed that, because otherwise I would have just been sitting here going, la-da-da. And prior to this tweet, Larry had tweeted, now I see how Spiro was planning to try and win this case all along. He doesn't care about the facts as much. He wants to win with the technicality. There he goes, being cerebral again. I see you, Spiro. I see you. But oh my God, let me just repeat this. Larry tweeted, again, after a 15-minute long bench conference, the judge goes off the record and Spiro walks out with Baldwin. Are they working out a deal? Is Morrissey caving? We have no idea. I'm waiting. Everything was done in hush-hush and quiet in front of the judge. So we have no idea what's going on, but it's getting crazier. Why would Spiro need to conference alone with his client, Alec Baldwin? I wonder how long this is going to take. I'm just, okay, let's look at, okay, we have Morrissey is talking to the other female prosecutor. I'm watching her gesturing. Oh, okay, Spiro's back. This is tense, y'all. Okay, and then the other female prosecutor has her hand over her mouth like this, which kind of indicates that there's something that she wants to say, but isn't saying, that she's holding back. They don't look happy. No, Baldwin. Okay, so that is the female defense attorney going out with the other, Alec's other attorney. I'm sorry, I don't know their names. I know Spiro, and that's it. Okay, they are, okay, now Spiro's going back out again. I have no idea what's happening. Look at Morrissey, she's just like shaking her head really vigorously. Okay, I'm relying on Larry to interpret this. Let's see. Judge asks Spiro if he needs a break, and he says he will know in 5 minutes. He will know what? The whole defense team leaves the room. Are they all talking to Alec? The prosecution is seated in court. What is happening? Is the jury out? Asks Callista Korb. Yes, the jury has been dismissed for the day. So for anybody who is not up to date on what's happening, if you're confused, if you're joining us, if you're trying to catch up, what's happening right now is that there has been a motion to dismiss filed this morning by the defense on the basis of a potential Brady violation. They brought in Marissa Popple, who was the witness who testified. She was the criminologist. She was the third witness. And there was a report that came to light that the defense brought up that they had previously not known about. The state claimed ignorance of this. The jury was dismissed for the day, and we were going to bring in Alexandria Hancock, who had been testifying yesterday. So this motion to dismiss is active, it's ongoing, and it's continuous. Everything that is happening right now is happening outside the presence of the jury. The jury will not be in the courtroom until Monday if the motion doesn't survive. There is a potential that the case will be dismissed. We don't know yet. We are all waiting for more information. Now, what's just happened is Alec Baldwin left the courtroom. His attorneys have been in and out of the courtroom, and the prosecutors are sitting at their table. They are all conferring, and the judge has apparently just asked whether he needs a break. Now, Larry has just tweeted, Hilaria Baldwin just walked out of the courtroom. We are still waiting to hear what this all means. Everyone in the gallery has confused looks on their faces. So for all of you who are super freaking confused, you are not alone. We are all in this together. Okay, I see the door opening. I don't know who's coming in. I don't know what's happening. I'm waiting. I don't know. Morrissey's just sitting at the prosecution. Just, ooh. Okay. Morrissey is going up to the bench with Spyro. What is going on? And look at Spyro's stance. He is so confident the way that he's standing tall. Yes, there's his Spyro. Morrissey's all shrunken down. She's hunched over. Her body language indicates some kind of guilt, I think. She looks shameful. Larry says, if Morrissey offered Alec Baldwin a deal with no jail time and he takes it, the jury trial will be over today. Oh my God. And I promise you all, I have Larry's tweets up. I'm like waiting. Oh, okay. Spyro has a very pleased look on his face as he is walking out of the courtroom once again. This could be over, you guys. This motion could be granted. This case might be dismissed today. It might be dismissed in the next couple minutes. I have no idea where Larry is sitting in court. He has an assigned seat, but he has a great vantage point. I cannot believe this. I kind of saw it. I mean, I didn't see this coming, but I'm not surprised now that this is all happening, because hearing about those 1,100 pages on Monday, that was a shock. Okay. Oh, okay. Spyro's walking back. Big smile, confident strut. There was like a little laugh between Morrissey and the judge now. What was that about? And we have almost 3,000 concurrent viewers. Thank you to everybody who's watching with us. I don't know. Maybe it's over. And who are these ladies? I don't recognize them. What do you guys think is going to happen? Write in the chat. Right. If you think this case is going to be, if you think the case is going to be dismissed, put a 1. If you think it's going to continue, put a 0. All right, a lot of 1s, couple 0s. Crystal is saying, I was still undecided, but if the investigation was botched, then Alec deserves dismissal. All right. Okay. Valaria's coming back in. Alec's coming back in. I don't know. He's leaning over to talk to her. Just giving her a hug. She's not smiling, but wow, this is really intense. Now she's whispering something. I love that she's like covering her mouth with her hand so we can't see what she's saying. Damn. This is crazy. There's something really cinematic about this. I can't help but notice that. It's a little surreal. Okay, we have the female attorney laughing. I don't know if that's paralegal or I don't know who that lady is, but obviously she's with the defense. So they don't have giant grins on their faces or anything. I'm trying to read their body language. I'm trying to read their facial expressions. That's something Larry can't see, unfortunately, at least from this angle. And Larry tweeted about the hugging moment. Hilaria and Alec are seen hugging in the courtroom. Alec is sitting with his wife in the gallery. He's not taking a seat in the defendant's chair. Well, until now. Y'all are observing he doesn't look very happy. We're waiting. We want to know what's going on. Yeah, Hilaria did not look happy. I mean, apparently she had a huge smile on her face before. It looks like her disposition has changed. Y'all are talking about whether this is a plea deal. I have no idea. It could be. I don't know if he's deciding to take a plea or not. I mean, I would love to be a fly on the wall in that room, the little room behind the court where he had this conference with his attorneys. But there was that little moment between the judge and Morrissey where it looked like Judge Summer kind of laughed a little bit. So I wonder about that. That wasn't what I was expecting. Oh my God. Okay. Massive boxes of documents are being brought in now to the defense. Okay. Is this all the disclosure that they left out? Because I don't know if that's enough. Wow. Those are some big, heavy boxes. They look difficult to carry. Okay, Morrissey's like, Sparrow's like, can anybody read lips? Spyro looks absolutely done with Morrissey's shits. So much chaos. EH412. Here's what we're doing right now. There is a motion to dismiss. It is active. Alec just went out to confer with his attorneys. They came back in. Defense is carrying some heavy boxes. There might be a dismissal today. We don't know. Alec's having some very intense heart-to-hearts with people. We have both sides go up and talk to the judge for a little bit. The audio has been off for quite a while, and we are all just kind of trying to figure out what's happening. Alec came back in, and he and Hilaria were hugging, embracing. They were, very affectionate. Hilaria did not smile. Maybe that was for the benefit of the camera. I don't know. What is Spyro saying? Turn on the audio. Oh my God. Okay, now they're going back up again. Another time. I have no idea. We need Larry. We need Larry's assessment of the situation. Spyro asks to approach the bench again, and Morrissey looks flustered as she speaks with him and the judge. We still cannot hear what they are saying. I mean, just so that you all know, we are equally clueless as everybody in the courtroom right now. Larry doesn't know what's going on either. He had tweeted, Alec and Hilaria are having a second hug in the courtroom. We still have no idea what's going on as the judge has not put the record back on and no one has said anything out loud. I will give you all of the information I have. It doesn't seem like there's very much that I can share. Larry is with us in spirit. We are all together in this. We are all equally confused and frustrated. Can everybody tell me what's in the box? Like, what do you think is in those boxes? We have the witness. She's just sitting here clutching her water bottle. She has no idea what's happening. She's just waiting. I don't know if she's going to testify. I don't know what's going on. The answer to the question, what the hell is going on, is we don't know. We have no clue. No earthly idea. We are awaiting more information. Larry says, I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my chest. This is, Eric Shipman is asking, yes, this is all about the motion. The jury is not at the courthouse. They have left for the weekend. We don't know if they're going to come back. We don't know if we're going to be here after today. So if you want me to guess, my guess is this Brady violation is significant enough for a motion to dismiss to be taken very seriously by the judge. There is a strong possibility that the motion could be granted. It's not necessarily for certain that the motion will be granted, but all of the back and forth between the two teams, between the defense and the state, it seems like there is some negotiating going on. The state knows they effed up. They know that they're in hot water. They might be offering some sort of a deal. But based on the body language of Baldwin and his wife, all the hugging, she doesn't look happy. So I don't think that the case is going to be completely dismissed necessarily. If there is a deal on the table, it might be something that they're not happy about, they don't agree with. I think that they want a complete dismissal. I don't know if that's happening. Larry's tweeting. Everyone at the defense table is smiling. Meanwhile, everyone at the prosecution table appears very tense. Alec and Hilaria just talked and kissed. The Brady violation, asks List News, was the lack of disclosure of about 1,100 pages of documents. They found a report in there that had to do with bullets that were brought. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Look at the big, huge grins on those people back there on Alec's side. I don't know why everybody's standing. I don't know what's going on. During the break, Baldwin is seen talking to court personnel. He seems happy. What? Seriously? We're getting the seal? Come on. No. Give us something. Oh my God. Okay, I'm officially fully relying on Larry's tweets right now. Okay, so we're at a break. I guess everybody's taking a break right now. Oh my God. Y'all, okay. I'm stunned. I'm speechless. I mean, everybody's on a break right now. I guess everybody's been sent out of the courtroom, so. Okay, Larry is tweeting. He's saying everyone, here, I'm going to bring myself up a little bigger. Everyone is hugging and the atmosphere seems very lighthearted in court. Alec makes a joke and one of the court personnel laughs out loud. I think this might be over. I think this case might, either there's a deal or a full dismissal. I have no idea. But it looks good for Baldwin. That's all I'm going to say. Wow. Okay. So nothing has been officially dismissed yet. If this case is going to be dismissed, the judge needs to put that on the record. Sorry, I'm going to keep the court feed up just so that we know when everybody comes back in. The audio is still on, so any audio, you will hear it immediately. Oh, man. Okay, Larry has also just tweeted. No, I read the most recent one. I kind of want to call Larry. But he doesn't have his phone, so I can't do that. I just realized. There are very strict rules. You can't have your phone in the courtroom. So Larry has been leaving his phone here the entire day, and I've been communicating with him exclusively on X. Okay, so for everybody who is confused about what is going on, you are not alone. We are all confused. The basic summary is that the state withheld information from the defense. The defense discovered something, a report specifically having to do with the bullets that were turned over by a Good Samaritan after Hannah Gutierrez's trial had been concluded. The state is claiming that they never saw the reports, but the state also withheld about 1,100 pages of documents from the defense that they had been asking for years. Over a year, give or take. So now, today, we brought in Marissa Popple, the criminologist. She testified about the details of the report, which I've never seen. I've never seen a witness who was dismissed be brought back in again. And we are currently awaiting the judge's decision on a motion to dismiss. Now, originally, we were going to have yesterday's witness, Alexandria Hancock, Corporal Alexandria Hancock. She was going to continue testifying this morning, but it appears that communications between the defense team and the prosecution and the judge are leading us to an earlier conclusion. I do not think there is going to be any more testimony. I think there will be an answer. I think we are about to hear about either a dismissal or some kind of a deal. It's possible that Alec will take a plea. I don't know exactly what that will consist of. This is just conjecture. I could be incorrect, but the jury is gone. We are in this active motion to dismiss. I do not see this case moving forward. We are all just waiting on pins and needles to hear from the judge to come back into the courtroom. So what we observed was Alec and his wife hugging. Apparently, according to Larry, the defense is very jovial. They are all laughing. The prosecutor is very tense and very unhappy. The whole prosecution team, the whole state, in fact, they are all very, they have the body language that indicates that this is over for them. It appears that what the state did was egregious, that it was harmful, that it could have been criminal, and that this case will not survive based on their misconduct. This is not a lunch break. This is just a short break. I don't know what's happening in the courtroom. And I don't know if Larry knows either, because if they were sent out on a break, it's possible he's not allowed to be in the courtroom right now. Let's see. So the last tweet from Larry is from 4 minutes ago. I'm going to message him. What is going on? Are you in the courtroom or outside? And I promise I will give you everything that I have as soon as I possibly get it. Okay, new post notification. What? I keep getting post notifications for the same post and thinking it's going to be Larry telling us what's happening. And it's the same thing about everybody hugging and everything being very lighthearted. Okay, Larry's saying, the prosecution table is empty. Are they typing up paperwork for the defendant to sign? All the defense attorneys are smiling and look happy. He's inside the courtroom. He just messaged me. Alec is telling jokes. One of the court people tells me she heard the words conditional discharge. That can mean that Alec may be taking a plea and he will serve no jail time, and there will be some time on the shelf hanging over his head. E.g., if he does not get in trouble for X number of months, years in New Mexico, then all charges would be dismissed. This is standard in the defense world. What a day, folks. Oh, okay. I will repeat. The prosecution's table is empty. They might be typing up paperwork for the defendant to sign. The defense attorneys look happy. They're smiling, and Alec is telling jokes. One of the court people tells me she heard the words conditional discharge. That could mean that Alec may be taking a plea and that he will serve no jail time. There will be some time on the shelf hanging over his head, which means that if he doesn't get in trouble for X number of months or years in New Mexico, then all charges would be dismissed, which is standard in the defense world. Whoa. Okay, this might be it. We might be heading home to Kentucky, I guess. I don't know. And that's kind of a shame because James from court just got here and he won't be able to report on anything. Oh man. Well, okay, if James is in court today, he's getting the best of it. Shout out to James. I hope we get to hang out with you. Oh man. This is crazy. And this could be very big for Hannah Reed Gutierrez as well, or Gutierrez Reed. I forget the order. Wow. I'm stunned. I thought this case was going to go on until next week. We were prepared. This is wild. Okay, court is returning in 15 minutes. Okay. Larry is messaging me. He's telling me to read his latest tweet, which I just did. But since he asked. For anybody who hasn't heard it, I'm going to read it one more time because it's that big of a deal. This is very, very big news. The prosecution's table is empty. Larry thinks they're typing up paperwork for the defendant to sign. All the defense attorneys are smiling and look happy. Alec is telling jokes. One of the court people tells me she heard the words conditional discharge. That could mean that Alec may be taking a plea and he will serve no jail time, and there will be some time on the shelf hanging over his head, which means that if he doesn't get in trouble for X number of months or years in New Mexico, then all charges will be dismissed. This is standard in the defense world. What a day. Okay, I just need to process this for a minute because, wow. The state really screwed up. Now, somebody in the chat is asking, what could this mean for Hannah's case, and why does this affect her? Because this piece of information, this report about the bullets that were surrendered to the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office after the conclusion of her case, this report could have also been excluded from her case, and this could have been exculpatory to Hannah Gutierrez Reed. Because, as was insinuated by Spiro and the defense team, that other individual, Seth Kenny, may have been the person to introduce live rounds on the set. Now, Morrissey made it clear that Hannah Gutierrez Reed was convicted on her charges in part because she was found to have been responsible for bringing the live rounds onto set. But if it was Seth Kenny who had brought the rounds instead of Hannah Gutierrez Reed, and that information was available in a report that was made to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office about live rounds that were surrendered after the conclusion of her case, then it's possible it wasn't Hannah Gutierrez Reed who furnished those live rounds. And if that was a significant aspect of convicting her, and Seth Kenny was the one who was actually responsible, then that was exculpatory information that her defense team didn't have access to either. Because here's the thing, even though these are two separate cases, this report was critical to the Reed Gutierrez case. And if it didn't come out in discovery, then it was suppressed. So Morrissey has claimed that the state was not aware of this report because it wasn't put under the case file pertaining to Baldwin or Hannah Gutierrez Reed. It was put under a separate case file. So she's claiming ignorance of this very critical report. This report is something that the defense just discovered, something that was seemingly kept from the defense because the defense did not have access to over 1,100 pages of discovery. And from what I presume, because this has not come up before today, they proceeded with trial. They only became aware of this report yesterday, basically. And the fact that the state stonewalled and prevented the defense from getting access to this report when they had asked for all relevant materials over a year ago means that the state was obfuscating and that they were in violation of Brady v. Maryland. That is a massive violation, and that puts the state in the position where they are dishonest. They are not coming forward. They are hiding things that could be crucial to the defense's, strategy. If the defense doesn't have all of the documents, they cannot move forward and put on the best defense for their client. They cannot defend their client adequately or fully. They deserved this report. They deserved access to it. And so the biggest question here is about the live round. Was it actually Seth Kenney? Was Seth Kenney the person who brought the live rounds to the set? If so, it might reduce Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's culpability. There could be other Brady violations in her case because this is the same team that convicted her. So if they played dirty in Alec's case, what's to say they wouldn't have played dirty in Hannah's case? No, there was clearly, Hannah had a different team of defense attorneys, but if I were Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, I would absolutely be appealing the conviction on this basis because they hid significant documents from the defense that the defense should have had access to. Period. End of story. So I don't know what's going to happen to Morrissey after this. This does not look good for her. I don't know if there are going to be criminal charges associated with this. I could be exaggerating, but honestly, the way that she's proceeded, it looks like she messed with the outcome of both cases because she has appeared very biased against Alec Baldwin. And now I'm starting to see substantial evidence of that, as we all are. Okay, Larry is also tweeting, during the break, Alec is having an extensive conversation with his family. I cannot hear what he's saying. I love the updates. I just wish there was more information. Fantasy 15 Sports is saying, stop talking over the trial dialogue. There's no trial dialogue. We're on a break. Nothing is happening. Oh, man. Okay. I'm just trying to take a deep breath here. So we are currently waiting for this break to be over. And if anybody's trolling in the chat, I love our trolls. Larry and I have the best trolls on the internet. We really appreciate you. You're hilarious. Thank you so much for trolling on the DUI Guy Plus's channel. We know you could troll other places, but we're honored that you choose to do it with us. Oh, thank you to Hugh. I'm going to pronounce your name wrong. Ginveni. The guy gave the bullets to them a month after her trial. How could that change her trial? That's a good question. So I did not watch Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial, but my understanding based on what Morrissey brought forth and based on her questioning of various witnesses, she indicated very clearly that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was thought to have been culpable for bringing the live round onto set. Now it is apparent it could have been Seth Kenney who brought the live round. And even though the state denies this, that's an incredible possibility because somebody came forward and brought bullets, a good Samaritan, to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. This was put into a report. It was not attached to the Alec Baldwin case file. Morrissey claims to not be aware of it. I disagree. I think she was very much aware of it. And because Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's conviction had something to do with whether she brought the live bullets onto set or not, I could be wrong. But then there would have been a Brady violation in her case as well about this report. This report is just now coming to light. I think it is impossible that Hannah's defense team was aware of this report previously, unless I'm wrong. I could be entirely wrong. I think that Alec Baldwin's defense team very likely would have known about this report because I'm sure that they would have been paying very close attention to the Gutierrez-Reed trial. And even though Alec's team wouldn't have had access to the discovery in Hannah's case, they would have been aware of any significant reports having to do with the bullets because this is pertinent to their client's case as well. They would have been paying close attention to that. So this indicates that because the state excluded exculpatory information from the defense in this case, they very likely did it in Hannah's case as well. And we can point to this specific report being a part of that because this report affects Hannah. It affects her culpability. Oh. Question, do we know why or how long the break is? I can tell you why the break is happening. So we are going to be back at 1:45, according to Court TV, which could mean 1:50. Honestly, Judge Summer runs a little late, so I anticipate this going perhaps a little longer. We might actually come back in 7 minutes. We'll see. The reason that we are on a break right now is because it appears that Alec Baldwin may be taking a plea deal. And I will read this tweet from Larry again, because this is the biggest news, essentially, that one of the individuals in court told Larry, who is in court right now, that she heard the words conditional discharge. And a conditional discharge would mean a plea deal that Alec Baldwin would be taking, that would require him to not commit any other crimes in New Mexico, and that eventually all of the charges would be dismissed after a certain probationary period. I don't know if that is entirely accurate. It's possible that the person he heard this from heard wrong. Maybe they were discussing a conditional discharge. Maybe it's off the table. This is a second by second emerging situation. But I don't think that we are moving forward. I don't think we're going to hear from any more witnesses. I don't think the jury is going to come back in. I don't think that this case is going to continue after today. I think this is the last day of court. We have another wonderful super chat from Crazy Old Fart. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Who's saying, been following on reviews until just now. Do I understand that the issue is that another armorer supplied the live rounds and that there were indistinguishable dummies on set? That is one way of putting it. The issue that is up right now, the issue that Spiro raised this morning, pertained to a report that they had not received until recently. And the report was in reference to rounds that had been surrendered to the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, essentially. So the report that was made was something that Morrissey pled ignorance to. She said she wasn't aware that it existed. But there is a big question over whether the rounds, the live rounds that came onto set were supplied by Hannah Gutierrez Reed or by Seth Kenny. And so the fact that this report was not made available to the defense is the issue. That is the reason why the state might now be buckling under pressure. That is the reason why this motion to dismiss is probably moving forward. This morning, Larry didn't think it was going to move forward until he got into court and we saw all that was going down. Motions to dismiss usually are not granted. It's very, very rare, especially in the middle of a trial, that a motion to dismiss is actually granted and that it creates results where the defendant can simply walk away. So it looks like Alec might be signing a deal, and we will be back after a break. Obviously, that's not something that they want to show on camera. That's something that we would be informed of. And so the judge has not made her final official ruling as to whether this is going to be dismissed or not. But I presume that in a couple of minutes, assuming that she comes back at 1:45, that we will hear about this. We could have a couple extra minutes to wait, though. Crazy. Absolutely crazy day. Happy Friday, everybody. I think what this really goes to show is that if you are a prosecutor and you're going to try a case, just give them everything, please. I mean, disclose everything that needs to be disclosed. Why keep things from the defense? It's absolutely criminal. I mean, you're not supposed to do that. Okay, it's kind of a silly admonition. I shouldn't have to tell a prosecutor how to do her job. But thank you to, oh, wow, 4,880 people concurrently are watching this. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you so much for watching on the DUI Guy Plus or Remy Legal. We are concurrently streaming to both of our channels. Whether you're watching on X or on YouTube, I really appreciate your viewership. And thank you to everybody in the chat for contributing intelligent conversation, questions, opinions. You guys are the best. I really think Larry's chat is the best chat on all of YouTube. Oh. Has Larry tweeted again? I'm waiting. Okay, 42 seconds ago, he says, all lawyers are back in court. No judge yet. Morrissey says something to Hancock, and Hancock doesn't seem overly enthused. We're waiting for the judge to take the bench in a couple of minutes. Now, I presume what Morrissey has said to Hancock is, you are not going to have to testify. Everything is over. So I'm really sorry that we dragged you here and, and made you wait around. That's my guess. If anyone wants to follow me, you can follow me at Remy Legal. I'm going to have new content coming maybe sooner than I thought. Oh, Crazy Old Fart is saying, thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm watching on Chandler's channel. I get that it's a Brady issue being argued, but as a gun owner, I can't get over the lack of safety protocols on so many accounts. And I agree with you, sir. And I really wish that we could have gone through the issues. I really wish that we could have tried this case honestly and sincerely. That would have been great. Unfortunately, the state decided to play dirty. I'm just going to say it. I'm sorry. There's no way of getting around this. I don't think that the state was honest. I don't think that they... I don't think that Morrissey has been honest. I think that they have hidden a lot of material from the defense, and I think that's a huge problem. I think there's massive bias against Mr. Baldwin. And unfortunately, even though I don't like him, and even though I do think he's culpable, and I do think he was negligent, you should never be convicted on that basis. It's just improper. That is not how you lawyer. Okay, we're back. We're back.
Turn to the jury. Caution them. Okay. All right. There you go. 1 o'clock. Bye.
All right.
Okay. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Larry is coming back. We are on a lunch break right now. Larry is walking back to the hotel. I am going to keep this stream going, and I'm going to wait for Larry to walk in that door. And once he does, he's going to join you, and he's going to tell you everything that just happened in court. So stick around, hang here with me for a little while. We have an hour, so I'm going to take this off the screen. We're done. We are not getting any more information from the court feed. We are waiting on Larry. Larry's walking back. He's probably 7 minutes away. Deep breath, everybody. I'm really excited to hear from him because he has the scoop. He's been there all morning. He's been tweeting. I'm just going to let him know. I just told everybody in chat, and I'm live right now. I'm not going to terminate the feed. I'm going to keep it running and wait for you to get back here. And we are all very much looking forward to your insights. Okay. So we're just going to hang around and wait for Larry for a little bit. Let's see if he tweeted anything else. He just said, judge is back. Judge comes back and orders a lunch break. She says 12:30 p.m. Morrissey asks for 1 p.m. She needs more time. Morrissey needs more time. What does that mean? Judge says we need to caution them talking about the jury. I don't think they're coming back, folks. I think there is a plea deal in play. I am convinced now. All right. Yeah, I heard her say something about cautioning them. But we're not done. We are far from done because the court feed will resume. We will get an answer to all of our burning questions, everything that we are waiting for, whether there's a plea deal, whether the judge is granting the motion to dismiss. We do not know anything officially. Something could change. We have an hour for lunch, actually like an hour and 10 minutes. And so there is a possibility, albeit a remote one, that this case might go forward. I don't think it's likely, but until the judge makes her official ruling, until the fat lady sings, we don't have any answers yet. All we can do is speculate based on what we have observed and what Larry has observed. So he's headed back. He's going to be here very shortly. You all are going to get the DUI guy on this stream. He is about to be here. He is about to be talking to you all about everything that just went down. And I'm glad, because I need to make some sense of what just happened. I am so in the dark. I have no idea what's happening. We have eyes and ears in the courtroom. They are headed back to us immediately. All right. I am really, really excited to hear from Larry. Somebody in chat just says, you talk too much. And I do. I'm a very talkative person. That's true. I'm talking a lot because, well, nothing's happening. We don't have a court feed. We don't have anything going on. Today's a very exciting and very stimulating day, and a lot of people are confused. They are perplexed. They are perturbed. They are in the dark. They have no idea what's happening. My job here as the guest host for the DUI Guy Plus is to commentate. And although I appreciate your commentary, I'm going to keep talking, at least until Larry gets here. Then you can listen to him. I'm sure he has way more interesting things to say, especially because he has the scoop. He has the exclusive. So I'm just going to chitter chatter away. I hope you all don't mind. Let's see. Oh, we have a whole bunch of super chats. I don't know if I've read all of these. Let me look through. I think I read this one. Thank you guys so much for all the super chats. You've given me something meaningful to do while we're waiting for Larry to return from the courthouse. I'm so glad that we got a hotel super close so that he can just walk back. Hugh says 2024, the year of bad police investigations. Yeah, we saw it with Karen Reed. It happens all the time. It's ridiculous. We have, let's see. Oh, and we have a super chat from Amanda, who says, hello, beautiful, and thank you. How did the defense find this new info? So essentially what happened was right before the trial began, the defense received about 1,100 pages of discovery that they had been asking for over a year from the state. So they had to look through all of this right when they were about to begin trial. I'm still hearing audio from Court TV. I'm just going to mute that. But thank you very much for your super chat, Amanda. Let's see. And then Monica Renaud asks for $4.99. Thank you. What are your feelings on who actually planted these live rounds? I have no idea. I'd love to be able to answer that question. I might be better at answering that question if I had watched the Gutierrez-Reed trial. But unfortunately, because there wasn't that much testimony that came out in this case, and I didn't get to watch that many witnesses, I have no idea. It could very well have been Seth Kenney. If that's the defense theory, I presume that there is something to back that up. I would have loved to have heard more about that, but I don't know if we're going to get a chance to. So thank you, Monica, for your super chat. Let me see. And by the way, everybody in chat, if you don't like something I'm saying, something I'm doing, you're absolutely welcome to disagree with me. You're absolutely welcome to voice it. I love constructive criticism, and I learn a lot from streaming. You know, if there's something that I'm doing as a streamer that is not your favorite, please say something. I might not change what I'm doing, but I love the feedback. I really do. I appreciate it very much. It's the only way that I get better. So I believe that I read all of these super chats. I want to make sure. Yes, I think I've gone through all of the super chats. Thank you, everybody, very much for contributing. Larry is on his way back right now. He is about to talk to you all. He is about to tell you everything that has been happening in the courtroom. He got an up-close and personal look at all of the craziness that we just witnessed. So I am just waiting on, again, like on the edge of my seat. Really excited for him to come back. So he'll be with us very, very, very shortly. We have Crosby Rowe also super chatting for $10. Thank you guys. Saying Larry is a beast. That's true. The traditional outlets, Court TV, are still talking about a hearing this afternoon. No inkling that a plea deal may be in the works. All right. I'm not sure who's here from Court TV. I'm trying to remember. I met all of the various media members, but I cannot remember which correspondents are here from Court TV. I don't know. I presume they have somebody live in the courtroom. They might be just trying to keep everything hush hush for now, but trust me when I say Larry is the source. Larry is. Oh, is that him? No, it's the cleaning lady. I'm so excited to hear from him. I keep waiting. He's going to be here any minute. Will Morrissey have a job after this? That's a very good question. I have no idea. If she doesn't, I don't feel sorry for her. She put herself in this position. And I really wonder about Morrissey. I wonder, of all of the cases that she's prosecuted, how many of them had other Brady violations that we don't know about? It was very concerning to learn about these 1,100 pages of documents. That's really, really messed up. You don't keep 1,100 pages of documents from defense. I don't know what entitles a prosecutor's office to withhold that volume of documents. And then when the defense asked for them, the state's response inevitably was, no, you have everything that you need. We're not giving you anything else. I mean, it was so bad, the defense didn't even know how many pages there were. They didn't know what they didn't know. They didn't know what they were missing. No, if I were Judge Summer, I would be incredibly furious with Morrissey. I don't know if she's going to try any cases after this. This was bad. She appears very, very biased against Baldwin. It is not a good look. Oh, okay, Larry's here. Come. Everybody's waiting for you. Did you run back? Oh my God.
What makes you think that?
All right, we have Larry in the house. He is about to bring you his exclusive. We have 5,611 people watching and a lot of super chats. Okay.
I was trying to get here as quickly as I could.
I know.
How's it going, everybody? Oh, all right. So, remember that what I'm about to tell you is 100% pure speculation based on my own personal experience, my conversations with court personnel, the attitude and facial language, body language, facial expressions, body expressions of every single person involved in this courthouse, okay? And especially the courtroom. Okay. And 11 years of practicing law. Don't forget, this is a huge key component because I have done this personally. You know, usually it happens the morning of trial. I don't think, my team did have 2 occasions, at least one I can think of off the top of my head, where this exact scenario has happened. I wasn't in the room, but they told me about it later and I know how it plays out. Okay, so here goes. Here's what I think happened. So I was a little bit late to the hearing this morning, but Anjanette Levy, shout out to you, Anjanette. You are the best. I fucking love you. She filled me in on like all the details that I missed about the Brady, the 4 bullets, all the stuff that allegedly the prosecution has been concealing from the defense. Okay. So number 1, Morrissey has made a big boo-boo. Let's just put it that way, lightly put. Okay. Morrissey should have disclosed, if she knew. She's claiming she didn't know. I think it's a weak argument because these are all people who they work together to claim, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. I didn't know about it. It's really, really bad. It basically makes Morrissey look incompetent and stupid, if not willfully violating the rules of the law by failing to provide exculpatory or potentially exculpatory evidence over to the defense. So that's the benchmark. This is where we're starting, okay? The jury is called into the room around 10 a.m. and without any notice, without any explanation whatsoever, they're released until Monday morning. Everybody in the courtroom is literally like, what is going on? What is happening? Why are they leaving? Nobody can understand what is happening. So they leave, and we're expecting some argument. Instead of argument in open court, Morrissey and Spiro approach the bench. There is no jury in the room. There's no reason to have a bench conference. There's no reason to have any secret discussions about what's happening with the evidence. There is no jury to protect that information from unless they are protecting that information from us, the media, and the public. Like I said, this is pure speculation based on everything I have seen. Morrissey and Spiro are up at the bench for a good 15, 20 minutes, which is a very long time to just be sitting there talking, or standing there talking, excuse me. Then the judge is sitting on the bench very patiently, very quietly. She is not like rushing, like, come on, let's go. Let's get these proceedings underway. Call your next witness. Hancock is over there. Corporal Hancock, former Deputy Hancock, is standing by the witness stand, and she's waiting to be called. This is important. You'll see why in a minute. Morrissey seems a little bit tense as they leave the bench conference around 10:15 a.m. Spiro seems a bit relaxed. He's got a bit like, he seems like he's walking on air, which is the first time I've seen him. But I'm like, okay, he's got a good argument. He thinks he might be able to win. He thinks he might be able to get the judge to dismiss the case. It even seems for this Brady violation, again, whether you're going to argue that the bullets are exculpatory or not is completely irrelevant. The fact that the prosecution hid it and refused to turn it over is enough, okay? That's called a technical victory. It's when you show up to the boxing ring and your opponent doesn't show up. You win. You didn't beat them up. You didn't beat them fair and square, right? But it's still a victory. It's not a technical knockout or anything. You didn't win by points. You won because they didn't show up. And the technical victory is still a victory. So if the Judge Sommer, dismisses the case, Alec Baldwin wins. And it'll probably be dismissed with prejudice. So there'll be no retrial. Now, this is where things start getting very interesting. As soon as Morrissey and Spiro leave the bench and they go to their respective tables, Spiro grabs Alec, and just the two of them, nobody else, not the judge, not the prosecutor, not Hancock, not Baldwin's other lawyers, not his wife, no, just two people get up and leave the courtroom. Now, that is a telltale sign that whatever happened at the bench, Spiro needs to have a private conversation with his client, Alec Baldwin. They're gone for about a total of 10 minutes, and during that time, the judge asks Spiro, and there's a moment there where Spiro gets back in the courtroom. His co-counsel leaves the room, and then that female defense attorney also leaves the room. Spiro goes back in. Then Hilaria leaves the courtroom and goes to the back outside, and then she comes back in, and then Spiro comes, and they're all like, but they're playing musical chairs. The whole defense table is playing musical chairs. And meanwhile, the prosecution is immobile. They're literally just sitting at the table, and the judge is just sitting there patiently waiting. And she doesn't rush anyone. She doesn't ask anything. She asks one question: "Do you need a break, Mr. Spiro?" And Spiro looks at her and says, "Your Honor, I will know in 5 minutes." Okay. At this point, everything is still unclear. Nobody knows what's going on. Alec and Spiro come back into the courtroom. So did Hilaria, the other defense. So now everybody's back in the courtroom. And out of nowhere, Hilaria and Alec, her husband, share a hug. Not just one, but two of them. There's the hug. That's the first one. I don't have a screenshot of the second one. You guys may be able to. Not only that, they hug a second time, and she also gives him a kiss the second time. Why did they do it publicly? I mean, you can answer that question yourselves. You don't need my input on this. Publicity stunt, etc. Alec is sitting with his wife in the gallery now. He's not resuming his seat just yet in the defendant's chair with his lawyers. Now, eventually, he does resume that seat. The judge calls a bathroom break. The minute she calls the bathroom break, this is where my suspicion started to become real. And my suspicion is that there was a plea deal on the table, and Alec Baldwin took it. Here's why. So Morrissey and her team, Hancock, Johnson, they're all gone. They literally disappear so fast. My suspicion, where are they going? What is happening? Why did they leave? Here's the second piece of information that you need. Spyro, the defense team, Alec, Hilaria, they're all smiling. They all have like this very relaxed mood about them. Makes no sense. You're in the middle of a trial for your life. Why would you be so relaxed all of a sudden? Unless some deal has been stricken. Here's number 2 piece of information that you need that is critical. Alec Baldwin has not talked to anyone except his lawyers from the moment he stepped foot inside of that courthouse. During the bathroom break, not the lunch break, during the bathroom break, I don't know if you guys have footage of this or not, Alec Baldwin was standing up. He was talking to one of his lawyers and 2 of the court personnel, the jury liaison and the courtroom liaison, the one that always does the exhibits, the guy with the goatee, I forget his name. I don't know if I actually ever got it. So the guy with the tie, the jury liaison, the guy with the goatee, the courtroom liaison, the African-American defense lawyer, and Alec Baldwin are all standing there huddled together by the defense table. And Alec is telling jokes. And people are laughing. And he seems very relaxed. He's talking to the courtroom people. That is a telltale sign. Not only that, one of the other courtroom personnel, I had a brief exchange with her, and God bless her. She just said, this is all I need. This is the final piece of the puzzle. She just said, look, I don't know what's happening. I just heard the words conditionally discharged. And to me, that means conversations of a plea deal. It doesn't matter whether he took it or not yet, but it adds another piece of evidence to the pile, right? Conditionally discharged. What does that mean? That means there's probably an offer, plea of guilt to like an amended charge or something. I don't know. And no jail time with conditionally discharged time. So he's not going to go to prison. He's not going to go to jail, but he's going to have shelf time hanging over his head. If he doesn't get in trouble for X number of years or months, etc. Excuse me. I'm still coughing from running. If he doesn't get in trouble for X number of years, months, the conditionally discharged time will be hanging over his head for X number of years or months. And if he doesn't get in trouble, the case will get dismissed. Now, somebody also told me that somebody has also told me in the comments that originally there was a plea offer for conditionally discharged time. I can't confirm or deny. Maybe chat can confirm or deny this. But if there was previously, and now it's back on the table, maybe now that he's in trial, maybe Alec is having a change of heart and he wants a resolution. I don't know if originally there was any jail time. I don't know if it's off the table now. We're going to find out in about 50 minutes when court is going to be back in session, 55 minutes. I think the Brady violation has really sealed the deal for the defense to have the decks of cards stacked in their favor. Dismissing the case is a little too extreme because if they just dismiss it, it seems ridiculous. Like, why on earth would they do that? And how is this going to affect Hannah Gutierrez? In my opinion, the reason the prosecution is making this offer, and this is actually something I need to tweet. Maybe. Well, maybe it's too early. I don't know. If the prosecution is making an offer, let's say, that means they are on the losing end of a negotiation. And if so, there is a risk that Judge Sommer will dismiss the case. And that would affect potentially the Hannah Gutierrez trial. They want her conviction to stand, and at least they will be able to collect one scalp, and technically two, since they also have Hall. He pled guilty. By offering a plea, Alec gets away, but they still have Gutierrez, which may still be overturned for other reasons. We don't know. So that's where we are. Excuse me. Thank you. So if the prosecution is making an offer, let's say, that means that they believe to be on the losing end of a negotiation. And if so, there is a risk that Judge Sommer will dismiss the case. And that would affect potentially the Hannah Gutierrez trial. And if they want her conviction to stand, at least they collected her scalp, essentially. They offer a plea to Alec. He gets away, but they still maintain the Gutierrez conviction. I hope that answers the question. Crosby Rose says, Larry is a beast. Thank you. The traditional outlets, Court TV, are still talking about a hearing this afternoon. No inkling that a plea deal may be in the works. I said, again, based on all the evidence, all the data, 11 years of legal experience, this is what I think. I think that the traditional news outlets are afraid to come out and say something like I am saying, because I have nothing to lose at the end of the day. This is what I believe in my heart, based on everything that I have seen with my eyes in court today. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I don't think I am. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it. So the problem is, the biggest pin that makes me so convinced that I'm right is the simple fact that the attitude of the defense completely changed. So did the prosecutions. They became very tense and sorrowful. And I think Corporal Hancock, at one point, Corporal Hancock and Morrissey exchanged a couple of words, and you could tell that Hancock was not happy. It seemed like maybe Morrissey said something along the effect of, "You're not going to be testifying today." And she's like, "Okay, well," again, pure speculation. I have no idea what was exchanged there. Was it really?
Yes.
Did you see it?
Yes.
Okay, well, there we go. So there you go. I'm not alone. I'm not alone in this. Chandler is on board. We'll see. We'll see in 45 minutes. And the fact that the judge just calls a lunch break, like, everybody come back in, and lunch break. Bring the jury back in and release them. And everybody come back from the bathroom break and see you after lunch. Like, Like something is brewing. Something is brewing. I don't know what he pled to, but the fact that the prosecution's table was so empty and they're all gone, they were working on some paperwork. They were typing something up. Why else? The defense are just hanging around, twiddling their thumbs. Why else would they just be, why aren't they preparing for the next argument? Why are they just sitting around warming their chairs up? And the prosecution is missing in action. It's just educated guesses based on experience and information that I have personally in the courtroom. You are delightful. I'd rather hear your talk than dead air, sir. Thank you, Lena, on me. I appreciate that. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. I need to start running more. My lung capacity is like shit. I am. Thank you. Corey Boatwright says, I can't figure out, thank you, babe. I can't figure out how the ammo origin matters at all in this specific case. So let me answer that first before I read the rest of it. Brady. For those of you who don't know what Brady is, let me tell you. Brady, because I took the excerpt. Where is it? Oh, here we go. What is a Brady violation? The Brady rule, named after Brady versus Maryland, requires prosecutors to disclose material, exculpatory information in the government's possession to the defense. Brady material, or the evidence the prosecutor is required to disclose under this rule, includes any information favorable to the accused which may reduce a defendant's potential sentence, go against the credibility of an unfavorable witness, or otherwise allow a jury to infer against the defendant's guilt. So, what does that mean? In layman's terms, it simply means evidence that could, in one way, shape, or form, it doesn't matter if it's guaranteed, tilt the favor in favor of the defendant. This material came from a friend of Hannah Gutierrez's father. What's his name? Turley?
I don't recall.
I think it was Turley. Chad may help us out. What was his name? I forget his name. So I think it's Turley. Chad may correct me. This gentleman, the Good Samaritan, as the defense called him. Teskey. Yes, Teskey. Teskey brings 4 bullets to the defense, the prosecution, after Hannah Gutierrez is convicted. Troy Teskey, thank you. This information could potentially be used to overturn Hannah Gutierrez's conviction, in theory, and it could help Alec Baldwin's defense and could, potentially overturn his conviction if it ever came or whatever. But here's the problem. There's no guarantee that those bullets are in any way, shape, or form exculpatory. If they had been turned over, we would be continuing with the trial. The jury would be listening to more evidence. Why are they gone? Why is all this chaos happening today? Why is there potential speculation, talks of a plea deal? Very, very simple. Because the allegation of the defense was that they never got the information. It was buried under a different case name and a different case number, and said this has zero association with Rust. And then Morrissey this morning said, I never received it. That I heard with my own ears. I never received this. I had no idea this was out there. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible argument, because a prosecutor, there's a rule out there that says a prosecutor is assumed, and possession of exculpatory evidence by the prosecution is impugned onto the prosecutor, which is a fancy word for saying she should have known. It's her job to know. We don't care if you actually knew or not. And Morrissey knows about this. Morrissey knows about this rule. And so, even though the bullets may not be exculpatory at all, just the potential fact that they could be, and the prosecution failed to turn it over and buried it, whether they knew about it or not, that the law enforcement agencies buried it, is enough. And the judge could dismiss this case, call that it's a Brady violation, and that could uproot Hannah Gutierrez's trial. So it is better for the prosecution to keep Hannah Gutierrez's conviction on the books. There's still going to be an appeal coming, 100%, if it hasn't come already, and more motions to supplement will be filed in Hannah Gutierrez's case. But at least they get to lose on their own terms. That's why I think it's a plea offer. Can Karen Reed have charges dismissed if the prosecution didn't produce the sales invoice when she bought the vehicle? Well, that is in the possession of Karen Reed. See, the bullets were in exclusive possession of the prosecution. The receipt was in possession of Karen Reed. Karen Reed can't argue, you never gave me the receipt to my car, Ms. Prosecutor, Mr. Prosecutor, Ms. Judge, whatever, because she's the one who has the receipt to the car. So that's an easy answer. Thank you for that, Corey. Andrew says, just started watching today as we just welcomed our third baby boy. Oh my gosh, Andrew, congratulations. Congratulations, Andrew. Congratulations all around. But you already know I'm going to ask for a TLDR on today. Well, you just got it, buddy. So there you go. And if you missed it, go back to like 2 hours and 11-minute mark. That's where I started my spiel. Corey Boatwright says, I know Brady, but the ML origin isn't exculpatory. Like I said, that doesn't matter. If Snidely Whiplash snuck onto the set and put the bullet in, Baldwin still pulled the trigger. That is correct, but that is not relevant to the argument of the Brady violation. Kyle Cowden says, he originally had the same deal as Gutierrez and Hall. Hannah Gutierrez refused. Hall took it. Alec Baldwin denied any responsibility, and Stephanopoulos killed his. Killed his deal? I'm a little confused, but okay. What a wild, wild, wild day, folks. In a million years, if you had asked me, hey, Larry, would you imagine that this case is going to end today? I would say no way in hell. Now I'm of a different opinion. It is very possible that we may have just reached a conclusion to the case. Hey, babe.
Yeah.
I am temporarily changing the title on YouTube. So just keep that in mind. I may need you to change it later.
Got it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to leave that window open. It's right here. Can you come here for just 1 second?
Absolutely.
It's right here.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
So not this one. That's Court TV.
Mhm.
This one.
Okay.
All
You're
right.
streaming still, right?
Yeah, I'm still streaming.
Okay.
I
I ordered you lunch.
Thank you. Oh yeah, one of the court liaisons, she was saying, well, if court ends today, she was like, there's a lot of cute churches to get married in if you'd like to.
Classic. Oh my gosh. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. I figured you'd get a kick out of it.
Oh, I love her.
So, no, this is a different one. You have Okay. So, and there was this other allegation that there was some witness signaling by Morrissey. Some witness signaling by Morrissey to Popple yesterday. Does anybody have like confirmation of this? Witness signaling allegations by the defense? I mean, is it just a whole lot of hoopla with no bearing? I mean, I noticed that the witness kept looking at Morrissey for a rescue objection, but it never came. I tweeted that yesterday at 4 p.m. I don't know if it was local time or Eastern time, because my computer is on a different time zone. But James James from court, by the way, where's my phone? Can you bring me my 2 phones, please?
James got here on the perfect day for a firework.
Well, he's not in court. I didn't see him.
Wait, what?
But do you remember that lady, Lauren True Crime or whatever her name is?
Yeah.
What's her channel? It's like True Crime Matters or something like that. She was talking to Hilaria on the way out, and Hilaria was just kind of standing there, like, as Lauren was talking at her.
Okay, so Hilaria wasn't talking to her.
Sorry, let me rephrase.
She was talking to
Lauren
her.
was talking at Hilaria.
Okay,
Yeah.
interesting. I wonder what she was saying.
James texted me an hour ago. He was like, "Where are you? How are you tweeting from court?" He might be in the media room.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you would have seen him by now. I was going to ask you, how's James?
I don't know. I have no answer. Hidden True Crime. That's her. She seems cool. I haven't had a chance to talk to her. I think she recognized me, but she didn't come up to me. And I'm not going to impose. The woman has her own, channel and everything. I'm letting her do her own thing. Spyro and Morrissey are seen exiting the room together at some point to talk, and that was way before, like right as we were coming back from the bathroom break. I guess they finalized whatever it was, because I'm telling you, folks, I don't know what else to say. Why excuse the jury? Why the hugging between Alec and Hilaria? Why is Hilaria hugging his brother? Why is Baldwin talking to his family? Why is Baldwin telling jokes? Why is he so relaxed? Why is he so chill? Why do we hear the words conditionally discharged being thrown around? I'm telling you, folks, this is unbelievable. And we still have this hotel room for an extra week and a half. I guess we're going to be spending a vacation in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Ooh, I got a cool place for us to visit. I'll tell you later. Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if you know this, but the AI summary of this current stream is really hilarious.
What is it?
Let me read it to you. So AI is summarizing our stream right now as follows.
Come, tell the chat.
This is what AI thinks is going on in this stream. Viewers are discussing the Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly engagement and sending congratulations. Also, some are noting the behavior of witnesses in the Amber Heard trial and wondering if they are sending signals. Try harder, AI.
But they're learning. They're learning.
They're learning.
Machine Gun Kelly. Is it because of the bullet discussion?
I think it might be. I don't know. Maybe you mentioned Megan Fox at some point. Megan Fox, the writer, not that Megan Fox.
Did we mention Megan Fox today?
I didn't.
I didn't either.
So I don't know.
We did now. Now AI sees into the future.
But we know her. We know one Megan Fox, at least.
That is true. That is very true. My gosh.
Which is funny little anecdote. Sorry.
No, thank you for that. That was very
Maybe
intriguing.
a little levity, a little comic relief. It's a very tense day.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that courtroom when during the break, the prosecution's table is empty. What are they doing? Alec telling jokes, hugging Hilaria. Kissing her in open court? Tell me it's over without telling me it's over. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's over. We just have to hear it from the judge, really.
Yeah. Yeah. And the fact that the judge just sat there so patiently, the judge just sat there and waited. Oh, Megan is in the chat. What's up, Megan? Hey, Megan. There she is. That's why. Machine Gun Kelly. Your new nickname officially is Machine Gun Megan. Welcome to the chat, Machine Gun Megan Fox. Hey, I got Fox rated. What's up? How you doing, everybody? Welcome, one and all. So here's what's going to happen after I read this super chat. What is your opinion? My opinion is I have absolutely no concrete confirmation of anything just yet. This is, like I said, this is all speculative based on my own personal criminal defense experience, which I have 11 years worth of, the body language of the prosecution, the prosecution's witness, the defense, the defendant, the defendant's wife, the defendant's family, the courtroom personnel, the judge's behavior, and the way that when Alec and Spyro were leaving, and then they were playing musical chairs, and the prosecution just sat there, and then the defense is motionless, and the prosecution leaves. There's clearly something brewing. Should the judge declare a mistrial? I don't think it's going to happen because we haven't gotten to it yet. We haven't finished the hearing that started this morning. Would a guilty verdict survive appeal if she didn't? Well, I don't even know if we would get to a verdict. That's the thing. That's the thing. I don't even know if we would get to a verdict in the first place. Megan likes it. She said, LOL, Machine Gun Megan. Thank you, AI. And no, unfortunately, I cannot chat in the YouTube stream in the courtroom because we are prohibited from having the stream open on our laptops while we're in court. Now, I can go into the media room, but then I don't get to see what's happening in court. So in about 30 minutes, here's what's going to happen. In about 30 minutes, I'm going to be back in the courtroom. The judge is going to resume the seat, and all of this speculation will be disclosed. Whether or not I am correct, whether or not Chandler is correct, whether or not anyone else who has any opinions on this matter is correct. I am very excited. I mean, I am now so... Every dollar I spent on this trip just paid off, folks. And I'm not talking about like dollar for dollar exchange. I'm literally saying the excitement in the courtroom. I'm schmoozing with like all these reporters. We're just bouncing ideas back and forth. I am very happy to be here. I'm very, very happy to be here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over back to my lovely co-host, Chandler, who is going to continue with the stream. We're not going to break it up like we did last time. Because of the chaos today, folks, we're going to keep it all in this stream. The stream is not going to be terminated. We're going to keep this train going. It is now 12:32 local time. Court is to resume in 28 minutes. I have some food that I need to scarf down, and Chandler is going to join you all. And are you ready?
Well, I also wanted to eat lunch, but my lunch isn't here.
Okay.
So,
Can you take over?
yeah, I can take over.
Okay. All right, folks. With that, I will see you all. Somebody said you meant your future wife. With that, I'm going to turn it over back to Chandler, and I will see you all back in the courtroom. Stay tuned. This is not over. This is only beginning. Oh, that's a great question, by the way, Crazy Old Fart. Somebody asked me that in court today, one of the courtroom liaisons. What are the odds of a plea offer? Or maybe it was a reporter, I can't remember. If there is a plea offer, on the table, the judge doesn't have to accept it. The judge can choose to reject it. But based on everything I've seen and learned about this judge, she likes to move things along in her courtroom. I'm sure she'd be very happy to come back on Monday and have to deal with a regular docket rather than this jury trial. Because there's no way, and Jeanette and I, this was her idea, so I'm going to give her the shout out. She's like, there's no way that this case is going to end next Friday. And I thought about it, and I'm like, you know what, you're right, especially now that we lost the full day. There's 0% chance that the trial is going to culminate at next Friday. There's no way. We keep losing time. So the odds of her rejecting a plea deal, unless it's completely insane, is like as close to 0% as you can get. So that's my opinion. With that, I'm turning it over back to Chandler. I'll see you guys back in court.
Okay. How about can we take a couple minutes break? Possibly or no?
Well, it's still live. I can't like terminate it.
Oh, okay. It's just here's the thing.
Yes.
So they didn't include a fork. Chipotle. There's this.
Oh my God!
So
Again.
there's this thing in New Mexico. Apparently, they don't believe in utensils. I don't know if it's like a sustainability thing. It's the same thing in LA. They won't give you forks or straws unless you ask for them. And so we've been surviving off of delivery, and frequently we find ourselves without forks. I had to eat a salad with a pair of celery, a couple pieces of celery as sort of chopsticks the other day. So I ordered Larry lunch. It did not come with a fork. And I'm waiting for my other order. So hopefully forks will be coming.
Thank you, Kat
They will
Buchanan,
be-
for the wedding
They
canopy
will be
fund.
fork coming.
Fork coming.
I'm sorry.
Fork coming.
Really bad.
All right, we're gonna replay some of the testimony from earlier today, so you guys can enjoy that because we missed it this morning. Oops, I clicked that. No problem.
I just want you to get back to the court.
A photograph that somebody sent to my office, and I'll come up to the lectern if that's okay.
Yes, I would think you would argue at the lectern.
Well, this is just a side issue that I've asked Mr. Nickus to address the court on.
Oh,
Did you have
okay,
sound
fine.
playing
Quick.
through
If
the?
it takes out of our time, it does. But I get many sort of inbound emails that I don't obviously read everyone or take everyone seriously. But I got one last night that indicated that the cameras are catching Miss Morrissey signaling witnesses while they're on the witness stand. And you know, I really
Did you look to see if that was true?
I was sent a photograph that concerned me, and I felt obligated. And like I said to the court, I try to not make these issues. This is a high pressure case. I've been in many. There have been more issues in this case than I have ever seen in all of those cases combined. And so I'm sort of at a loss, but to bring it to the court's attention. So I've asked them to print me the photograph that was sent to me. I can't just continue to give the benefit of the doubt on every single thing that's occurred in this case. I just can't. And so I'll be turning that into the court. And I would just say, you know, at every turn of this, right, it's from the original case. It was, you know, I understand and very much respect the court's rulings on everything, frankly. You know, the grand jury, you know, it survived, you know, and there's no remedy. I get that. And, you know, they destroyed the gun and we have that hearing and there's no remedy. And I get that. And it's just at a certain point, and the Brady discipline.
I did give you a remedy, but okay.
Well,
I didn't give you the remedy you wanted, but yes.
fair enough. But one might say not a remedy given all of the circumstances that has a meaningful impact at this trial. And so, and then we had the Brady disclosures, and I could keep going, and I'm not going to because we have limited time. But there's just never been any. It's just I don't know how much of it can happen with it.
Okay, let's do this. Where's the picture?
I'm having somebody print it.
Okay, all right. I am aware of what you're saying, but we are. Look, first I have to see the picture. Okay, now let's go to the arguments of
Yes,
this.
sir.
Okay, and then you can, you know, show me what you're talking about. And I did get it, so thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Since we did submit the written briefing, I will try to be brief, but I think it'd be helpful to build out some of the facts so Your Honor has the chronology of how this happened and has the factual pieces to understand the severity of what's happened.
Okay.
So on November 1st, 2021, shortly after the Rust incident, Seth Kenny's on the,
Just one moment. I need Faith to get me my notebook.
of course,
My notebook. I brought it up yesterday. Might even be in my computer bag. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll take notes on this. All right, go ahead.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. So November 1st, 2021, Seth Kenny is on a phone call with Corporal Hancock. At that point, we've heard about Seth Kenny's involvement in this, his effort to pry into what's going on with the prop card and the bullets. And so on that phone call, he's telling Corporal Hancock, then Detective Hancock, that he believes he knows where the live bullet came from. He dials in a guy named Teskey, who we heard about yesterday in testimony. Teskey gets on the line and Seth says, tell Detective Hancock what you know. And he says, well, Fel Reed dropped off a batch of live ammunition at my business because I have a safer place to store it. And after that, Fel shows up, grabs some of the live ammunition and leaves some behind. And that's what I know. And Seth says, well, that could be from the same batch that killed Helena Hutchins. Could be a match. He says, and it's Fel Reed and it's Hannah Gutierrez Reed. That's the one who's responsible here, pushing it off on Gutierrez Reed as the source of the live ammunition, just as the state has done in this case. He says, thank you very much. He gets off the phone. Fel says, Teskey says, I'll take a picture. I'm not in front of my computer, not in front of my ammunition. I'll send it in an hour. He sends a picture of 4 bullets. Ms. Morrissey is going to hold that up to you and say, these are the 4 bullets you knew about this. That was from 2021. Detective Hancock does not preserve the other live ammunition that's at Teskey's property, even though he told her this could be from the live ammunition batch that matches the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. 2 years later, November 2nd, 2023, there's a PTI of Teskey. Ms. Morrissey's asking questions, and she starts probing further into the live ammunition that Teskey had previously said was given to him by Fel Reed. And she says, do you still have some of that ammunition? He says, well, some of it, but I've been out shooting it over the last 2 years because Detective Hancock did not preserve it over that time period. Ms. Morrissey probes further. Where'd it come from? Tell me your story. He says, well, Fel dropped it off. He then picks some up, and he went with Seth Kenny to the 1883 Yellowstone movie, where he was teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. He then went to another movie with Seth Kenny, teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. And Seth Kenny then took a green ammo can with that live ammunition in it and brought it home with him. He says that could be the live ammunition from that green ammo can that killed Helena Hutchins. Ms. Morrissey says, I want you to preserve that. And do you think there's any evidence that this was sabotage? And he says, well, actually, Seth Kenny called me while Rust was shooting, telling me he wanted to get Hannah Gutierrez Reed fired, but he didn't know how to do it because he was concerned about upsetting Fel Reed, significant armor in the business, as Your Honor knows. And so he says, I don't have evidence that there was sabotage, but that's what I know, and I still have this ammunition. As we know, Sarah Zachary, the one who threw the live bullets away, we don't know, live or not, threw bullets away after the incident on Rust, admitted that. Was on set, texting with Seth Kenny, angry with Hannah, on the license, the ATF report for the Pieta that was involved in this accident. She was on set. They were close. We know that. And so Ms. Morrissey says, you hold on to that evidence and I'll come get it, in essence. She never does. November 2023. Fast forward to March 6, 2024. The end of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial. Teskey's in Santa Fe. Sees what happens, shows up at the sheriff's office, as we heard from Ms. Popple, and delivers that live ammunition that Hancock had not preserved, that Ms. Morrissey had not collected, that he believed could be from the same batch, from that same green ammo can that we care about, that matched the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. We heard, Your Honor, what Miss Popple did with it. They buried it. I'd like to say charitably that it was under the pile of the 5501 information that they didn't disclose, but that's even too charitable because they put it under a different case with a different number. We asked March 26th, we want all of the ammunition from the rust set that you've collected. April 16th, we show up for that viewing. We want all the live ammunition from the rust set that you collected. It's not there. After Teskey had turned it in, after Ms. Popple had created the report, the supplemental report she said she created when she took this in and did not disclose to us, it was not there. Now, Your Honor, we don't know if it's a live ammunition match or not. But what we do know is the state had it. It's disclosable under Giglio. It's disclosable under 5501. And there's a case on point, Your Honor, State versus Allison, where the criminal defendant had been charged with conspiracy, aggravated assault, dishonest related crimes. And he had an arrest record in the prosecution's possession. He had a statement and an arrest record. It was not disclosed under 5501. The criminal defendant shows up at trial and testifies. He's a great guy, honest, no criminal record. The prosecution whips out his arrest record and his statement, disclosable under 5501, which it never disclosed, and said not true. Court breaks. Defendant says, you didn't disclose that under 5501. And the prosecution says, who cares? He's up on the stand lying. This would not have been favorable to him at all. And so, Judge, I want a continuance. Give them a continuance. That's their remedy. Come back tomorrow. I'll disclose everything. I'll make it all right. And then we'll continue. Trial court says, fine, I'll give you that continuance. Limited remedy. You'll have all the information. Do with it what you will. If it's negative, fine. If it's not, that's for you to use at trial. He's convicted. It gets appealed. It ends up in the Supreme Court of New Mexico. That decision was reversed. A continuance is not adequate in those circumstances. They're in the middle of trial. The defendant would have done things differently. The defendant would have opened differently, would have asked questions differently. Too much about where the source, in this case, of the live bullet came in before this was presented at trial. The court said it doesn't matter if the defendant knew or should have known of it. What we're talking about here is not the defendant's knowledge, not whether it matches, not matches, not whether his criminal arrest record would have hurt him or not. We're talking about the conduct of the prosecution. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, Your Honor. We're talking about a prosecution that didn't preserve those bullets, that didn't collect them at all, that didn't turn them over, that we already have a 5501 culpability finding with respect to the last set of information. And Your Honor, the bottom line is we've got 5501 violation, culpability. We don't need to show bad faith. We've got a Brady violation. We've got a Giglio violation. Now, this is critical evidence in the case that was never disclosed to us. We heard Ms. Morrissey say, I'm going to have Detective Hancock come in and testify. We could have Ms. Popple testify. They could say it doesn't match, et cetera, et cetera. It does not matter. It did not matter in Allison. We were entitled to it. The continuance is not a sufficient remedy. This case should be dismissed, Your Honor. This is over and over and over and over again. And Your Honor, you've given them a fair chance. You said, grand jury, as Mr. Spiro said, I'm going to give you a remedy on Trumbetta. I'm going to limit it. I'm going to give you your remedy. You've given them more than enough opportunities, Your Honor. This is not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not even the third time. It's time for this case to be dismissed, Your Honor. That's what Brady requires. That's what Giglio requires. That's what 5501 requires. As Your Honor knows, we've got remedies in the alternative, but this is the one that's right for this moment. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Morrissey?
I need to use the monitor. Your Honor, there have been absolutely no violations of our obligations as prosecutors. I want to walk you through everything that has occurred in this regard, everything that these defense attorneys knew well before today, and everything that was also disclosed to Ms. Gutierrez's counsel. So what you can see from the transcript of Mr. Teskey's interview during the Gutierrez case prior to her trial is that Mr. Teskey is Thel Reed's close friend. And Mr. Teskey stores Mr. Reed's ammunition. And the reason that he stores it for Mr. Reed is because Mr. Reed lives in a single-wide mobile home that doesn't have a lot of security. And because he's a professional armorer, he has a bunch of guns and ammunition. Mr. Teskey is a retired police officer who has a whole bunch of security at his property. So Thel Reed has 300 rounds of live .45 caliber ammunition. And he and Seth Kinney are hired by the producers for the show 1883. Everything that I want you to know, Your Honor, everything that I'm telling the court, Mr. Bowles has this information, and these people have this information. So nothing I'm telling the court is new. So they get hired on this to do what's called a cowboy training on the set of 1883. So the cowboy training is where gun experts, that being Thel Reed and Seth Kinney, take the actors to shoot real guns with real ammunition so that they have a better idea of the recoil and how the gun is actually supposed to look, and to help them with their acting techniques. In fact, the fact that production companies do this was actually something that Mr. Baldwin pointed out to Detective Hancock during his interview. He himself has done this with a production company. So when they're through with the cowboy training camp in Texas, they've got some rounds left over. And Seth Kinney says, I'm going to take these. And Thel Reed lets him take them. So, and let me back up. When they originally went to the cowboy training camp in Texas, they didn't take all of Thel's ammunition. They took a certain amount of it, and Thel left some in Troy Teskey's garage. All of this ammunition came from the same place. This was all from basically the same batch of ammunition that Thel Reed had, that he got from a manufacturer, from an ammunition manufacturer in Kingman, Arizona, named Joe Swanson. So they take 300 of his rounds. They go do the cowboy training camp. Seth Kinney then takes the leftover rounds back to PDQ. So then what happens is Mr. Bowles begins to tell Detective Hancock, hey, you need to go execute a search warrant at PDQ because there's this green ammo can that Seth Kinney took after the 1883 training camp. Hancock, to her credit, takes Mr. Bowles at his word. She gets a search warrant. She goes to PDQ. What Mr. Bowles said would be there was there, and you've seen pictures of it. There's a green ammo can, says 1883 live ammunition. They take it. They send it to the FBI for testing. Not only does it not look like the live rounds from Rust, but it has a different chemical composition. So at that point in time, Hancock has kind of realized, I think, that she's being led down this path by Mr. Bowles that's coming from Thel Reed. Thel Reed is trying to slough everything off on Seth Kinney. So I want to show you when Seth Kinney is with Detective Hancock what Mr. Nickus was referring to, he reaches out to Teskey because he's there with Hancock, and he says, hey, send me a photo of the live rounds that you have left over, because I'm giving her the live rounds from my green can. I think he just gave her some of them. They hadn't executed the search warrant at that point in time. Teskey says, okay. And he sends to Seth Kinney, you can see November 1st, he sends him that photograph of the live rounds that are in his possession. When you look at that photograph, and I'll blow it up for you, you can tell these are not similar to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. Detective Hancock gets this information from Mr. Kinney. Ultimately, though, still goes ahead and executes her search warrant, as she should. I come into this case, I look at the ammunition that was taken from PDQ. I understand from the witnesses that the ammunition was sourced originally from Thelreed. It was sourced from Hannah's dad. It's not a match. Not only is it not a match when you look at it, it's not a match when you send it to the FBI and you ask them to conduct chemical testing. So this is a wild goose chase. This has no evidentiary value whatsoever. This is simply a man trying to protect his daughter, and he's doing it by providing information that doesn't even match. He's trying to provide evidence that doesn't even match the evidence that was found at the scene. So then let's cut to November of 2023.
Hey, everybody.
We do.
All right. So we were just playing some footage from this morning. That was all that happened before we were able to come forward and start our stream again. So we are going to be continuing this same stream, and we will be just on, we're not going to break for the afternoon. Larry is currently on his way back into court. I just had a quick bite to eat, and we are going to resume. Let's see. Court should be coming back in about 4 minutes. So I'm going to keep playing this for a little bit. I will keep an eye on the court feed, and I will fast forward.
The pretrial interview.
Sorry, I will fast forward once we are coming back into court. So we'll play a couple more minutes of this, and then we will resume.
Of Mr. Teskey. Let me back up. Detective Hancock reached out when she got this photograph. She reached out to Mr. Teskey, and she'll testify to this. If you want her to testify under oath, I'm happy to have her do it. She reached out to Mr. Teskey and she said, hey, because you appear to be cooperative, can you just package that stuff up and mail it to me? Because he's in Arizona. He's not here in New Mexico. And he never does. He never sends it to her. She doesn't pursue it because on its face, it's not the same ammunition. Let's cut to November 2023. We're doing the pretrial interview of Troy Teskey, where he talks about the ammunition and he talks about what he knows, what information he has about the relevance of this ammunition. What's also very important, and I can have under oath testimony to this fact also, this pretrial interview that was done over Zoom was, Mr. Bowles was there. So this was never kept from Gutierrez's lawyers. It was her lawyers that were bringing it to us. So there was no issue there. The jury was completely misled yesterday. So this pretrial interview that takes place in November of 2023 is uploaded to our Discovery server. And when it's uploaded to the server, Mr. Baldwin hasn't been indicted yet. When he is ultimately indicted, everything that is on that server is taken and it's put on a hard drive, and it's sent, I believe, to Ms. Clark, who isn't here right now. And certainly Mr. James is happy to testify that it was uploaded to the server, that he downloaded it onto that hard drive, and he provided it to Mr. Baldwin's counsel. So the jury was misled again yesterday when Mr. Spiro indicated we had no idea about any of this. They've had it the entire time.
I don't
So when I have the pretrial interview with Troy Teskey, if the court wants to know the reason that we didn't actually get the ammunition from him is because I said, since he's out of state and we'd have to get another law enforcement agency basically to go pick it up and take it and send it to us, I said, have him send me a picture of it so that I can determine whether it has any evidentiary value and I can speak to my case agent about it. The photograph that was sent to me is the photograph in the middle. That is not the same ammunition. You can tell from looking at it. It has a different projectile shape. That's not the same projectile shape. That's not the same casing. This isn't a Starline brass casing. And it also has brass primers and not silver primers. So I decided, I agreed with Detective Hancock, this has no evidentiary value.
Okay,
We're
we're going
not
to
gonna
pause it here. Thank you for everybody who is currently watching. We have 8,470 concurrent viewers. That is incredible. So what we were doing just now is watching some of this morning, some of the things that happened right before all of this hullabaloo. And it looks like the court feed is back. We are on the New Mexico State seal. So the court should be resuming any second. We are all waiting on pins and needles to find out what is happening. Did Alec take a plea deal? Is this over? Is the case dismissed? What is going on? We are about to find out. Larry is back in the courtroom, I presume, by now. He gave his recap over the break, and we are very close to finding out what's going to happen. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, everybody, for liking this video. I'm shocked and appalled, honestly, at the behavior of this prosecutor. So rewatching some of that footage under the lens and the understanding of Morrissey and her behavior, everything that she withheld from the defense, it becomes all the more egregious, her attitude and her posturing. But I'm so happy that you're all here with me so that we can find out what the heck is going on and what's going to happen. Sadly, we don't have a fan to look at. We just have the state seal. It's less dynamic and exciting. But I will definitely be looking out for Larry's tweets. Now, he can't have a phone with him in the courtroom. He can only use his laptop. And so he will be tweeting as soon as he's back in. All right, here we are. He says he was walking behind the prosecution after lunch on his way into court, and they do not look happy. Let's find out what's going to go on. Oh, shit. I'm nervous. No, Morrissey looks very displeased. Ooh, look at Hilaria. Look at her little strut. Ooh. Oh, she's confident. She's in a good mood. Those hips don't lie. She wishes she was Shakira. Oh, man. Okay, this looks like a very confident, resolute defense team. I cannot wait for audio to come back on. I have to know what's happening. We don't know what's happened yet. We have to wait for the judge. We have to wait for audio to resume. But to me, they look very confident. All right, we have audio.
Ms. Johnson? I'm not sure where she went. I can... using the restroom. Do you want to begin? Okay.
Part of the team. I said he's part of the team.
Sure, sure.
I'm not sure who this man is or why they're closing up on him. Jill Thomas, there is sound from court. It's just very, very low audio because they're not talking into the mic, but the microphones are on and the audio is broadcasting. We'll get better audio when somebody starts making statements. Everybody's saying this is Seth Kenny. Larry is in the courtroom. He is watching all of this live as it is unfolding.
All right, we're back on the record.
Having conferred and looked at the evidence, it is the perspective of the special prosecutor as an arm of the public that all of the issues related to the defendant's motion should be heard by the court and they should be seen by the public. This is a public issue and a record should be made. And we are here to do that.
That's Ms. Hancock.
Actually, the first witness that I intend to call is Mr. Kenny.
Oh.
Do you want me to take the testimony?
That's different.
I mean, it's your motion, so that's why I'm asking.
But it's your witness. Well, who wants
Sure.
to do what?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Kenny.
I think this Corporal Hancock, if it's a hearing, can she not be sequestered?
Sure, she can sit outside.
Okay.
So no plea. Larry's tweeting, Morrissey has conferred and looked at the evidence that it is her role as an arm of the public. She's calling witnesses. No plea offer discussions have been made.
Of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth. the whole
Okay.
truth, the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat.
I guess we have another witness. Was not expecting this. We have Seth Kenny, everybody. Very different than what we were
Good
anticipating.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please go ahead and state your name for the record.
Seth Kenny.
Mr. Kenny, what do you do for a living?
I am the owner of a company that provides props to a number of feature films as well as episodics TV, including firearms, tactical gear, leather.
Hang on just a second. Okay. Move it a little closer to you. You provide ammunition and firearms as a part of the props that you provide, is that right?
Well, not ammunition, because again, legally and technically,
I'm
that is
sorry.
blanks and dummy rounds.
Blanks and dummy rounds. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Sir, do you know a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
I do.
How do you know him?
I met Thale approximately 12 years ago, possibly even 12 to 14. He was opposite.
Just how do you know him? I don't need the
He's
history.
a work friend
How long have you known him?
of him, 12 to 14 years, and more like friends, approximately 5 to 7.
Okay. And do you know a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey?
I do.
How do you know him?
He is a friend of Thales, and we used to spend time together at his house or meeting at restaurants and things in Bullhead City.
And just for the record, what does Thel Reed do for a living?
Thale Reed is a bit of a legend, gun coach and armor to the film industry for going on 60 years.
And does he have a daughter?
He does.
Who is his daughter?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And do you know her?
I do.
Have you met her?
I have.
Mr. Kenny, can you explain, were you ever asked to do any training for the set of the television series 1883?
Not training myself, no, but props, firearms, leather holsters, dummy rounds, blanks.
Those were items that you were providing to the set of 1883
Correct.
as a prop house. You own a
Yes.
prop house.
Yes, and that's specific to the set.
Larry
So
thinks there may still be a plea negotiation going on, but Morrissey
you
wants to
know,
protect the
was
Gutierrez
Mr. Reed
conviction
asked to do
before they
anything
resolve it.
relating to 1883?
He was actually hired to be a gun coach, and what
does a gun coach do?
Well, gun coach
we don't do this for a living.
Yeah. Gun coach would teach the actors that aren't familiar with things like the 1873 lever action period weapons, how to operate them smoothly and consistent with the character as called out by the script.
So did you and Mr. Reed go to Texas for any reason for 1883?
Yeah, we did all of our filming when we were involved with the project physically, personally, was done in Texas.
Were you asked to do a cowboy training camp?
We were asked, Thale and I were asked to be there.
To do what?
And Thale was charged with training of the actors. I was charged with bringing, specific to the training camp, some of the live reload ammunition that Thale had.
And why was live reload ammunition being taken to Texas?
Well, it was just for actor training to give them a sense of the recoil of the guns, and it was done on a private range away from set.
Were you present when the actors were shooting the live rounds?
I was.
And was Mr. Reed there with you?
He was, for the most part, he was in the Sprinter van with the AC running because it was a August, Texas summer day.
So did you take live rounds to the cowboy training camp?
Yes, yes.
And where did those who provided those live rounds? Did you provide them? Did Thel provide them?
Thale provided the live rounds, and we met in Albuquerque. And at that point, he loaded up his luggage and everything he needed for a couple of
When
months.
you say you met in Albuquerque, how did he get to Albuquerque?
He and Hannah, his daughter, drove out together. We met in Albuquerque, prepped her out for the Nick Cage movie.
And just for the record, where did they drive from?
They both drove from Bullhead City, Arizona.
Thank you. So they came to Albuquerque, and did they have the live ammunition with them?
They did.
And where did you all go from there?
She loaded up and left to Livingston, Montana to work the Nick Cage movie. And Thale and I loaded up the Sprinter with everything we needed, and we headed straight to Texas.
And did you take that live ammunition with you to Texas?
We did.
And did the actors get to have their training camp?
They did.
And was there any ammunition left over?
There was.
Where did it go?
It stayed in Texas for an undetermined amount of time. I could never figure out when it came back to my shop.
With who? When you say it stayed in Texas, did it sit by itself?
It was with the prop master for the day of the show up at the shooting range, up at the firing line. And from there, it came back into the Sprinter van, my Sprinter van. And then at one point or another, it made it back into the hotel room. And I lost track of it once it was in the hotel room. And from there, when it got loaded back into the Sprinter van and came back to Albuquerque.
So, but it doesn't come back to Albuquerque by itself. So tell us how it gets from the cowboy training camp to Albuquerque.
Well, it's driven back.
By who?
By myself.
Okay. So, and how is it packaged? What kind of a container is it in?
All the live ammunition from the cowboy training camp was in a typical household grade bin, approximately 2 feet long, 16 inches tall, about the same width. And it stayed in there and was packaged within each caliber individually within smaller boxes that typically held about 50 rounds.
Do you have any idea approximately how many rounds were taken to Texas?
Yeah, I know exactly. It was 325 rounds.
How do you know exactly?
Well, it was a guess of fails that there was between 200 and 300, and they were loosely combined in a small military green ammo can. And when I opened up that bin in Texas at the firing range for the first time, I had brought along 10 boxes, white plain boxes with styrofoam inserts that held 50 rounds each. So I populated those boxes, and then it took a picture of those boxes. And one of the boxes is dog-eared, means it's partial, and coincidentally, it held exactly 25 rounds.
In case I missed it, how many rounds came back to New Mexico?
Between 50 and 100.
And when they came back to New Mexico, where did they go?
They went, because I was running low on space, they went into the bathroom.
Were they in the green can?
No. Once they had been populated into the small white boxes, the green ammo can went to the firing line, and it was being used for the spent shells, for the spent cases of fired brass.
So how were they kept at PDQ?
They were kept in that same gray bin, large household typical gray bin, and within the same boxes that they had populated or gotten populated into at the Texas firing line.
So I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit A21. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That is that gray typical household bin marked live ammo 1883.
Sir, I want to be clear with you. After this came back to Albuquerque and was at PDQ Props, did you then become involved in providing props and ammunition to the set of Rust?
Can you ask that again, please?
Did you provide props and ammunition to the set of the movie Rust?
I did.
Was that after you brought these back from Texas?
I do not know. I do not know when this bin came back to Albuquerque from Texas.
You drove it back yourself?
I did, but I did a few trips.
You don't remember the day that you brought it back?
Correct.
Okay.
It could have been before the shooting, could have been after the shooting.
Understood. In terms of boxes of dummy rounds, how many boxes of dummy rounds did you provide to the set of Rust?
A single box of 50 45 Colt dummy rounds. That was the single box. The rest of them were of different calibers and were not contained in similar boxes.
So you provided one box of dummy rounds.
That's correct.
Where did you get those?
Those came off the set, off the prop truck of 1883.
And did you inventory them or do anything with them before you provided them to the set of Rust?
Yeah. So yes, there was. I essentially grabbed a double grocery bag and dummies because I knew they were running short, or I'd heard that they were running short on set, and I thought, well, just in case, I'll grab some extra for them. And so from that plastic bag, the following morning, because again, I had to sleep in the van because there was hundreds of thousands of dollars of weapons, and it's Albuquerque. So I slept in the van armed, and the next morning brought that bag and brought them into the office and took a look at them. They were unusual in that they had been antiqued. They were one of a couple of thousand that had been antiqued en masse, and they were so corroded they didn't look right at all. So I sat there, and each one took about a minute to polish before it had an appropriate patina. And I also noted that a few of them had a muddy rattle to them, and I just attribute it to whatever liquid chemical agent that they had soaked the rounds in had infiltrated the interior of the case, and again, not a metallurgist, but had done something to the number 2 lead shot a single piece that served as a rattle to differentiate live from dummies.
Okay, stand by. I'm just looking for some exhibits. We've got a lot right now, so I need to flip through for a second.
Are these the exhibits that you didn't disclose to the defense? Just curious, asking for a friend.
The dummy rounds that you provided to the set of rust, did you personally ensure that they were all inert?
Absolutely.
And was the box full when you provided it to rust?
It was 50 rounds in a individually inserted into styrofoam. Each housing, each section. So it's essentially a 5 row wide, 10 row deep styrofoam insert that holds the rounds separately from each other, and then is inserted into a small white enclosing box, cardboard box.
And when you provided them to the set of rust, how did they get there? Did you drive there yourself?
Sarah Zachary, the prop master of Rust, came by my office and brought a gun that they were having trouble with, reassembling that gun after it was being cleaned. So I quickly put that back together, met with her, chatted, and gave her the dummy rounds.
And is that the only box that you provided?
Yes.
Did anything from this box that we have here, or this container, Defendant's Exhibit A21, was any of that sent to the set of rust?
Absolutely not.
Let me ask you, did you also supply props and ammunition to the set of a movie called The Old Way?
No ammunition. Blanks and dummy rounds, yes.
And do you know who the armorer was on the set of The Old Way?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And you indicated that you didn't supply ammunition. If you know, do you know if dummy rounds were used on the set of The Old Way?
They were. Dummy rounds were used.
And where did those dummy rounds come from if you didn't provide them?
They came from Thale Reed.
How do you know that?
Because I witnessed them packing up her car and assembling all the blanks and dummy rounds that she was going to need.
So did Hannah stay in touch with you when she was working as the armorer on the set of The Old Way?
Loosely, yes.
Did you receive any communications from her regarding the use of live rounds in the prop gun?
She did. She did reach out to me.
How? Text? Call?
Both. She called on one particular day because she had been looking for 45 Colt ammunition, live ammunition to shoot.
How did you know that?
Because she asked me at the office. And I thought it was odd because Thale had live ammunition and why was he not giving his daughter any? I found it peculiar. So at one point in her travels from Albuquerque to Livingston, Montana, she stops along the way and stays with friends in Denver, Colorado. And at one point between Denver, Colorado and Livingston, Montana on her travels, she called me and told me she finally had found live ammunition, 45.
So once she makes it to Montana, does she contact you about shooting live ammunition out of the prop guns?
She does. She texts me this time and she asks if she can shoot live ammunition out of the set guns.
Well, how did you respond?
I said absolutely not, and it's a big mistake, and I even said it always ends in tears.
Well,
And did you
okay.
have any additional communications with her about live rounds after that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So after you take your box of dummy rounds and you give it to Sarah Zachary, do you ever see it again?
Only in the evidence photos.
Okay, so let's look at those. Defendant's Exhibit A27, previously entered into evidence. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you know what we're looking at here?
I do.
Describe to us what we're looking at.
Well, these are these antiqued rounds that came off the set of 1883, actually more specifically the prop truck of 1883. And you can see that they're heavily aged. And this is after each one has been polished with Quado steel wool for about a minute. Some.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
What about this one? Does this one look different?
Yeah, absolutely. The case is way too bright. It looks nearly new. And that is an anomaly. I do not believe that came from me because all the rounds were heavily aged.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 30. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that a photo of?
It looks to be the same antique rounds, dummy rounds that I provided Rust.
Okay. So you provide these to the set of Rust, and obviously there's an incident and Ms. Hutchins dies. Do you then reach out to law enforcement and begin communicating with law enforcement?
I do.
Why?
Well, I think they wanted access to the guns that were on the prop truck near the set of Rust. And there was some text message discussions regarding that. I offered to open the safe to
Why did you have a combination to the safe on the set of Rust?
I actually didn't until I think the day that I met former Detective Hancock at the prop truck, the day that they executed the warrant. I didn't actually have the combination until Sarah Zachary gave it to me.
So Ms. Zachary gave you the combination and you were able to open the safe?
I didn't actually physically open it myself. I never went onto the prop truck. Just passed it along
Okay,
to.
what did you do then?
Well, I met off to the side with Detective Hancock at the time, and at one point Sarah Zachary was there as well while they were searching the prop truck, and as well as opening and starting to pull guns out of the safe.
Okay. Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Hancock where you asked Mr. Teskey to provide information about rounds?
I do.
Tell us about that.
Well, it was one of 2 or 3 times that I went up to the sheriff's department to provide evidence or something that I thought might be of value to the investigation. And upon one of those visits, we were in the interview room and I was just trying to figure out where these live rounds could have come from. And I thought possibly Troy Teskey might have something that was similar. And so I called him while we were in the interview room, and I believe it was being recorded with Detective Hancock right there. And we started the dialogue. And at that point, it went into a text exchange with pictures as well, with at least one picture.
Just to remind you all, the jury is out of the room right now. We have a pending motion to
I haven't had an
dismiss.
opportunity to mark this as evidence, but I'd like to. I only have a digital copy of it, but I intend to use this with the witness. This is as an offer of proof, Your Honor. This is a copy of the text message between Mr. Teskey and Mr. Kinney. So I'd like to just go ahead and display it, and I can mark it and provide it to the court. I just don't have a paper copy of it. Do you need to see it?
No, I know what this document is.
Okay, let's go.
So Larry's,
Going to be, actually, this is a separate motion hearing, so when I marked that the supplemental as courts 13, I think I should have marked it separately as courts 1 for the
Okay,
motion hearing. And
Well-
then while we're here, I have not marked those, so those are courts 2.
these the ammunition.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do you want me to mark this exhibit that I'm going to use with Mr. Kinney?
Well, now you're going to have to. Well, let me do this. Let me make this courts Roman numeral 1 and courts Roman numeral 2, and then you can keep your ones and he can keep his alphabet. You can keep your numerics.
I should just continue with the next exhibit.
No, because we're in a motion hearing. now.
Right. So we'll call this State's Exhibit 1.
Right.
Okay, got it.
Now, you also introduced some other evidence, which you can refer to. You don't have to reintroduce it. We'll just identify it as like 27 from the trial. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So,
Can you mark this?
so these evidence exhibits, these
You mark
pertain
that for
only
me
to the
towards
motion, which is
Yeah,
why they
Roman
get different
numeral
numerical
Is there a reason I'm not seeing this on the monitors?
ordering.
Oh, sorry, Brian. Is that-
Okay, well, he's doing this first. So
Okay, sure.
Yeah, right there, right on top.
The judge has
Thank
not
you.
ruled on this motion. We are within an active motion to dismiss. Seth Kenny is testifying as per the motion, not in relation to the trial. It's kind of a trial within a trial. Larry's theory is that there
Do
may
you see
still be a
what's in front of
plea
you, sir?
ongoing. But Morrissey's preserving the record to protect
Is
Hannah's
this-
conviction.
Tell us what we're looking at here, and if you can, and what we're looking at is going to be State's Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. I'm enlarging it, and I'll move it away again. Can you see the date?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
This wasn't
What
done
is it?
prior because
November
they
1,
didn't provide the
2021.
discovery.
So tell us what we're looking at. What were the circumstances of this?
This is once I had called Troy Teskey in the interview room at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office with Detective Hancock present. He was somewhere out and about, and he said he would be home in about 5 minutes or so. And at that point, I asked him if he had any of the reloads that Thale had owned for a number of years that a common friend of ours had manufactured for him. And I asked for samples.
Hang on. Why would Troy Teskey have Thel Reed's ammunition?
Troy used to store Thale's guns and ammunition for him at his home.
Okay. So you ask Troy if he has any of the leftover reloads.
Correct.
And so is what we're looking at, the leftover reloads that you're asking about, did they go to 1883?
They're the same reloads, but they never cross paths once Thale leaves Bullhead City with the ammo can of 325. That are those reloads. These reloads are some of the ones that Thale left along with his guns for Troy Teskey to store.
So these never went to the set of 1883.
Absolutely not.
And
Definitely not a set.
Okay, whatever. The
Cowboy
cowboy
training
training camp.
Yeah.
And did they ever go to you?
No.
Because they never went to you, were you ever able to intentionally or mistakenly provide them to the set of Rust?
Definitely not. And they're not even, the brass primers are a dead giveaway for that which was not on Rust.
And you bring me to my next question. Are you familiar with the way that the live rounds found on the set of Rust look?
I am.
Do they look like these?
No.
So let's look at the text exchange here at the bottom. Who's communicating?
My text is in green and Troy's is on the left side in black and white.
So what does Troy say?
Excuse me. Again, glasses are horrible. Sorry about this. Yeah, thank you. Just below the picture, Troy writes, I checked a bunch of the rounds. These are the 4 different types that I could find. And I reply, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death.
And hang on, we're going to stop there. Why did you think this was evidence in the accidental death?
Well, I think at that point, without having seen the evidence photos and knowing, the only thing I did see was Detective Hancock shared with me a black and white 8.5 by 11 piece of paper with some pictures on it, and I saw Starline brass, and it was it was the nickel primer Starline brass case. And I hadn't really connected the dots that the gentleman that loaded these hasn't had nickel primers in 10, 12 years.
How do you know that?
Well, he says he only used Winchester primers.
No. Did you speak to him? How
Yes,
do you know
I
that?
did.
Okay.
Right after Hancock and I got done with this meeting, I called him because it dawned on me that it seemed unlikely that there would be two different color primers. And so I called the gentleman and I asked him, at what point, if you
What
made
gentleman? Don't use the word gentleman. We need names.
Joe Swanson.
Okay.
Okay. So I called Joe Swanson. I asked him at what point, if he remembered making the reloads for Thale, which he did. I asked him which powders he might have used, and he gave me two options, and one of which was Trail Boss powder. And I asked him, I said, well, at what point would you switch between brass and nickel primers? And he said, I wouldn't. And I said, well, why? He said, well, because Winchester stopped making them 10, 12 years ago.
Not making what?
Nickel primers.
Okay.
So he only, if we look at all the evidence photos of all the blanks that Joe Swanson makes, you will not see a nickel primer in any of those blank rounds for the same reason.
So you indicated to Mr. Teskey on November 1st, 2021, this is evidence in the accidental death. And you're talking about this photograph.
I am. And well, the rounds.
The rounds
specifically
in the
rounds.
photograph.
Yes.
Have you learned a few things about the evidence in the case and the live rounds that were found on Russ since November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Do you still believe that these are evidence in the accidental death?
Definitely not.
And then I see Mr. Teskey responds and says, okay. And then what do you say?
Can you zoom in? Thank you.
Let me see. There you go.
I reply, ugh, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
What does he say?
He replies, who is she? Hannah? ? And I reply, Hannah.
And then you ask an important question. Read that to us.
Yeah, November 3rd, 2021, I ask Troy Teskey in text, did you see any rounds in either box with nickel primers?
What's his response?
He replies, no.
Okay. Is that just a close-up of the same photo of the ammunition?
It is.
And you have testified that this is dissimilar. This is dissimilar to the live rounds that were on the set of Rust.
Yes, and from this photo, we can only see that we have four different, cases, different manufacturers of cases. The brass primers are obviously a dead giveaway, but what we don't see on the inside is that the powder is different than Rust. The actual powder itself, as well as the projectiles, are different than what was found on Rust.
So, Mr. Kinney, the ammunition that is in this can here, that's Defendant's Exhibit A21, what happened to it? Where did it go?
I'm not seeing an exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's right.
I can't switch back and forth that.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Can you see it?
The
Do you want me to
the
touch?
gray bin. Yeah, the gray bin. Yep. I see it.
What happened to the ammunition that was in this can that you brought back from Texas?
It sat in that bin in the bathroom and was.
No. And ultimately, when did it leave PDQ? Under what circumstances?
Oh, when the sheriff's department executed a search warrant on on my business.
They took all of it.
Yes, they weren't entitled to all of it, but I just said take all of it. The warrant specified it had to be Starline brass, and I just told them take it all.
So everything that you brought back from Texas is in the custody of the sheriff's department.
Correct.
Did you, at any point in time, did you ever exchange ammunition with Thel Reader Troy Teskey again after the death of Helena Hutchins?
No.
So any ammunition that would be in the possession of Mr. Teskey, is that anything that you have ever had possession of?
No. I've only once received 45 Colt live ammunition from someone, and that was Thale, and that on our way headed to Texas. And I hadn't opened the can until we got to Texas.
At some point in time, Mr. Kinney, did you have reason to believe that Mr. Reed and Mr. Teskey wanted to blame the introduction of the live rounds to the set of Rust on you?
To varying degrees, yes. I wasn't, Thale definitely. And later on, Troy, it seemed palpable that they were trying to point the finger at me.
Okay. Let me think. Hang on just a second. I just want to make sure I'm done.
Does he seem trustworthy? Do you believe him? Let me know in chat.
How certain are you that you didn't provide any live rounds to the set of Rust?
I have provided blanks and dummy rounds and guns to over 1,000 different productions. And on average, it's 5 to 10 guns per episode, per feature film. And each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it. So that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds. And I have never spent more time with a single box of dummy rounds than the rounds that came from 1883, the dummy rounds that went to Ross. So there was never a question in my mind that I provided the live ammunition to Ross.
Okay. I'll pass this witness. And Mr. Spiro, is there an exhibit that you need me to provide?
That was very rehearsed to me. Why wouldn't he just say absolutely not? I never did. That was very deceptive, in my opinion. I might be in the minority. Okay, Spiro, get him.
So we
Get
have
this guy.
thousands of times you've provided ammunition to movie sets that you just told me about.
Blanks and dummy rounds.
I know. I apologize.
That's
I'm
all
not,
right.
I'm not trying to use the word ammunition to
Okay.
get you.
Gotcha.
All right. In the thousands of times you've done that, that would mean
I'm sorry, Your Honor, Ms. Johnson's asking to approach.
Seriously? God, this is such a mess. So to clarify for everybody right now, just for anybody who's joining us, who's late, we are currently in a motion to dismiss. This is not the trial. The jury is not in the room. We have just heard from Seth Kenny. He was questioned by Morrissey. And Larry's theory on what is currently happening is that there is still a potential plea deal that is pending, and that Morrissey wants to preserve the record, to preserve Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's conviction. If she does not do this now, it's possible that she will lose that appeal. I presume that Hannah's lawyers will be appealing her conviction because there could be potential Brady violations for her. This is very, very problematic. Now, we just heard from Seth Kenny, who I don't know if he was originally going to be called today or if he was called specifically in relation to this motion that came up today. But he is a state's witness. He's not a witness for the defense. Spiro is about to cross-examine him, and he has claimed that he had nothing to do with the live rounds that came onto set. He thinks that Hannah's father wanted to place the blame on him and point the finger at him. He's produced text messages where he's told Hannah that she's not allowed to shoot live rounds when she asked if she could shoot live rounds from the prop gun. Now, this has been entered into evidence, although the evidence numbers are different. This is not the same evidence numbering system because we are in a current motion. So we're like in a trial within a trial. So right now we are just waiting for whatever conference is going on between Johnson and the judge. I don't know who else is up there. I don't know if there's a defense attorney up there. But whenever we are able, I'm looking forward to Spiro cross-examining this witness because Seth Kenney, to me, seems very dishonest and very coached. Okay, so Morrissey's up there as well. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if this will change anything. Let me see if Larry is tweeting anything from the courtroom. Larry is saying, I think I'm starting to get the picture. The prosecution still screwed up. They failed to turn over all evidence. But Morrissey is trying to protect the Gutierrez conviction. She doesn't want this faux pas of failing to turn over evidence to taint Hannah's case. That's Larry's opinion.
Okay.
You can go check him out on X
The
and follow his
1,000
tweets.
productions that you said over 1,000 different productions.
Feature films, episodics,
Okay. 5 to 10 guns per episode per feature film.
or an episode.
Each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it. So that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds. Right?
Yes. 5,000. Yeah, that's the math. Yeah.
And you're telling this court that of all the dummy rounds and all the productions in all the years, these 50 were the ones that you checked the most.
They required the most time because of the antiquing and because that, again, some of them had a muddy rattle. So there was no point in providing a dummy round that had a muddy rattle to set. That's the last thing you want to have happen. And so each one had to ring clearly with the number 2 lead shot inside of it.
And of all the dummy rounds on all the sets, these ones had a muddy rattle.
No, the ones that were excluded had a muddy rattle.
I see. You provided 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Russ, correct?
Yes. And more specifically through Sarah Zachary. She picked them up.
Right. And you know Sarah Zachary was at your prop house on the 12th of October, correct?
Yes.
And you came back from Albuquerque. You came back from 1883 on the 11th, at least one trip, correct?
Yeah, I arrived sometime in the middle of the night, the night of the 11th. It could have been past midnight.
You've got to put it on. Okay. Thank you. You arrived the 11th.
Night of the 11th.
She comes the 12th.
Yes.
Shooting happens on the 21st.
Yes.
Russ needed 45 long Colt dummies.
May have knew they were running short.
Okay, they may have not needed it the most of all time, but they needed it, right?
Possibly.
You have already told this court that you had brought 45 long Colt rounds from the set of 1883, correct?
The dummy rounds from the prop truck. Yes.
There were also live ammunition on 1883, correct?
No.
There was no live ammunition on the set of 1883, not on the set of 1883, at the cowboy camp, just off the set of 1883.
Not even close to anything that was filming.
Okay, so not anywhere close to filming, and not on the set, but at 1883's cowboy camp.
The cowboy training camp for 1883. Yes.
Okay.
Live, yes.
And you brought some of those live rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
The live 45 long Colt rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
And you've told this court that when you brought them back, they were between 50 and 100, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you provided 45 long Colts. Again, you say dummies, I get it. To Sarah Zachary, correct?
Correct.
Those were Starline brass with nickel primers, correct?
Yes.
The invoice you provided to Sarah Zachary and the set of Rust had 200 listed as the amount that you provided, correct?
I don't recall.
Do you deny it?
Sounds about right. It could be. The invoice was generated weeks after, so it was done from memory at that point.
Okay. Have you been watching any of this trial?
Just the headlines, whatever comes on the news.
Okay. Do you know that on direct examination of CST Popple, that this was entered into evidence, which is states 30.
I haven't seen her at all during
Got
this
it.
trial.
Well, eventually on cross-examination, it turned out that these were, of course, the rounds provided, correct?
Except for the bright one in the lower row in the middle, just above the 2 zeros that are next to each other. Yeah, in the evidence number, I don't believe that is a round that came from PDQ.
When you say you don't believe, which I think you said a direct, is you're not certain, but you don't believe, correct?
It's 2.5 years ago. It does not appear. I'm 99.9% sure that was not inclusive of the original styrofoam insert of 50 in the box.
Okay, so it sounds like you're not certain, but fairly certain, and it's been a long time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, when your memory was fresher, you actually received a photograph of this, and you told Detective Hancock this, and it has a nickel primer, which is sketchy. Correct?
Can I don't know what the photograph is. A photograph of what?
Did you, in fact, tell Detective Hancock that that picture?
I love how you just
that
steamrolled
round
over her.
Was sketchy.
I recall saying that or texting her, possibly texting her saying that, because it was concerning because it didn't look like any of the antique rounds that I had provided.
Right. So at the time, years ago, when you first see this, when your memory was fresher, the word you used was sketchy, correct?
I recall that, yes.
The incident happens on the 21st of October, and at 1:55 p.m., you receive a text message from Sarah Zachary telling you that this has occurred, correct?
I think it wasn't telling me that it occurred. It just said emergency in all caps.
And you called her, right?
I did. I missed a call from her, received the text. I think I said I'd call her back, and I did.
Okay.
Within just a minute or two.
And between the time you provided, whatever it is that you provided to Rust, and the moment you get that emergency text, isn't it fair to say you're not sitting around, daydreaming and wondering and thinking about each round you provided and whatever you provided to the set? You do this for a living. You do it lots of times, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
But the moment that happens, right, things change, didn't they?
What changed?
Well, Miss Hutchins died, right?
I wasn't aware of that till hours later.
You spoke to Miss Zachary 5 times that night, right?
I don't recall. Probably.
Ms. Zachary, had the shell casing, right, at one point that evening?
No, I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
No, that she said she held the spent case from the gun. I don't recall that.
Sarah Zachary threw out some of the evidence, correct?
I had heard that months and months afterwards, that she had thrown out dummy rounds from Jensen Ackles' gun.
Months and months?
I believe so.
Sure about that?
Fairly. It's been a long time.
Right. And the only messages that we have from around that time we're going to look at. But you knew at that moment that you had just provided 45 Starline brass dummies, correct? With nickel primers.
Nearly all the dummy rounds I provide are Starline brass.
And you would agree with me that anybody who did provide that round or brought it onto the set would have every reason to want to deny that, correct?
No. Hannah Gutierrez admitted in questioning at the sheriff's office that she brought the box that contained the live rounds.
No, she didn't. She actually said she hadn't seen that box. And that's just something that's been fed to you by the prosecutors. Isn't that true?
No, I've actually seen
shots
the
fired.
interview.
Okay. Well, we can pull up that interview if we need to. So the week after the accident, that we have some of your text messages, right?
Yes,
Okay. And
Oh, that's gonna
you
go.
weren't sleeping, right?
correct.
You were drinking a lot.
I don't even remember.
You were talking to your cop buddies to try to get advice about the case.
Oh,
I don't recall that.
You texted Sarah Zachary in the days that followed. Do not say anything or write anything to anyone, right?
Whoa.
Yes, I remember that
Whoa.
Do
The guy was
nothing,
never in the
say
house.
nothing, write nothing. Correct?
text. Correct.
She told you she wanted to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
You told her not to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Holy.
In fact, at one point you just said shh with an emoji, right?
I don't recall that.
That's not
Okay.
sketchy at all.
You did provide Detective Hancock. Do we have that photo that was entered into evidence on the screen?
Get him, Spyro. Oh, this is
Did
amazing.
you email that? Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll get it in a minute. But the one that you just saw on the screen of you and Mr. Teskey, do you remember that photograph that you just looked at?
With the reloads?
Yeah.
Yes.
You actually took a screenshot of that and sent it to Detective Hancock, correct?
It sounds like something I would do. I don't recall doing it, but it sounds accurate.
Okay. Does it sound like I don't have the photo, so, but the photo that you took and sent to of the screenshot that you sent to Detective Hancock, it included that line. Yes, this is evidence in the accidental death, right?
That was my speculation prior to learning that the live rounds from Rust had nickel primers,
Well, sir, that's the problem with your testimony, isn't it?
which is what?
In the very same text chain, you ask about nickel primers. So how is it possible that you didn't know about it when you said that this is evidence in the accidental death?
Because the meeting with Hancock and the text exchange with the pitcher occurred on November 1st. 2 days later, on November 3rd, I had asked by text whether or not any of the rounds had nickel primers. And he replied, Troy Teskey replied, no. And at that point, that was the reason why.
So this is,
I wanna know,
I think it's Court Exhibit 2, perhaps, of this hearing.
This one? No. Mine are Roman numeral 1 and 2.
It's going to be States 1.
States
I just
1.
haven't had a chance to mark it.
That's fine. We'll call it States 1 for now. You see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay. And you say, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death, correct?
That's on November 1st, yes.
Correct. That's what you wrote, sir, right?
On November 1st, yes.
Okay. And you didn't say anything about speculating, did you?
No.
Okay, but when you screenshot this to Detective Hancock, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, let me ask you, after he says, okay, you say, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, so it's, this sucks, but she's trying to blame everybody else, right?
Yes.
This sucks that it comes from the same batch,
I would-
but it's really her fault because she loaded into the weapon, right?
Well, first off, I pronounced that ugh.
Are you kidding
And then
me?
what was the second
Who
part of your question?
cares? Why does that matter,
But it's
dude?
her fault because she loaded into the weapon, correct?
So evasive.
Certainly.
And you said that over and over again as you continue to meet with law enforcement that whatever happened here, it's her fault. She loaded it, correct?
Well, certainly she's responsible for loading a live round into a gun on a movie set.
How come when you provided the screenshot, this is defense 1 for the hearing. How come when you provided to the defense A, sorry, Your Honor. How come when you provided the screenshot of the text message to Detective Hancock, you left out the, this sucks. But seriously, she's trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
If you put that back up, I think you'll see that the digital keyboard is in the way of whatever's underneath it.
I see. And is there something with your phone where you can't take multiple screenshots and just go further down like you did 10 other times in this case?
That's a picture of a picture.
I understand that, but I'm asking you,
That's
why didn't you provide the message of, this sucks?
I did, and what I'm saying to you is that when you take a picture of a phone with a keyboard up, it's going to block the lower half of the message.
Okay, so on November 1st, you agreed to an interview with Detective Hancock, correct?
Sounds about right. Yeah.
No other
Yeah,
officer,
November 1st, yeah.
no other officers were present, correct?
It was just Hancock in the interview room, correct?
And you talked about your phone call that you made with Troy Teskey, right?
I did it in front of her.
No, I know. You were very, very cooperative, correct?
I thought so.
I don't think you mentioned on direct examination, but tell me if I'm wrong. You also made a phone call to Joe Swanson in front of Detective Hancock.
I don't recall it being in front of Hancock. It was as I was driving away, and it dawned on me that I kept on seeing brass and nickel, and it didn't wash with me. It didn't make sense.
Joe Swanson and the original batch of the ammunition was very much on your mind. Fair?
Of the reloads, yeah, I was fairly confident that somehow some of that reloaded ammunition came in through a piece of leather, or Hannah had been shooting, gotten hold of some of it, been shooting it, commingled it with dummy rounds. I was concerned that it was going to be a Joe Swanson reload.
It turns out you actually made the call to Joe Swanson within earshot of the police recording equipment. And you asked Mr. Swanson about the green ammo can.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And you then said, shit. Well, she didn't do her fucking job.
Now I recall. Yes.
I bet you do, right?
Now I recall. Gee, I wonder why. This guy is so culpable. Oh my God. This is
And the
ridiculous.
she who didn't do her fucking job was the armorer, right?
Correct.
And the shit is the commingled rounds, isn't it?
Gotcha.
Well, I think the shit was a concern that Swanson was going to get dragged into this, and it was going to have been some of his reloads that caused the death and injury.
That's
Oh,
bold.
the exclaiming of the shit was your concern for Joe?
I think it's a collective. I mean, there's 4 of them there. There's
So,
a lot of shit.
Is he saying that each word is about a different issue?
So
Because
some of the shit, some
my
of the shits
God.
were for everybody that had ever touched the
the
commingled round.
whole thing is awful.
Okay.
bro,
Can we agree that you didn't intentionally provide live ammunition instead of rust?
We can agree that it didn't at all.
Okay. Well, we can't actually agree to that.
Okay.
And by the way,
big liar. Big
that's
fat
November
liar.
1st. November 30th, okay, a month later, the police come knocking with a search warrant, right?
Yes.
Just like you were there at the truck search, you were there at the PDQ warrant search, right?
I was on a connector flight from Phoenix.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Both times, both at the truck and at your the search at your prop house, both times you happened to be grabbing onto a flight and getting there just that day, right?
No, actually, I was in Las Cruces on Bruce Willis's final movie, finished that, and was heading to the Rust set directly from Las Cruces.
I love the
driving
name
in
dropping.
the Sprinter van.
Oh,
That was after you got
we were just
the
hanging
code
out.
to the safe, right?
I recall that I got the code while driving.
So if law enforcement were to have represented in this courtroom that they needed you to open up the safe and that's why you were at the truck search, that's not actually true because Sarah Zachary had the code, they had the code. That whole story about needing you there for the code is pure fiction, right?
I don't know that it's fiction. I think it was more along the lines of Hancock wanted to interview me, and also I wanted to be there to assist in any way that I could have with the investigation. So I think they're being cordial in waiting for me to show up.
Okay. Back to PDQ. The warrant was signed by a judge authorizing them to search your property, right?
I saw that, yes.
And when you saw in the warrant that it talked about the reloads and the green ammo can, you actually started to text Detective Hancock, upset with her for including that in the warrant, didn't you?
I did.
He did? Wait, what?
You had video surveillance at PDQ, correct?
There was, I don't recall exactly at what point the camera overrode itself.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was just you had surveillance footage at PDQ. In fact, in the
Yeah, but excuse me, if the footage has been overwritten, then I don't have it.
That wasn't what he asked.
you have surveillance equipment there that records whether it's overwritten or not. You don't know. Is that your testimony?
I have surveillance equipment. Yes.
Okay. And actually, during the search of PDQ, you were looking at your phone because you have a remote access, trying to see the surveillance footage and what it was catching. Remember that?
I don't recall that. No.
Do you deny it?
If I was actually inside the premises,
You're inside the premises on your phone looking at the surveillance equipment that you have remote locked into your cell phone.
I don't recall. It's
But you're-
possible.
Okay. And the testimony you have given this court is at that point in time, right? There's a green ammo can there, correct?
Yes.
The same green ammo can you're calling Swanson and Teskey about in front of Hancock, correct?
He sounds, yeah, roughly accurate. Yes.
Right. And written on it was the word empty, right?
Was it? Oh, on, yeah, black ink next to the silver duct tape on top. Yes.
And lo and behold, law enforcement doesn't find anything in the empty can, right?
There was tags and office supplies and other things in it.
But we know at one point there was ammunition in it, right?
Last time was in Texas.
Nothing further.
Damn. He obliterated him.
Unless the court has any questions for the witness, I don't
This
have
witness
anything.
is excused. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Next witness.
What now? God, what do you guys think? I feel like Spire did amazing with that cross. That was excellent. That was incredibly impressive. He's really shining. He's in his element here. Mr. Kenny, you are a liar and a cheat.
Thank you.
What a scumbag. I don't believe a single word he says. Shit, shit, shit. Morrissey doesn't look happy. Not at all. All right. It looks like we are resuming with Ms. Hancock, I believe. Corporal Hancock. Let's see if Larry has anything to say.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Corporal. On November 1st of 2021, did you have a meeting with Seth Kinney?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
I don't know the entirety of the purpose of it, but I think it was something to do with ammunition for Rust.
And were you provided, or did Mr. Kinney share with you a photograph of ammunition?
Yes.
And do you recall the photograph?
No, I don't.
Would you recognize it if I showed it to you?
I might.
Thank you to all 9,500 concurrent viewers. We appreciate you. You're amazing. Make sure you hit the like button. Please subscribe. Thank you for being with us.
Not entirely, no.
Okay, let me show you something else. Would it refresh your memory if you saw the text exchange between Mr. Kinney and Mr. Teskey?
Yes.
Can you see that? Do you want me, I'm going to enlarge it. Do you see the date?
I do.
I'm going to go down so you can see the rest of it. Do you see the rest of it?
Yes, I do.
Is that the photograph of the ammunition that was shared with you by Mr. Kinney that came from Mr. Teskey on November 1st?
I remember this conversation between the two of them.
Okay, explain it to us then.
Um,
And I'm sorry, I'm showing you for the record, States Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, tell us about the conversation.
Yes.
Tell us about this meeting. What happens?
So this was a conversation with Troy and Seth, and I guess an exchange of where the rounds that Troy may have had that could have been in relation to Rust. Right? Yeah.
So, did you see this photograph on that day?
Yes.
And were you able from the photograph to determine whether or not these rounds were similar to the rounds found on the set of Rust?
These would not have been similar to what we had found on Rust.
Okay. And from this vantage point, how can you see that?
So some of them, well, a lot of them have an actual head stamp of companies or manufacturers such as Winchester, BHA. I think the other one says CBC. It's a little hard to see with the shadowing in the picture. The only one out of these that would have been somewhat similar to what we had found on Rust is the third one from the left, which shows the Starline brass logo and it says 45 Colt. However, a distinguishable difference in this round and what we had found on Rust would have been the color of the primer. They're different colors.
Okay. If you recall, did you yourself ever have a conversation with Mr. Teskey?
Not where it was just me and him, but I have had a conversation with him in the conversation.
So let me ask you this. After you were provided this information, the photograph and the information about the rounds, where was your understanding of where those rounds were located?
In Arizona.
And did you have any communications with Mr. Teskey about obtaining those rounds?
Yeah, I had asked Mr. Teskey at least a couple times for him to figure out how to send those rounds to the sheriff's office. I asked him on a couple different occasions to either ship them or figure out a way that we could still get them in the sheriff's office possession.
And you wanted to do that even though they didn't appear to match the rounds from Rust?
Yes.
Why?
Because the investigation in itself was still very fresh at that time. It was still ongoing. I wanted to make sure that we had all the information that was brought forward to us in order to continue this investigation.
Did you see Mr. Teskey at Ms. Gutierrez's trial?
I did.
And were you aware that Mr. Teskey was a friend of Ms. Gutierrez's father?
Yes.
Did you receive any communications during the Gutierrez trial relating to Mr. Teskey?
I did.
Tell us about those.
So during her Hannah's trial, or near the end of it, I had gotten some correspondence that a male by the name of Troy Teskey had came in and had ammunition, and that he wanted to turn it over.
Came in where?
To the courts.
So he came here?
Yes.
To this building?
Yes.
And who did he speak to, if you know?
He spoke to I believe the deputies downstairs that were working the courts.
And what were you doing at that point in time?
I was here in trial.
So you receive information that there's a person down there that has what?
Ammunition.
And how did you respond? What did you do?
I had asked the deputy, I said, can you just have him wait here until I have a moment that I can speak with him.
Did he wait for you?
No.
Where do we go from here? What happens next?
From there, I believe we had a break. I had asked where Troy was. They said he was no longer here. And then further on into the day, I don't know if it was a call or a text message, but I had gotten word that Troy had shown up to the sheriff's office and was trying to turn over that ammunition. At that point, we're still in trial, so I have a little bit of limited time and where I need to figure out logistics with this. And I believe I had gotten a call from the lieutenant or someone there, and I said, okay, well, I'm still here, but I will make contact with him at a later point and get a statement from him so we can figure out what to do with this.
And at that point in time, were you aware that he had left some ammunition at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And did you take steps to contact Mr. Teskey to take his statement?
I did. I called him twice when I had found out that he had shown up to the sheriff's office. I didn't receive, or he didn't pick up the phone, and I never received a call back.
And let me ask you, why is it important for you to take his statement?
Because I need to figure out what to do with this ammunition and how it would potentially be tied to the case and in what way, so I can figure out what to do with it after that.
At the time that you were reaching out to him that day, do you have any idea whether or not this is related to the case?
Just by him saying it might be, but not in what context it would have been.
But you didn't speak to him?
No.
Okay. And is that the reason you were trying to reach him?
Yes. And to try to set up something where I could have a discussion or an interview with him.
And you want to have the interview because you want to see if it's tied to the case?
Yes.
So you call him twice, and does he respond?
No.
Do you continue to try to reach him?
I did try to reach him again. I believe it was the following week. I tried to reach out a couple times and never received a response back.
So if you don't have a witness who will give you an interview regarding the items that they've dropped off at the sheriff's department, how do you know that they're in any way related to the case?
I really wouldn't, because I didn't have a discussion with him.
Has Mr. Teskey ever returned your calls?
No.
Did you are you aware that the exchange between Mr. Teskey and the people at the sheriff's department that took place when you were in trial with me, are you aware that at least part of that was recorded on a body-worn camera?
I know now.
When did you learn that?
Today.
And have you had an opportunity to review it?
We've
Yes.
never been given this, Your Honor.
I just got it. So
I just want the court to know. This is
I can give it to them.
This is the newest of the revelations.
So there's when Teskey comes into the station, it's being recorded on a body worn camera.
I believe that the defense did have it because they knew what Mr. Teskey was saying to Popple. That's the basis of the cross-examination.
Well, it's not it hasn't been admitted as an exhibit.
Sure, and I can call Popple and have it admitted as an exhibitor. I can call Brandel, but it's a motion hearing. How do you want me to handle it? She's now seen it. I can give it to the defense.
No, I'm going to have the person that whose body it was on. Let me ask you, in the meantime, while I'm listening to this testimony, can I have the exhibits from Popple that she testified about the bullets and what they were, when they went to the FBI? Her inventory of bullets. May I have those exhibits? I know there's a lot of them.
Sure. I think there are probably some also from the defense. So does the defense want to go through their file? Do you want me
I
to
just
do it?
want the ones that Popple testified off of, not any
I don't
cross.
remember exactly.
Are you looking for the one that I just highlighted specifically?
No, I'm looking for the ones that Popple testified, she inventoried and had tested.
Are you asking for scene photos or no? Just the ones that she had at the
Yes,
sheriff's
yes,
department?
where she went through and somewhere in Ziplocs.
Okay, so not scene photos, just the ones from the sheriff's department?
Mhm.
Okay.
Do you have those?
I'm wondering how many witnesses are going to be part of this motion.
We don't have the body worn camera.
I'm hearing you.
I'm really
Let me-
curious.
I want to look at the bullets. The physical. I'll take the physical.
You don't need photos of boxes,
No,
just.
no,
okay.
I want what she testified of, the ones that were gathered at the scene, and then she went through how she tested them. There they are. Okay. All right, I think these are fine, Ms. Morrissey. Okay, thank you.
The only witnesses that were mentioned previously in terms of this motion,
Okay.
this is the last one, I
I
think.
was gonna take the photos, but these are good too.
I don't know what happens after
Are
this.
these, may I ask, are these all the?
Let's see what
these are
Larry
all
has
that
to
were
say.
gathered at the scene, were they?
They are,
These are the sum total?
correct. There were only 5 live rounds in addition to the spent casing.
Okay, which ones were, okay, were only the live rounds tested by the FBI? No, there were more that were tested by the FBI.
There were dummy rounds that were sent to the FBI that were confirmed to be dummy rounds.
Okay, that's what I want to look at.
The
Do you have
dummy-
pictures? Do you have pictures of that?
I don't think we've had her testify to that. I don't know.
Can I have all the exhibits?
Kim,
that,
I'll get to your question soon.
that were entered while she testified? That's the best way to put it.
So again, all these exhibits are being entered in for the motion,
Sorry,
not
to
for the trial itself. That's why they have a different numerical system. They're starting with 1, 2,
Do you
3,
want them from
etc.
the state and the defense?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm,
Do you want to announce what they are? Hayden,
Let's hear about these
can you
exhibits
tell us what
first.
the exhibits are during Popple's testimony? Or I actually can, because I took notes. There they are. Let me do it.
So right now, this is all about the motion to dismiss. We are in the middle of a motion to dismiss. We are not at the Alec Baldwin trial. We are at the motion to dismiss this case. Both witnesses who just testified, they are testifying in relation to this motion because new evidence has come to light that puts the state's case in jeopardy based on Brady violations. While the judge is deciding, we are hearing from these 2 witnesses. We first heard from Mr. Kenny, Seth Kenny, and Alexandria Hancock. I do not believe that Morrissey mentioned any other witnesses she wanted to call. I believe this is to preserve the record for the Gutierrez conviction so that it does not get
Do you want me
overturned.
to tell you what they are?
And thank you, Matrix, for gifting 10 memberships. We really appreciate you.
Next to me has them. I'm just trying to get there. So I don't want you to list them off to me yet.
Well, it's just 15 through
Oh, Alex smiling. That's fantastic. Thank you,
21.
Matrix.
And I'm looking to start here at
Alex doesn't
15.
look
I'm
too
not
worried.
finding 15, so give me just a minute.
Kim, I'm
I've
so
got
glad that answered your
18
question.
set aside. I've got 17 set aside. 15, 16. What was the other one? That's 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay. And then 20, 21, 23.
Okay, slow down, because it's, if you would, please.
We are all waiting for the judge to rule on this motion. She cannot rule on the motion, I don't think, until Morrissey is done with her witnesses. I don't know what's going to
What was
happen.
Give me the
But-
first number again. We've got a ton of
20,
exhibits
20,
here.
21,
Larry thinks
20
there are going to be
21?
fireworks.
Okay, hang on,
23,
hang
25.
on, hang on. This is 20. You want
Oh,
that?
no, I just want the guns.
Based on his
Uh,
experience, he feels a lot is going to happen. This is
21
still a
is
very
the
exciting
shot in
day.
the pew.
Yeah, I don't want the pew. I want
Okay, what else?
just
So here's 10. Do you want that? That's a scene photo. But she testified to it.
a scene photo. What do
So
you
they're
mean?
going
It's from
over
it's from
all the
set of
exhibits
props. It was
now.
taken on the set.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want these? This does, okay.
And oh my God, Alec
This
just walked
one
out of
has
the courtroom
ammunition
again.
on it.
Which is that from, oh, no, I don't want,
This
I
is
only want
9.
the ones on the set, not in PDQ.
Okay.
This feels very
So
tedious,
what
but it's crucial
I'm
for the judge to rule on her motion.
handing you is all photos of state's
Sorry, defense
exhibits
motion.
that were of ammunition. Do you want the spent casing?
Same, Kim. Me too.
Do you want me to go through the defendant's exhibits?
I want the defendant to go through the defendant's exhibits.
Glad you asked.
Do you want this?
Yeah, sure. Where's
Okay,
that?
that's the spent casing.
Okay, yeah. I have them here.
There you go, Judge.
All right, thank you so much. These are it after all I asked for? Seems kind of thin from what I.
You know what? Hang on just a second. Let me go through these real quick.
This is
All right.
very unusual.
Just a second. Let me see what's in front of me.
These are enough. These are enough. Okay, I'm good.
She's
All right,
just
let
like,
me
don't
just
give me
use
anything else.
These, okay? Let me just see if I might ask for more later. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt your question.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so we'll resume with questioning. I'm sure there will be cross. I don't know what's going to happen after that.
Due to Mr. Teskey's refusal to speak to you, were you ever able to tie the items that he dropped off at the sheriff's department to the set of rest?
No.
Given that this is a motion hearing, and if the court wants me to do this a different way, please tell me. Over the lunch break, were we able to obtain the video and watch it?
Yes.
Did you hear what Mr. Teskey said in the video regarding whether or not these came from the set of Rust?
He said that they were not from the set.
That's what he said on the video.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm happy to get.
He can't cross-examine off of this.
Sure, and I can get it to him.
Well, you are going to give it to him, and this testimony, he can call her back up if he wants. but-
Absolutely, sure. I'll pass the witness.
All right, I have some questions. Can you put back on that video of the text that Seth Kenny
Sure.
got from Teskey?
I'm here for Spyro. 110%.
If you guys have a flash drive, I'll give you that video right now.
And can you blow that up,
You want the top or the bottom?
the top?
Okay,
All right, I'm going to ask some questions.
sure.
All right, we got Alec back in the courtroom. He doesn't have coffee this time. Sorry to
All right,
disappoint you
so
guys.
you testified that that only one seemed similar. Let's see, you said. One similar to the Starline brass color primer in Arizona, and that it's the third one. It says 45 Colt.
It didn't seem similar in the primer. It was different in the primer color. So
In what, why is it different in the primer color?
because the primer on the third one it's a brass color. The primers that came from Rust were silver.
These are, you counsel, you need to come up. Counsel, you need to come up. I'm questioning, you're gonna need to see this, both of you.
I can see what you're showing her. I saw what you're showing her.
Oh my God, Morrissey,
I
stop.
see- I don't.
The
I don't see
attitude.
what's over here.
Right, but this is in reference to the live ammunition.
Look, you just testified. Let me just ask this. None of these look similar to the set on Rust,
To the live ammunition.
to the live ammunition on
Yes,
Rust.
ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
But it still looks similar to what was on Rust.
Yes, yes.
This is interesting. The judge is asking her questions directly.
It looks similar to these on Rust.
For the dummies, yes.
Yes, it looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Have you guys seen
Dummies,
this before?
but not live.
Okay, I
This is
understand your
unusual.
distinction on
Okay.
live. But they still look similar. That one, the third one from the left, still looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Can I proceed, Joe?
Yes.
Huh. Well, okay.
I may not even need
There's
the video
Spyro.
right now, so we can start without that.
It's not common. It probably does happen, but I just haven't seen that
Um,
before.
Good afternoon, Corporal. When you started investigating this case, you were investigating this concept of sabotage, that there could have been an intentional live bullet placed onto the set. Do you remember that?
Not originally, but later on, yes.
Okay, and obviously if somebody,
I missed the question. Let me just ask it. So they're not similar to the live rounds. That was not similar to the live rounds, but they were similar to the dummies on rust.
That's correct.
Okay. And the dummies on rust were tested with the live ammo by the FBI.
Yes, some of the dummies were sent.
So we're just
Some of the dummies
interrupting
that looked
Spiral?
like that one
What?
on the phone.
I couldn't say which exact ones were sent to the FBI.
Okay, but you just testified that that looks similar to the dummies on rust.
Yes.
You didn't differentiate, and that some of the dummies on rust were sent to the FBI.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
so at certain point early on in this case, you entertained the possibility that this was an actual sabotage, that somebody could have intentionally placed the lethal bullet onto set, correct?
Yes.
And you quickly dispensed of that concept, right?
I don't think it was quickly dispensed. It was investigated.
Okay. And fair to say that if that had happened, that would have been a far different case, right?
It could have been. I don't.
And so then you turn to the idea of, well, somebody outside of Rust could have placed or been the cause of the ammunition ending up on set. And you interviewed Seth Kenny, I think you told this court yesterday, 10 times at least, right?
Yeah, I can't put an exact number, but it was a few times, yes.
Right. And that would have been a different case also, right?
If he had provided them in relation to this case or in relation to the past case,
In relation to any case.
it's hard to say.
Well, you were here for investigator, I'm going to do this again, CST Popple's testimony yesterday, weren't you?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to view the 45 Starline brass that came out of this package today, correct?
No.
You haven't looked at it yet?
No.
Okay.
He was excluded as a witness, I think.
And are you aware, as you sit here, that there was 45 long cold Starline brass nickel in the courtroom today from CST Popple?
I just found that out today.
Okay. So you were here for this testimony in this courtroom. And let me ask you, Ms. Popple, the ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought into you after the conviction, you still have it? Answer, yes. Question, you can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right? Answer, yes. And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of Rust, correct? Yes. And that it is obvious. Just when you look at it, it is not. Yes. Remember that testimony that you were sitting here for?
Yes, I do.
And that turns out to be completely false, doesn't it?
You're correct.
Mr. Kenny was just here. Did you see him in the hallway?
I saw him in passing, yes.
You interviewed him, I think you said over 10 times, right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
40 plus phone calls, I think.
It was a lot.
Okay. And we have some of those text messages. And I'm going to put up defense B. On the screen. And it's not working. Okay.
Wait, from Larry. Hancock confirms that Popple's testimony earlier today about the ammunition was a lie.
Okay. And you see at the top, this is a screenshot that he's sending you, right?
Yes.
And you see it ends with, yup, it's evidence. Yup, it's evidence in the accidental death, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Wow.
Okay. And he does not include the ugh, this sucks when he sends it to you, right? You don't see any ugh, this sucks on this, do you?
No.
It talks about how it looks like it's been reloaded. And that's him telling you that, right?
Sorry, let me just read it really quick.
Sure.
Just to
Okay.
be clear, the state lied.
And you ask a very interesting question,
Big time.
Corporal, that sounds a lot like the question the court just asked you. You ask, do you think it could have come from the same batch since it's a different color, right?
Yes.
And he says, in writing, in no uncertain terms, I thought the same thing regarding the primer, but Joe has been known to mix different color primers and blanks. So no, still highly likely that it's from the same batch. Did I read that right?
Yes.
My God.
And you had that information in the month following the incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to fast forward. I'm not going to go through the Seth Kenny story with you today. Okay.
Okay.
Why is she smiling?
But
Is that just the way her face
fair
looks?
to say, if we even fast forward to the end, Mr. Teskey comes in, and you had known Mr. Teskey's name because Seth Kenny had called him in front of you, right?
Yes.
And Seth Kenny's name came up, withdraw. Troy Teskey's name came up several times because Seth Kenny brought him up several times, right?
Yes.
In relation to the idea that the same batch of rounds from 1883 had at different points and different quantities touched Joel Swanson, Troy Teskey, Seth Kenny, right? They were all involved.
I don't know if it was in relation to 1883 or where it originated from exactly, but that it might be related. It might be.
And that they would talk about in front of you on speakerphone the green ammo can that had leftover ammunition, correct?
Maybe. I'm not too sure.
Well, you're not denying that, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And in fact, when you went to search PDQ in the warrant that you put in front of a court to get access to PDQ, you wrote into that warrant that you needed to find the green ammo can, correct?
I did.
And the reason that you needed to find the green ammo can, as you explained in the warrant, was because there may be live ammunition on it that matched the round that struck Miss Hutchins, correct?
Yes, that was where that originated from was from Thel.
Well, but see, I knew you were going to do that. It's not the only place it originated from. It also came up with Mr. Teskey and Mr. Swanson in front of you on November 1st when Mr. Kenny found out and said, shit, but it's her fucking fault, right?
Oh, he's killing
He said
this.
that a lot.
He said that exact phrase.
That a lot?
Shit, but it's her fucking fault. He said that a lot.
Yeah.
Did you grow suspicious of Mr. Kenny if he kept saying that?
Oh my God.
No.
No?
Um,
No.
so in any event,
Really?
you knew that Mr. Teskey was at least somewhat involved because when you're interviewing Mr. Kenny, he's calling him in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Sending you screenshots of messages with him, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Teskey showed up here, according to you, at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Teskey then walked into the police precinct with ammunition that he claims and says is matching to the ammunition that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
I don't think he ever made the statement it was matching.
Well, that's really for law enforcement and the FBI to decide, isn't it?
Which would have been investigated if he would have answered a phone call or returned a phone call.
Okay, and I know we're going to get to that. Don't worry, but
Your
that's not
tax
wasn't the
dollars at
first
work.
excuse you gave, Corporal. The first thing you said when this came up on direct examination was that you didn't know it was related to this case. Do you remember testifying to that on direct?
How would I have known if I wasn't given an opportunity to talk to him myself?
You would have no way of knowing that the man who was on speakerphone with you talking to Seth Kenny, the man whose screenshots you received, the man who showed up at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, the man who walked into your precinct talking about the Rust movie, you would have no way of knowing that it was related to Rust?
I would have need to come to the conclusion myself that it could have been tied back to Rust. There's been many people throughout this investigation that state that they have evidence or testimony to give that wasn't in relation to what I was doing.
So are you
Uh-huh.
too dumb and too incompetent to realize that it's related to Rust? Because it is related to Rust. We know this
So is
now.
there other evidence in this case that has this quantum of proof that you have hidden from the defense?
I don't think
Oh,
I've hidden anything.
she
Is
doesn't
there any
think.
other evidence in this case that you think this court should be aware of, that you're aware of, Corporal Hancock?
No.
And
This is good.
when Mr. Teskey came in, he stated that he believed it was from the same batch of ammunition that was located at Seth Kenny's warehouse in Albuquerque, correct?
When he came in,
To the precinct.
so you're, sorry, I just want to understand this.
Mhm.
You're saying that Troy Teskey made the statement to law enforcement that the ammunition matched Rust.
Correct.
Where is that statement coming from?
In your own police report.
Oh,
I'm reading it.
in her own police. Are you kidding me?
Okay, so this,
Oh my God.
that's not my police report.
I didn't say it was your police report.
You
Corporal.
just said it was.
No, I said in the police report.
Just as a point of clarification, can we?
Is this an objection or is she just talking?
You gotta have an objection. Okay?
Objection, or is she just talking?
Running things.
My
Speak.
request is that we correct the record with regard to Mr. Styron's.
That is
statement.
not an objection.
Okay.
What is your objection?
Oh my
I want
God.
to correct the record that. he
One
actually did
word.
say, I'm showing you your police report.
He's corrected himself. A police report.
One word. Oh, the judge is not happy with Morrissey right now. You do a one-word objection, or you sit down and shut up.
In the department,
That was good.
in your sheriff office's police report, okay? I don't mean your personal police report, but in your sheriff's office police report, right?
Okay, understand.
And not only does this police report come into the very same sheriff's office, correct? Right? This is your police department, right?
Me too, Gail.
Yes.
Okay. Not only does it say live rounds of ammunition that he believed to be connected to the Rust case, right? You saw that, right? Okay.
Yes.
Not only does he say it's the same batch that was at Seth Kenny's, right?
I mean, that's what it says there. I don't remember that statement in the video, but
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because the videotape, whatever there is that has also not been turned over, it didn't necessarily capture every conversation that Mr. Teskey had inside the police department that day. You don't know that.
that's correct.
Okay. And the other thing that I wanted to mention at this point is it's not as if Mr. Teskey was talking to some random auxiliary cop that happened to be walking through the station. He was talking to CST Popple, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
The same
Oh, damn.
CST Popple that testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
That testified that everywhere in this case that she went, you went. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. She goes to the church on the day of the incident, you're there, right? She goes to the search of the truck, you're there. You go to PDQ, you're there. In the prosecutor's office, you're there. Trial prep, you're there. And that's who took this statement, right?
Yes.
You know, there's hundreds of items inventoried in this case, right?
Yes.
Every time you inventory an item in this case, there's no matching witness statement, right?
No.
Right? You pick up there's dozens of items, dozens and dozens of items that you all inventoried in this case that have no matching corresponding witness statement, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the story that has now been come up with, that the only reason we couldn't take this item was because there wasn't a matching witness statement, is just spun out of whole cloth, isn't it?
I don't think your statement's entirely correct. You said the reason why we couldn't take this item, which we did take the item.
You took the item, but you took it and put it in a different box than the rest of the items in the Rust case, correct?
Well, I don't think they're all, I mean, I'm not the evidence technician, so I don't know how
Well, you know this wasn't placed and designated as a Rust evidentiary matter. It was kept and vouchered, as you heard yesterday, under a completely separate identification number, correct?
A different case number.
Right?
Yes.
Unlike the hundreds and hundreds of other items that were collected in this case from a variety of sources, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And a lot of those items were like random, irrelevant, tangential things that all went into CST Poppl's inventory in this case, right?
I think all those items were collected on scenes through search warrants or through somebody that gave them to us that we could have had a conversation with. And I could be able to relate what that item was and how it may have been related to Rust.
There was no way to relate this item to Rust from the guys in your precinct telling you this is related to Rust, and you had spoken to him on speakerphone and you had gotten those text messages. There's no way to relate it.
Again, I didn't get a statement from him when he's dropping off this ammunition and didn't see it because I wasn't there when
Well,
he was dropping the ammunition off.
well, your colleagues got a statement, didn't they?
Yes.
Right? It's not like he didn't give a statement that day. He sat in the precinct and met in a room with your colleagues and did give a full statement. So that wasn't true either, right?
I didn't know that until today that he had sat down with someone.
Okay. But now that you know that,
They buried it, I'm sure of
now
it.
that you know that he gave a full witness statement,
Damn, he's
the
destroying her.
story that the only reason that law enforcement couldn't possibly dream up a way to connect this to Rust and put it with the rest of the evidence doesn't work anymore, does it? Because he did give a statement, right?
I'm not going to agree with that because he said it didn't come from the set.
Well,
So
you keep saying that, but he's not. The point of this isn't that he literally snuck onto the set and took it back, right? The point is that he had the matching ammunition so that we could understand the source of the lethal round, right?
but again, I didn't know he had matching ammunition.
Well, but your colleagues did.
Again, that wasn't something that was told to me.
I understand your testimony, but given that he all of the things we've just discussed about, wouldn't you agree with me that if law enforcement were to come into this court and say the only reason we couldn't possibly connect this to Rust was because he didn't give a witness statement, that doesn't work if he did give a witness statement? True?
Potentially, I'm going to still say that I wouldn't agree with that because I wasn't able to speak with him and how it would have been in relation to Rust.
Oh my God,
When
it's
we
your job.
Submit things, we normally need to have a way to describe to the lab the reason for the testing.
We're going to jump to testing now.
Okay, well, maybe not testing, but
Overruled.
You, I mean, is there a rule in your department that when you take in evidence from somebody who says it's connected to something, that you need to have some additional witness statements before you just voucher it and inventory it with the rest of the evidence? Is
You
there
maybe
some rule that you could
Follow up a little?
I don't think there's one.
Right. And in fact,
Wow.
there couldn't
Wow.
be because nowhere else in this case of the 100 of items did this rule apply, right?
But I don't know. I don't think it's correct to compare all the other items in this case to ammunition that was turned in during the end of a trial.
Okay. And I don't want to go through every single item that was inventory, voucher, whatever word you want to use in this case. But can we agree that there were lots of items vouchered and taken into evidence in this case that are more irrelevant than this very crucial piece of evidence, right?
I would say that there were items taken in that were irrelevant to maybe trials and all of that, but I can't say how relevant this is if I don't know the origination of where it came from.
And the real reason that you didn't inventory this with Rust evidence is because this harmed and jeopardized law enforcement's case, didn't it?
No, I wouldn't say it either way.
Okay. Well, you then told the court, right? So we've worked through a few of these things.
But it did.
First, you said you didn't know how it was connected. Then you said nobody
Two
interviewed him,
cases.
couldn't connect it. And then you said to this court that you followed up with Mr. Teskey, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you follow up in cases, right, and have all your police reports, you write down in a police report, attempted to contact manager Chi Ho, returned my call, missed his call, voice message, right, in your police reports, right?
In mine, that's not mine.
In law, I shouldn't keep using the word yours. In the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, when you all reach out to witnesses, there are often case supplemental reports indicating an attempt to contact someone, correct?
It's not a requirement.
Okay, did I ask you if it was a requirement?
And I'm just answering your question as to, I don't have to say every day and every time I tried to contact somebody.
Okay. But I'm asking you a slightly different question, which is that in this case, this Rust case, okay, there are lots of police reports in this case that are in your file, even if you didn't personally create them, that indicate law enforcement attempting to contact witnesses and failing to reach them, correct?
That specifically.
You can't answer that question, yes or no?
Well, I'm explaining why that was.
I didn't ask why. I'm just asking. In your own file that you as the lead agent have, there are lots of police reports that say Detective so-and-so tried to reach somebody, couldn't reach them. Isn't that true?
In this case, yes. And that was done for a specific reason.
Okay, that's great. When you reached out, according to you were trying, moving heaven and earth to try to reach Mr. Teskey. Did you ever create a supplemental police report?
No.
Okay, let's go on to the next thing, which is you testified on direct examination that
Exactly, Kim.
you then in the weeks, months, whatever that followed, you attempted to reach Mr. Teskey, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed your phone records?
For which ones?
Are you sure you did that?
She
I'm-
asked you a question.
I'm
Oh.
asking for which phone?
Well, which do you have multiple phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay, I know the cell phone number that you've given out in this case because we have those,
Mm-hmm.
right? Did you use that cell phone to contact Mr. Teskey?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used now.
Okay. Did you use the desk phone?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used.
Okay, well, there's no phone messages or calls to Mr. Teskey from the cell phone that you used when you were conducting the rest of your law enforcement in this case, or the precinct, when you claimed to this court that you called.
Yes, I did call him.
No, but I'm asking you a different. Well, let me ask this. Well, you don't know what phone you called from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, there are no calls from you and your cell phone that you used for everything else in this case to Mr. Teskey during the weeks that you claimed you were trying to reach him. Do you know that?
Okay, so that's my cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There's also no phone calls in the days and weeks that you claimed you were trying to reach him from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office,
Oh.
the 505-428-3700 number.
Oh, so there's no record of her
Okay.
calling him. So she never
That's
called
our
him.
dispatch number.
Okay. There's no messages from any Santa Fe Police Department's phone in his phone records during that time period that you claimed you were trying to reach him.
Yeah, but if I call, it's more than likely not going to come up from a no caller ID.
That's a no caller ID situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So why isn't
Um,
there a record of you calling him? That's not how that works.
I would like to see the body
No.
worn camera at some time if that's even necessary for this proceeding.
No, I'm not buying
And
this at
I have
all.
no further questions for this witness.
Court has, some follow-up questions. So on testimony,
What do you all think of this witness? I'd like to know.
I don't know which one, who asked it. But anyway, you understood that Troy Teskey came over to the court and the deputies told him to wait for you, and that when you came down, he was gone, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if exactly when I came down, but when I was looking for him, I was told he had
Okay.
left.
All right. And at that point, you were aware it was Troy
Yes.
Teskey?
Yes.
Okay. So then you find out that because he couldn't, well, assuming he couldn't reach you here, he went over to the sheriff's office, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say today that he did not, he said these weren't from Rust, That's from you reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
That they were not from the set.
The set, and that's from reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you just reviewed that today. You didn't review it before.
That's correct.
All right. So when you find out, I assume from Popple, that he was over there and he dropped off the ammo, right?
Yeah, but
Or-
I'm not exactly sure who told me, but
Okay. You can't confirm or deny that, well, you didn't know that he said it wasn't from the Rust set. In fact, the report says that he says it was from the Rust set, correct?
right, which I had just reviewed today as well.
Right, right. But
Yes.
when Popple when you were advised that Troy was there or was there, your understanding was that he was claiming it was from the Rust set.
I wouldn't say it was from the set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he told Popple it was related to Rust.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't go over to the sheriff's office and look at the ammo.
No, I was here.
Well, I understand you were here, but you didn't there, you said, well, Hannah Gutierrez's trial was over, which I took to mean that it wasn't pressing, but this case was ongoing at that time.
Yes.
So did you and Popple have a conversation about what to do with this ammo?
To my understanding, it was going to be put in evidence.
Which evidence?
Yeah,
at
that's
the
what I
sheriff's
was
office.
The Rust evidence?
Evidence for what?
No.
Why
just,
not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's office.
And why was that determination made?
As
When they
Dwight
Who made
was-
it? Let me ask you, who made it?
These were discussions that were had with myself, with the supervisors at that time, and then with the prosecutors.
Were you the lead investigator?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, and with the prosecutors.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you
she needs to lose her
all
job.
had discussions about what to do with what he dropped off.
Yes.
And you all agreed to put it in this separate file.
Yes.
Wow.
Just very, very brief follow-up on the court's questions. The defense requested, both through you and the prosecutors, to see all of the ammunition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, and I know it's obvious, but I want to make sure it's in the record, we were not ever shown that, correct?
Well, I believe that you guys had a secondary evidentiary meeting with the sheriff's office that was canceled the day before the meeting was supposed to happen. Or an evidence showing, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, we were able to come for some showings and not others. The reality is when we came for showings, you never showed us this evidence, correct?
I don't know if I can agree with you there, because even on the first day that I was present at the evidence hearing, we didn't get through all the evidence that they wanted to see that day.
But she had no intention of presenting it to them because she didn't even put it in the file.
If Ms. Popple said it was not in the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
If this ammunition, sorry, I just want to make
If
sure I'm
this-
understanding.
If
Is she seriously
what
trying to argue they intended to
Troy
show it to the
dropped off
defense?
was not in the evidence viewing because I can get the testimony, but they had a narrow. If Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing, that you did not gather it for the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
I believe that we were sent a list of what they wanted to see. And then, Your Honor, the first day that we had done an evidence showing, we didn't get through everything.
That's not what I asked you.
And then, yeah, I understand what I'm trying to, then we
Oh
had
my
another
God.
day.
Are you
Pardon me?
kidding
We
me?
had a second day that was set up to
I
continue.
asked you if you would disagree that Ms. Popple said that it was not included in the evidence
They
viewing.
never
Not
included it.
whether you got to it or whatever, but whether when they said we want evidence viewing, Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing.
I don't know if it was or wasn't.
Would you disagree with her is what I'm asking.
I really don't know how to answer
All right,
that.
Thank you.
Wow.
Redirect?
That was so cocky of her.
Provide the video until she logs into this system. Mr.
You know,
Spivers,
I don't even think the video is relevant. She did not view it until today, so you can look at it, but do you have any cross-exam for her?
I just need to develop my records, so I need to get the video in. I need to get the video.
You can get the video in, okay? Are you gonna get it in through her? Because I said it should come in from the person that wore the body
I
camera.
agree with you. He's here.
Okay, well, fine. So do you have any cross-examination for her?
I do.
I can only imagine the look on Larry's face right now. He has been tweeting.
Corporal, as you sit here today, do you have any reason to believe that the ammunition that was provided by Mr. Teskey came from the set of Rust?
No.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Not even based on the statement that he made to officers.
When you say that there were discussions and the decision was made by all of you to put that ammo in a separate file, right? Is that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
Yes.
Oh.
Let me give the court an offer of proof. And
Oh
if
my
Mr.
God.
Spivers wants me to, I'll testify under oath.
You are going to testify.
Sure, absolutely,
Oh my
I'm happy
God.
to.
Morrissey was part of the decision. She knew all about this all
I'm
along.
showing you State's Exhibit 16.
Oh my God.
How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
Oh, there's no coming back from that.
Because it was collected during a search.
Did it come from the scene?
Yes, I believe that one did come from the church or
State's
around.
Exhibit 29. How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
That was the casing that Marissa collected.
I'm stunned. She can't come back.
State's
From
Exhibit 10. How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
There should be criminal
Collected.
charges filed against this prosecutor. That was confirmation.
All
Morrissey
of
was
these
part of the
photographs and all of the items that are in evidence, how do you know they're related to the set of Rust?
Because we got them from Rust or during the investigation or some part of the investigation.
How
of
do you
Rust.
know these rounds were in any way related to the set of Rust?
I don't.
Okay.
Good Lord, I cannot breathe.
Let's bring in Randall, if that's his.
Are you finished?
Yes, I'm sorry. I
Witness is
apologize.
excused. Thank
Okay.
you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry. That
Your next
It is-
witness?
over. It is over. Apparently the whole courtroom gasped like I did just now. You guys, this is insane. Morrissey was a part of the decision to not include it in the Rust trial. That is insane. Morrissey is in on this. Morrissey made this decision. She is dirty. She deserves to go down. Oh my God. We're bringing in some guy named Randall who works for the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office. He wore the body camera when the Teskey interview
You swear
happened.
affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I am
Have a seat.
shocked.
Talk into the microphone.
Okay, I have to change this banner. Hold on 1 second. I'm really
State your name, sir.
It's Lieutenant Brian Brandel
How are you currently employed?
at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And do you know why you're here to testify today?
Yes,
Were you present when a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey brought ammunition into the sheriff's department?
yes, I was.
And at the time, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And has that now been provided to me?
Yes,
Now, just so that we're clear, when you ran your body-worn camera, how did you preserve that video?
it is uploaded into a WatchGuard cloud.
And when you upload them to a WatchGuard cloud, do you link them to a case number?
Yes, they can be linked to a case number.
Was this video linked to a case number?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the video, but I believe so.
Okay, and we have the video. I'm trying to. It's transferring over there? Okay, great.
Morrissey can't come back from this. I'm utterly convinced. That was wild. Oh, I cannot wait to hear from Larry about I mean, you can only imagine the look on his face when that happened. Although you've seen it, just Johnny Depp trial. Get her out of that courtroom, get her behind bars. I agree, Angel Australia. This woman is dirty. She is conniving. She was absolutely knowledgeable. She withheld evidence. According to the main investigator on the case.
Have you watched the video today?
Yes.
Did you watch it with me?
No, I did not.
Shameful.
I have no idea where it is now, so.
Well, we're going to have to mark it before we publish it.
Do you want me to put it on a flash drive for the court and
No,
mark
I
it
want you
that
to
way?
move it into evidence.
Sure, I'm working on pulling it up.
Yeah, sure.
Do you know the date that this was recorded?
I believe it was March 6th, 2024.
Yes, Kim, I agree.
Would this be State's Exhibit 2?
I don't know.
I think it is. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 2.
Thomas is asking what happened for those of us who just arrived. Morrissey was
Yeah.
part of the cover-up.
Well, you're publishing it, and
She was part of the decision
Well, go
making,
ahead.
not
I
to
mean,
enter the
I'm not
bullets
sure
into
what-
the Rust
all right,
case,
Do you want to see the video or no?
as was just testified
I do
to
want to see the video.
Okay.
Just, okay.
by Corporal Hancock. Teskey brought the bullets into the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, and Morrissey was part of
Does
the
that look familiar
decision,
to you?
including Popple
Yes.
and Hancock,
What are we looking
not
at?
to enter it into
That's
this
the
case.
hallway area of the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, I believe, near the first.
We're watching video from when Teskey
entrance
brought the
into
bullets
our
in.
Area.
She is so screwed.
Is there a reason that we don't have volume?
It does have a pre-record that's just audio, and at the time when I initiate the activation, then it has audio. And to be correct, I was in the hallway headed towards that area.
No,
where it's
why
secure.
don't we have audio? Does it take 30 seconds for the audio to come on?
It's when I activate it. So I believe it is set to a 30-second pre-video, and then once I activate the camera, the audio
It
will
comes
kick on.
on, okay.
Yes.
You're welcome, Thomas. I hope that helps catch you up. And for those of you who are missing things, please make sure that you're looking out for Larry's tweets. He is live tweeting from the courtroom right now. He's also messaging me. We are shocked and appalled.
Lieutenant, nice to meet you. I've got some evidence. You need to do this out here? Because I should probably write out something to go with this. Like
a chain
like a statement.
Well, we don't have a chain of custody there. So, yeah, come with me and we'll go.
That's my wife. Hi, that's
Are
Becky.
you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Where was Marissa? Went back to her area? There he is.
You're about to hear this man say he's a witness in the Rust trial.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just so we have like a chain of custody.
Where we go?
Wherever you want to go to get the evidence.
Super chat, time Lord Cloud.
Sure, I could fill out a statement or something, witness statement. What I was, when I'm a witness, I was called here as a witness.
Okay.
To the Rust trial.
You heard him say it. I'm a witness in the Rust trial.
Arizona, so it's a long way.
Right.
And I wanted to.
He came all the way from Arizona to bring them this.
When I got to the trial, they said, at the last minute,
Wow.
I said, okay, I want you to testify.
No,
I was supposed to bring some evidence. And then they didn't want the evidence.
Okay.
I said, well, I don't want to walk around with this evidence forever.
That's fair, that's fair. Whether you guys use it or not.
Yeah, I don't care what you do with it, I just don't want to have it.
That's okay.
And they're 45 cartridges, Like,
That are from the set?
no.
Okay.
No. You want to know the details?
Did you hear what the gentleman said?
Yes,
Was he asked if they were from the set?
yes,
It
What
doesn't
was his
matter.
response?
no.
Or do you want me to
Well,
write it down?
let me start with, what is your name, sir?
Troy. Well, that's a great start.
So Larry is tweeting, it doesn't matter. The damage is already done. I agree.
I've got all kinds of identification. You should see it on a
Where are you getting called by?
retired police officer.
By
and-
the defense, okay.
But they didn't end up using it.
Okay.
Here's my police ID. And then I'm also a judge. You need to see that.
Sorry. Go down.
This prosecutor is one of the slimiest prosecutors I've ever seen in my entire
Okay,
life.
so they were gonna have you bring 45 rounds?
Yeah, and at the last minute,
They talked to
The
her,
defense-
him on the phone. He was good and said that they're gonna have somebody pick it up from Rosa, which they never did. Okay, so he brought
So
it back.
Teskey mentioned Rust by name.
Becky, this is my story.
Okay, but get it out of your I don't want it anymore.
Sir, do you recall this conversation?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when Mr. Teskey is talking about being called as a witness in the Gutierrez trial, do you recall which side he was being called by?
I only learned that when he identified that.
What
Speaking
side?
down, on the defense side.
And when he said that he brought ammunition, but they didn't want to use it, was he referring to the prosecution or the defense?
I-
Is there any basis to know that?
If he doesn't, I'm assuming he'll tell me.
believe it's the defense.
Anyway, yeah.
All right, I wanna go.
They told me the defense attorney said, hey, why don't you bring those rounds? And I thought, and two times, Hancock and then Morrissey. Hancock first said way back on November 5th. And November 5th of 2021, which was a week after the shooting. Seth Kenny called me, you know Seth? Everybody seems to know Seth here. But
Yes, Lynn, I agree.
Seth, he was a friend of mine. And Seth Kenny called me from Hancock's office. She was a detective at the time. And he said, you're on the record. I want to know what's going on with you. Because I have these rounds from, it's the same batch. They came from Joe Swanson.
Okay.
Know him too?
Yeah, I know of him.
Everybody.
I've
Awesome.
dealt with this case a lot.
Okay, well, that's perfect. You're the perfect person to.
I dealt with this case a lot. This case.
Marissa? Oh.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm the crime scene technician.
That's Popple talking right now.
I better jot that down.
She refers to this case, but she doesn't enter it into this case as evidence.
My big,
Interesting.
my big concern was having these. They said, "Oh, okay." I said, "I have these rounds. I have a batch, a whole bunch of rounds,
Okay.
or a bunch." And then they. I said, "Well,
Michael, we're watching the body cam footage
you want me to just pull something out? Send
of Teskey turning over the
I took a
bullets.
picture with my phone, sent it to Seth, and he was in the office with Hancock. They looked at it, and Seth said, "Yep, this is evidence from the accidental shooting." The accident.
Now, when you
Yeah.
say they're from the same batch of
Yes.
live rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
It's if you know the case, Bell Reed had a whole bunch of live rounds.
Yes.
And Seth and Thel went to Yellowstone 1883. And and he was teaching people how to shoot with these rounds.
Right.
Then they left there and they went together from Arizona. And then they came back and went to another set, which was,
Good question, Peter.
Sir, why does your video end there?
Because I walked out of the interview and was attempting to, or I did contact Detective Hancock to see who this individual was and why he was there turning in evidence, like he called it.
Okay. Did you know what it was evidence of?
He mentioned that it was tied to the Rust case.
Well, did he say in the video that it was not from the set of Rust?
No,
You didn't hear him say that?
I don't recall him saying that.
Yeah, I stopped it and I asked you what he said. Do you
Oh, I'm
remember
sorry.
giving that testimony?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry, yes.
So
She's like,
the
"Come on,
gentleman
play
said on the
along."
video it was not from the set of Rust.
Yes,
Okay. And you called Corporal Hancock, right?
correct.
And do you recall the conversation you had with her?
Yes, I asked her, an individual is here, gave her the name. I said, he claims that he has evidence. How do you want me to proceed turning it in and documenting it? Or if she was available to come over and interview him. And at that time, you guys were still involved in the Hannah Reed case. So she was unavailable and she asked that it be documented and she would have to do further investigation onto it and interviews.
Okay. I'll pass the witness. I don't know if you have any questions.
I have a few questions.
Do you want me to disconnect? Do you want to leave it here?
I don't care what Teskey said. This should have been entered into evidence 100%. The fact that it wasn't stinks to high heaven. Morrissey should be ashamed of herself. Let's go, Spyro.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The witness that was in the precinct told you he was a retired police officer, correct?
Yes,
He offered to make a statement multiple times, correct?
yes,
Told you he was a witness multiple times, correct?
he did mention that.
Told you he had evidence multiple times?
He did call it evidence, yes, but we had to confirm that it is in fact evidence, which is why I relayed to Detective Hancock that she needed to conduct an interview with him.
And what did Detective Hancock say on the phone? Tell me everything about that conversation.
They were still at the trial and that she would follow up with him and the evidence as well.
And that would have really messed up the trial, right? If they had taken that evidence and
Boom.
doctored it and let anybody know, right?
Oh, I love his line of
I'm
questioning.
sorry, rephrase that.
That would have messed up the trial, right?
I don't believe it was used in the trial because it was never collected on our investigation.
And when Ms. Popple comes into the room, or when your camera comes in the room, she says, "I've dealt with this case a lot," right?
Yes,
And Teskey says, "You're the perfect person," right?
yes,
And it was obvious from the conversation that Ms. Popple knew who Joe Swanson was, who Seth Kenny was, right?
yeah, she was familiar with them.
Yeah. And that interview of him continued, correct?
I believe he was speaking on his own accord. We weren't conducting an interview. He was just there to turn in the evidence that he claimed he had.
Oh, that's not that. So that's your testimony, sir, that if law enforcement is sitting with the witness and the witness is giving information and law enforcement's asking questions and the witness continues to give information, that's not an interview?
Law enforcement wasn't asking questions. That was our crime scene tech.
No, not a single question was asked in that entire body cam?
I don't believe that I asked a question pertaining to the case other than believing it was evidence that was already part of the Hannah Reed case and there was already a chain of custody until after he began disclosing where the evidence came from. That's when I learned that it wasn't actually part of that investigation or it wasn't collected by our agency. It wasn't our actual evidence that was collected.
Right. And I don't have all of your police reports for all of your cases every time you get evidence, right? But fair to say sometimes evidence is developed by people coming into the precinct and turning in evidence?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you write in your report, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence. That's what you write in your report.
I believe pertaining to our initial investigation.
It should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. That's what you wrote, right?
Correct, and it wasn't collected by our detectives for the investigation. The initial investigation.
I don't understand that. Can you explain that to me?
So the evidence that was brought, I was indicating because we didn't know if it was tied to the investigation. And Detective Hancock asked that we tie it to a separate case number until further investigation could be completed. So I didn't want someone or anyone to assume that it was actually evidence that we collected tied to this investigation.
And so that was at the direction of Detective Hancock?
No, that I wrote that on my own accord.
Well, you may have written that sentence on your own accord, but I think as you just testified, Detective Hancock, who was at the courthouse with Ms. Morrissey at the time, directed you to put it under a different identification number, correct?
Correct, pending further investigation.
Okay. You were involved, actually, you're copied on some emails with evidence viewing in this case.
I believe so, yes.
Right. You have no reason to believe that law enforcement ever showed this evidence to the defense, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, this witness is excused. Next witness?
I don't think I have any other witnesses.
All
I'm
right.
happy to provide the information myself.
All right, we're going to take a bathroom break and we'll be back in 3:30, okay? Or 3:25, okay? Thank
Okay.
you. We're in recess.
Oh, man. All right, everybody. So we're going to take a little break. We're going to come back rather shortly.
Make sure that Ms. Morrissey sequestered during the break.
I'm going to stay right here.
They're going to sequester. Oh, my God. Wait, they're sequestering Morrissey during the break? And the worst part of that is she understands why. Like, she's not even objecting to that. The prosecutor is so sketchy in this case that she's not allowed to move around the courthouse for fear that she will have conversations with different individuals that could affect her testimony. This is wild. That is insane. Okay, there are so many sketchy things that happened just now, but we just watched the body cam footage of Officer Randall. And let me turn off this. Sorry, there's like all this music going on. Okay, so we have a couple of minutes to discuss. Wow. Oh, okay, I'm just taking a deep breath. This is insane. I'm going to update you guys with some tweets from the courtroom, from Larry. Morrissey is cooked. She's done. So just to recap, here's what's happening right now. For those of you who are just joining us, for those of you who want to understand, what's happening today, we thought that this case was going to get dismissed or that Alec was going to get a plea deal moving forward. It appeared that that would be the case. So during lunch, Larry came in and he updated you all on what was going on. Once he got back to the courtroom, it became apparent that Morrissey wanted to preserve the record, very likely to prevent Hannah Gutierrez-Reed from being able to successfully appeal her conviction. There are substantial Brady violations in the Baldwin case, and one of the most damning and significant elements of these Brady violations that we've seen so far. The issue at play here is the fact that a man, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, you guys. It's my brain is going in a bunch of different directions right now. So the man who we just saw on the body cam footage was a witness in the, I believe in the, he just said in the Rust case. I don't know if he's a witness for both Hannah's and Alec's prosecution, or just one or the other, but he brought bullets, after Hannah's case had concluded. He verbally identified to the detectives, including Marissa Popple, the criminologist, that these bullets were in connection, and they were evidence. They were evidence in connection with the Rust case. And Marissa Popple, who lied on the stand, and her lies were confirmed by Corporal Hancock, she said, I am very involved in this case and I know a lot about it. One of the most egregious things that has happened here today is that Corporal Hancock confirmed that, I'm so sorry, can somebody remind me of this man's name? The man who brought the ammo to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. If you can remind me of his name, that would be very helpful. The witness in this case. So Sergeant Hancock confirmed with an unequivocal yes that Morrissey was personally involved in burying this evidence. Even though this man identified that he was connected to the Rust case and that this was evidence connected to the Rust case, they put this under a different file and they excluded it from evidence. They did not share it with the defense. They kept it from the defense. That is a Brady violation. Teskey, thank you very much, everybody. Mr. Teskey, Troy Teskey, who is a witness in one or both cases. So now I'm going to see what Larry has been saying from the courtroom, because that moment where Hancock identified that Morrissey was part of the decision-making, now we are starting to see collusion and we're starting to see conspiracy, okay? Morrissey, as well as Corporal Hancock and criminologist Marissa Popple, the three of them, at the very least, all conspired to keep this evidence out of both cases, to put it under a different name, and to preclude the defense from being aware of it. That is criminal. This is a massive, massive problem for the state. And now the prosecutor, Morrissey, is about, she has concluded the calling of her witnesses. As we all know, so just to clarify for anybody who doesn't know what's happening, the jury was sent home way earlier today. The jury basically heard absolutely no testimony. They were brought in and then they were told to come back on Monday. We have an active motion to dismiss filed by the defense. The judge is currently deciding, and she has allowed Morrissey to call, I believe, 3 witnesses. Morrissey is done calling her witnesses, and now Morrissey is about to testify on the record, and she is being sequestered as a safety precaution. She understands this. She is sequestering herself, so she is staying in the courtroom while everybody leaves the courtroom. She's not allowed to talk to anybody. Nobody that can taint her testimony. She looks very dirty at this point. And for everybody in the chat who's saying Alec Baldwin is still guilty, he still fired the gun, at this point, it doesn't really matter anymore, because this prosecutor's office is absolutely corrupt. They kept significant exculpatory evidence out. You cannot convict somebody when their defense doesn't have the chance to properly defend them. These defense attorneys deserved to have this evidence, and they just discovered that it existed. They didn't even know about it at the start of trial. That is how much the prosecution has tried to obfuscate. The fact that they found it now, before the trial is over, is a miracle, because they had 1,100 pages of disclosures to go through that they just recently received. There was no time for them to do this. And I'm sure that the prosecutor's office, who stonewalled and said, we're not giving you anything, you have everything that you need. This came up in motions on Monday. We know for a fact that the prosecutor's office deliberately withheld 1,100 pages of discovery. They claimed that this wasn't information that could be known to the defense, but that was a lie. And now we know why they were lying, because they colluded and they covered up the fact that Mr. Teskey actually brought ammo related to the Rust case. They all knew that this was related to the Rust case. This should have immediately gone in the Rust file. Did they put it there? No, absolutely not. They put it under a separate file name. They buried it. They tried to make it seem anonymous, like it wasn't associated with this case. And it appears that Corporal Hancock didn't even call Mr. Teskey to interview him afterwards. They didn't interview him at the police station. This man is coming in with bullets and saying this is related to the Rust shooting. And none of the detectives on scene even interviewed this man. They didn't take any statements from him. How is that possible? I don't understand. I don't understand how this could happen. The fact that this is all coming out now. And so I have to say, Spiro is doing an absolutely incredible job. He is shredding the prosecution. I don't know if there are going to be criminal charges filed here, but there should be. And I think that Morrissey should be suspended, because this is egregious behavior, highly illegal. She knew exactly what she was doing. And she has no legs to stand on. So let's see what Larry is saying. Larry is live in the courtroom. Morrissey is taking the witness stand. I think we're about to come back in. Randall confirms that he was directed by Morrissey and Hancock to put the bullets provided by Teskey under a different file name and number. You understand how serious this is? Hilaria and Alec, says Larry, are walking around arms locked outside the courtroom. Everyone is anxious and ready to go back in to hear what the judge has to say. There is a lot of commotion around the media and the public. This is huge. Larry thinks that Judge Summer has already checked out, which could indicate if he's, Larry reads body language for a living. If he thinks Judge Summer has checked out, I think Judge Summer has already made up her mind. Now, I don't think that a plea deal is necessarily going to happen here. I think a motion to dismiss is entirely appropriate in this case. It seems like Judge Summer knows how she wants to handle this. Okay, we're back. Why don't we have audio? Hold on.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're a witness, okay? So you can say oath or whatever, but are you calling yourself as a witness? Or do you want Mr. Spiro to call you as a witness?
This is unprecedented.
I don't think it's necessary, frankly, for this evidentiary record for me to call Ms. Morrissey. I know what happened and the court knows what happened. I don't think that we need anything further.
Okay, do you want to call yourself as a witness? No, well, just a minute. So he's willing, as I understand it, to rest now. Okay? Now, you don't have to say anything under oath if you don't want to.
No, I'm happy to.
Okay, so not only happy to,
She is guilty
AF. It doesn't matter to me whether you call yourself as a witness. It doesn't matter to the defense whether you call yourself as a witness. So if you're calling yourself as a witness, there's no one here that's requiring you to be called as a witness.
The information, everything that happened in this regard, especially as it pertains to me, needs to come out in the public.
All right, so you're calling yourself as a witness.
And I am, and it was my understanding that the court indicated to me previously that you wanted me to testify. I understand you've now changed your mind. I think it's a good idea if I do it. Where would you like me?
Okay.
Wow.
Here at the podium?
No, on the
Okay,
witness.
sure.
Larry says, I've never seen this before in a criminal trial. The prosecutor asked the court to call herself as a witness outside the presence of the jury. This is wild. And I love it how she's so
Ms.
eager.
Morrissey voluntarily calling herself as a witness without any requirement by the court to do so, or Mr. Spiro asking her to. Please raise your right hand.
I think she's doing this to
Do you
prevent
swear
herself
affirm
from
under
being
penalty of
charged
law that
criminally.
the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
Wow. Oh
Go
my
ahead.
God. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
During my investigation of this case and my review of the evidence in this case, I came to understand that there was a large batch of live ammunition that was in the possession of Thel Reed, Hannah Gutierrez's father. I also understood from all of the evidence and testimony that a portion of that batch of ammunition that belonged to Thel Reed was taken by Thel Reed and Seth Kinney to the 1883 cowboy training camp. When that was over, leftover ammunition was taken back to PDQ props. Seth Kinney took some of the ammunition from that container that he had brought back from Texas and turned it into the sheriff's department. And it appeared to me that he did it to try to exonerate himself. They took it from Mr. Kinney and they tagged it into evidence under the Rust case. Law enforcement then executed a search warrant at PDQ props and they took the entire container. And I will say that I do agree, as I recall, although I don't have it in front of me, I do agree that the search warrant didn't really require law enforcement to take everything, but it was my understanding that Mr. Kinney gave them everything so that they would have it and could tag it into evidence. Portions of that ammunition were then sent to the FBI for testing so that they could be compared to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. The FBI testing demonstrated that the live rounds that were taken from PDQ props that were originally in Texas did not match the live rounds on the set of Rust. And that's testimony that we heard during the Gutierrez trial. So what ended up happening was Mr. Bowles, Ms. Gutierrez's lawyer, put Mr. Teskey on a witness list and was intending to call him as a witness to the Gutierrez trial. I conducted a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey, and I want to back up. I did at this point have some understanding that Mr. Teskey had had contact with law enforcement regarding these rounds that he still had in Arizona. So these are rounds that never left Arizona. They were always in the possession of Thel Reed and Troy Teskey. They never went to Texas. They never came to New Mexico. That's what all of the evidence indicated. So I understood that Detective Hancock had communication with Mr. Teskey about trying to get those rounds, and Detective Hancock was unable to get those rounds from Mr. Teskey. I did not find that particularly concerning because those rounds had never left Arizona. The filming of Rust was in the state of New Mexico. And the rounds that were taken from PDQ went from Arizona to Texas to Albuquerque. So ammunition that is in the state of Arizona that has never left Arizona did not strike me that it had significant evidentiary value. Then, and I will say, I believe I actually saw a photo of it. At that point in time, I was able to look at the ammunition myself, and it was visibly dissimilar than the rounds from the set of Rust. We then cut to November of 2023. Mr. Bowles has put Mr. Teskey on a witness list for the Hannah Gutierrez case. We conducted a pretrial interview with Mr. Teskey on November 2nd of 2023. At that point in time, he brought up that he was still in possession of these live rounds that were Thel Reed's live rounds that had never left the state of Arizona. I then, when he started, I think he indicated during the pretrial interview that they were from the same batch that was sourced from Joe Swanson. And I then said, we should get those from you. I had a conversation with Detective Hancock after that pretrial interview about how we could get the rounds from Mr. Teskey, and we were trying to figure out if we could send a local law enforcement agency to pick them up. I was then decided that I needed to figure out if that was necessary since they had never left Arizona. And up to that point, it was my impression that they did not match the live rounds from the set of Rust. I then, as I recall, reached out to Mr. Bowles. He and I had a conversation about whether or not the rounds should be tested by the FBI. And I was still trying to figure out if I could get the rounds from Arizona to New Mexico. So I asked Mr. Bowles to please send me a photograph of the rounds from Troy Teskey so that I could see with my eyes whether they were even remotely similar. If they were similar, I could go through the steps of obtaining the ammunition, connecting probably with local law enforcement, having a local law enforcement agency go to Mr. Teskey's residence and collect them. I didn't want to do that if they didn't look anything like the rounds from the set of rust, because all 6 rounds from the set of rust are identical to each other. So when I had this conversation with Mr. Bowles, he provided me the photograph that I showed this morning. And this is it was my understanding that this was a photograph from Troy Teskey. So Troy and I don't communicate. He's a defense witness. I can't communicate with a defense witness. So Mr. Bowles, as I recall, texted me this photo, and this is a photo that Mr. Teskey took at my request so that I could determine whether this ammunition was related in any way to the set of rust, because it never left the state of Arizona. So if it never left the state of Arizona, the only way that it is relevant to the rust investigation is if it has any similarity to the live rounds that were found on the set of rust, because we were at that point trying to figure out the source of the live rounds. When I received this photograph from Mr. Bowles, I could immediately tell that these are very dissimilar from the live rounds that were found on the set of rust. They have brass primers. So this is what was presented to the prosecution as the rounds that were in Mr. Teskey's possession.
Larry's tweets are so good right now.
They have brass primers and not silver primers.
I'll share as soon as she's done talking. This is wild.
One of them, the one on the left, appears to be a Starline brass casing, but they have truncated cone projectiles.
We also have some super chats to get to.
We had seen ammunition that looked exactly like this, not exactly, but very, very similar. And that ammunition was the ammunition that was collected from the sheriff's department and went to the FBI for testing and was determined not to be similar in any way to the live rounds on the set of rust.
Yes, she still had an obligation to include it, though.
So when I saw this photograph, I could see that it was not at all similar to the live rounds on the set of rust. And I decided not to take any steps to collect this ammunition because it was in Arizona, had never come to New Mexico, and didn't match the live rounds on the set of rust.
It was in New Mexico. It was brought to New Mexico. That's how it came into your possession.
What ends up happening is Mr. Teskey is called to New Mexico by Mr. Bowles to testify at the Gutierrez trial. And you can hear on the video that the court heard Mr. Teskey say, the defense attorney, that's not me, asked him to bring samples of that ammunition. According to Mr. Teskey, he brought the samples of the ammunition, showed them to the defense attorney, and the defense attorney said, I don't want those. I'm not going to use those. And by the way, I'm not going to call you as a witness. So Mr. Teskey sat in court during the trial. And then at some point, contacted the deputies downstairs and said, I have this ammunition. So he tried to give it to the defense attorney, who's the person who asked him to bring it. The defense attorney said no.
Look at Judge Summers. She's not even looking at her.
And
she's so sick of her.
He then tried to get a hold of Detective Hancock, who was not available because she was with me. The sheriff's department, and he leaves the ammunition at the sheriff's department.
What just happened?
I was contacted, I don't think it was the same day, but I'm not 100% sure. It's possible that it was, by Detective Hancock, and she indicated that Troy Teskey had dropped off ammunition at the sheriff's department.
Mhm.
Because I had already asked for a photograph of it, I believed that that ammunition was going to look like the photograph that Mr. Bowles had sent me. Corporal Hancock indicated that she was going to tag them into evidence and she was going to create what she called a doc report. And I said, great.
She's admitting a Brady
that.
violation. She's asking for a bar complaint. She's digging
I
a hole
was not
deeper.
aware at that point in time that a doc report would not have the same case number as Rust. I was not aware at that point in time that it would not be linked to the Rust case number. I understood that he had dropped off ammunition that I believed to not look similar to the ammunition from the set of Rust. And I had no idea that it wasn't going to have the same case number.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
I want to show the court, though, when Mr. Teskey showed up to testify with the ammunition that Mr. Bowles told him to bring to the state of New Mexico, he was not called as a witness, and Mr. Bowles said, "I'm not taking that ammunition from you." That's why. Because these are photographs from Hannah Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, and they show spot-on match for the live rounds found on the set of Rust. This is clearly the reason that Mr. Bowles said, "You and your ammunition better get out of here," because it would not have hurt the case, the state's case against Hannah Gutierrez. It would have been the best evidence I could have hoped for. These look exactly like the ammunition, the actual ammunition that we have in evidence. And they do look like the 3 rounds that are in that envelope.
What
So
the hell
when
is
Mr.
happening right now?
Teskey couldn't get Mr. Bowles to take them because they were the best evidence against his client, he took them over to the sheriff's department. And when he dropped them at the sheriff's department, I was told that there was going to be a report. There was a report. I assumed they looked like these. And Detective Hancock indicated to me that because he dropped them off and he didn't wait for her, she was then going to try to follow up with him, take a statement from him, so that we could get some idea where they came from, what the relevance was, if there was any relevance at all. And he never returned her phone calls. And that's all of the information that I can give the court, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
She's trying to save her own ass and it's not going to work. This is so weird. Oh, this is going to be good. I'm so excited for this.
When you took over this case, the investigator handling the case, Mr. Schilling, left the case, correct?
At my request, yes.
The paralegal that was handling this case with you left the case, Mr. Tad.
At my request, yes.
Well, the first prosecutor that was working with you on this case, you selected, correct?
I did.
And he resigned too?
I wouldn't say that he resigned, no.
He didn't stay on the case for the Alec Baldwin trial, correct?
No, and he indicated that that was because he represented a labor union that's a national labor union, and he was not expecting the trial to be set so quickly. He wasn't expecting it to be set in July. So when he realized that the trial was going to be set in July, he was going to be in collective bargaining agreements for his national labor union, and he wasn't going to be able to have enough time.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor selected, resigned from the case today,
She did.
based in part on the conduct we're here discussing, correct?
I believe that Ms. Johnson Ms. Johnson didn't want my understanding is that she didn't agree with the decision to have a public hearing.
On July 1st in this matter, you served a certificate of compliance with 5501, correct?
I did.
And you've never turned over the report or any of the evidence that we're talking about here at this hearing, correct?
Let's take it one at a time.
You're not in control here, lady.
I
not
did
anymore.
not turn over the report. I didn't have a copy of the report.
Sure.
The rounds that were left at the sheriff's department by Troy Teskey, I have absolutely no reason to believe that they are relevant to the incident that took place on the set of Rust. These are rounds that were in the possession of Bell Reed and never left the state of Arizona.
You also did not allow the defense to view that evidence at any point during our request to review evidence in this case.
I had never seen it, and I didn't realize that it wasn't under the same case number because I'm not a law enforcement officer and I don't work at the sheriff's department. But
Liar.
you are right.
And you concede that they are Starline brass silver 45, right?
I can. And this is the best evidence against Hannah Gutierrez.
Yeah, you've said that a couple of times. Any favorable evidence you understand as a prosecutor has to be turned over to the defense, correct?
I do.
Any evidence that could be used as a defense to potentially be favorable has to be turned over to the defense.
Absolutely.
So the third Hague report that never got turned over to the defense, you understand that that's Brady evidence?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you also failed to turn that over in this case as well, correct?
And let me give you a full answer to your question.
Yes or no, lady?
When the second Hague report came in, and I provided all of this to the defense, I sent it to the person who is managing the discovery server and asked them to upload it. It wasn't until I realized during pretrial interviews that it wasn't there that there was a problem with it. So I then attempted to figure out what the problem was, and it was indicated to me that it appeared that the former paralegal who was working for the special prosecutor had removed it. So we then immediately provided it. Then during the pretrial interview of Mr. Hague, it was brought to my attention that the defense did not have the August 31st report that indicated that the gun functioned fine, perfectly fine. And that was provided immediately. I went back, I checked my email, I could see that I received it from Mr. Hague and failed to forward it on to be uploaded. And I provided it as soon as I was aware that you did not have it.
Yes, I committed a Brady violation.
The fact that nobody at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial cross-examined Mr. Hague about the report didn't clue you into the fact that nobody had the report?
Actually, it didn't, and I'd like to address that. The reason that it didn't clue me in is because Hannah Gutierrez's defense was that the gun worked perfectly. The defense in Hannah Gutierrez was never interested in any evidence that there was an issue with the gun, because if there was an issue with the gun, it damaged her case. So what you could see, if you watched the trial or saw any of the transcripts, the defense actually brought in their own expert to say that the gun worked perfectly. So they had no interest in that information.
Okay, I'm really sorry to do this, but breaking news, Special Prosecutor Johnson has officially resigned from the Alec Baldwin jury trial. This is from Larry from 2 minutes ago.
And actually, you elicited testimony from Mr. Hague at that trial that was inconsistent, at least partially inconsistent, as the court's aware, with his third report, correct?
Tell me what you're referring to, and I'll answer your question.
This
Well,
investigation
there was a whole hearing about this where you saw
has
this
become
and you saw me
radioactive.
go back and forth with Mr. Hague for 25 minutes. So I don't.
I agree, but I need to know what you're talking about for me to answer your question.
Okay, if you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question. I'll move on.
I'm happy to, but
You say that the extent of the communications you have about the doc report, as you relay it to the court, is that all you said in response was, "Great, do that." That's your testimony?
yeah, I assumed that it was going to be tied to the same case number. So I said, great, do it, file a report.
That's not what
No
Hancock
follow-up
said.
questions?
No, because I had a picture of the ammunition that didn't match the ammunition from the set of Rust.
No concerns in your mind when you got the case file and you turned it over to us and it wasn't included?
Absolutely not. There's a terabyte of
Absolutely not.
discovery. I didn't know whether this 2-page police report had been provided. And in addition to that, I had no reason to believe, and still have no reason to believe, that those rounds have anything to do with these cases.
As I asked you about Mr. Haig yesterday when Ms. Popple testified, you would agree with me that her testimony under oath was false.
What part of her testimony was false? And I'll answer.
That she said that these rounds don't look anything like the rounds on the set when you elicited that testimony.
I agree with you, and I didn't realize that there were rounds that looked like that.
It's okay. In any event, when the court, and you never tested those rounds either, correct?
Any of the rounds that came from Mr. Teskey? No, because they came in just a few months ago.
And the court asked you actually one question that I want to address, which is the court said to you, well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response. And what you said to the court was, I never saw these. I've never seen these. And I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning. Do you remember saying that to the court?
With regard to the 3 Starline brass, with regard to the 3 cartridges that appear to be similar to rust, yes.
Well,
I never saw them until today.
Well, but you said also, I never saw the report, right?
I never did.
Right, but don't you think, given your duty of candor to this court, that that's awfully misleading to not tell the court at that point that you knew about this when it occurred long ago?
That I knew about what?
You knew that Mr. Teskey had turned in this evidence, that you knew that the report would have existed because you just told this court that the doc report was okayed by you.
Sure.
Don't you think it was misleading to this court to not just say at that point, you know, just so you know, I know about this. I knew about this then. I was involved.
I did not intend to mislead the court. My
Sure.
understanding of what was dropped off at the sheriff's department is on this computer screen, and it looks absolutely nothing like the live rounds from the set of rust.
The truth of this matter is you don't like Mr. Baldwin very much, do you?
You know, that is absolutely untrue. I actually really appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies.
Oh, please.
I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the
Wow.
witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
I do not recall saying that. I know that that was something that Mr. Baldwin would say on the set of Rust. I don't recall saying that.
Did
You
I just
deny
hear
that
that
under oath.
correctly? Oh my God.
Without having more information, I can tell you that I do not recall ever saying that. And if I did say
Oh,
it,
she said
I
it.
invite you to point it out to me.
Wow.
You called him an arrogant prick to another witness.
To who? To what witness?
I'm asking you, did you call him an arrogant prick during a witness interview?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall.
You
Oh my
deny
God.
that.
Without knowing what you're talking about,
She said it.
all I can tell you is that I can't respond if I don't know what you're talking about.
Liar.
And you said also to witnesses that you would teach him a lesson.
I never said to witnesses that I would teach him a lesson.
Oh my
Absolutely not.
God.
In fact, Mr. Spyro, I want to give a full response to your question.
Spyro is killing it. This
I
is
made
amazing.
every effort in this case to resolve this case with your client in a very favorable way for him.
All right, I'm going to move to strike this. It's not responsive.
It is
Well, I don't
responsive.
want to talk about plea negotiations.
Yeah, and it's not responsive. So I have no further
All right, do you have any follow-up?
Wow. Mic drop.
All right.
We're done
I
here.
want to say I have no recollection of calling him any of those names. I have invited the defendant to tell me what he's talking about,
Stop talking.
and he has declined. I want the court to take notice of that.
Stop talking. You're not helping yourself,
Thank
lady.
you. You may step down.
Oh my God. That was wild.
All right, any other witnesses?
Oh,
No, Your Honor.
All right, argument, let's not, 15 minutes aside sufficient?
that's insane.
Necessary, frankly.
Do you wanna make argument?
Further argument.
All right.
I don't think either side needs further argument.
Larry thinks she's about to dismiss the case.
All right.
We have plea negotiations on the table.
So
Oh my God. I repeat, plea
dismissal with
negotiations.
prejudice is a very extreme sanction. And case law is very clear that because it's very extreme, I have to go through every single element, and I have to make a very good record as to why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So in order to establish a Brady violation, the defendant must show that the prosecution suppressed evidence, the evidence was favorable to the accused, and the evidence was material to the defense. So let's go through the elements. Suppression of evidence. The definition of suppression of elements, this is Case versus Hatch, is while the first element requires proof that the prosecution suppressed or withheld the evidence in question, it does not require a finding of bad faith or any other culpable state of mind on the part of the prosecutor. This prong is satisfied. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and the prosecution failed to disclose the supplemental report to defense and provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence that Mr. Teske gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either as impeachment or exculpatory evidence. This prong is satisfied. The suppressed evidence is favorable to the accused. It is impeachment evidence, has even been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence, and is potentially exculpatory to the defense. Critically, the exculpatory value cannot be analyzed at such a late juncture because of the non-disclosure. Is the evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceedings, and that is State versus Huerta Castro. This evidence is material. The late discovery of this evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that killed Ms. Hutchins. I'm also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper. The assessment of sanctions depends upon the extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state, quoting Chandler. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery order only rises to the level of exclusion or dismissal where the state's conduct is especially culpable, such as where evidence is unilaterally withheld by the state in bad faith, or all access to the evidence is precluded by state intransience. The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the defendant.
Boom.
The state unilaterally withheld a supplemental report.
Yes.
Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently also with the prosecutor, as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent, as well as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, Ms. Morrissey, was aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense. The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate.
Yes.
If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching.
Wow.
Prejudice. When discovery has been produced late, prejudice does not accrue unless the evidence is material and the disclosure is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. The court concludes that this conduct is highly prejudicial to the defendant. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and this disclosure during the course of trial is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. There is no way for the court to right this wrong. Lesser sanctions under Harper. Trial courts possess broad discretionary authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated. State versus Lemire. The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case. The state has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court that they were compliant with all their discovery obligations. Despite their repeated representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant. Brady and Harper are satisfied.
Oh my God.
Dismissal with prejudice is warranted.
Oh my God.
Court also has inherent power. Per State versus Lemire, where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration. The state's discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial.
Wow.
Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice.
Oh my
The
God.
motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted.
Oh my God.
Now, with respect to the jury, I don't imagine you all want to return on Monday. I will take care of the jury.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
We are in recess.
Dismissed with prejudice. Holy hell. Oh, look at Alec.
I'm not getting up.
This was the correct decision.
I'm gonna.
Oh my God.
Dismiss him, Judge. Dismiss him.
I can't believe it. Good. This judge did the right thing, truly. I don't know what to say.
Okay, we're in recess. Get out of the courtroom.
Wow. I cannot believe this happened.
Yeah.
No deal needed. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm just stunned. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Wow, everybody looks so happy. Oh, look at Morrissey. She is such a scumbag. No, she is not smiling anymore. She's walking away with her tail between her legs, and she should be ashamed of herself. Holy hell. So for anybody who's just joining us, they have dismissed all charges in Alec Baldwin's case with prejudice based on the slimy, corrupt Brady violations from this prosecutor right here, Prosecutor Morrissey. That is the most bizarre and egregious thing I've ever seen, and the judge was not having it. Larry is live in the courtroom. Larry saw this with his own eyes. So again, breaking news. Judge Summer just dismissed all charges against Alec Baldwin by the state of New Mexico for failure to turn over Brady material. Oh my gosh, you guys. I had no idea. This is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I really don't know what to say. Oh. So for people asking what's going to happen to Morrissey now, that's a very good question. You should definitely ask Larry. I'm really looking forward to Larry's commentary. Oh my gosh. So it's over. This is the end of our coverage. This is the end of the case. It's really incredible to me how we started out with a completely different opinion. Oh, That's Sumiko. She gave me my notebook. She's with NBC and she's talking to Morrissey. That's fascinating. I'm sorry. I'm just stunned that I haven't, you know, I'm seeing I'm seeing comments in the chat. It's not, you know, it's not that big of a deal. It kind of is. It's very rare to see a case get dismissed with prejudice like this, especially after the trial was already underway, especially when we had numerous witnesses called. And the fact that the Brady violations were taken seriously, that the state was not allowed to proceed in this manner. I truly hope that Morrissey gets her just desserts because she absolutely violated the law in every regard. That was shocking, learning that she called Alec Baldwin a cocksucker, that she called him a prick, that she, you know, she had a vindictive vendetta against this man. And the way she called herself up to the stand, I mean, we all know she was trying to cover her ass. I don't think it worked at all. Her career is over. She is so corrupt. I don't know what is going to happen to her now, but I truly hope that she is held to account for her behavior because this cannot stand. We cannot have prosecutors behaving this way. It's absolutely unacceptable. I'm going to message Larry because I really want his commentary here. I'm just keeping the court feed going. I know we don't have audio, but it's still interesting to see what's happening inside the courtroom. I'm going to message Larry and ask him, should I keep the stream going? And I have some super chats to get to. Can I just say thank you all so much for writing this out with me. I sincerely appreciate the viewership. We had almost 90. No, we had over 10,000 viewers actually just now. So much has been happening. It is so hard to keep track. This is, look at the boxes they're all carrying out. This is wild. Oh boy. Should I keep the stream going? I'm asking Larry. Larry is, I don't know if he's going to stay at the courthouse and you know, stick around and talk to people, or if he's going to be coming back. So regardless, so one of two things is going to happen now. Larry is either going to be walking back over here and streaming to you all, and he's going to be walking in that door and sitting down like he just did for the morning session, or he's going to be doing a catch-up stream, a summary stream in about 1 hour or so. I'm not sure when he's going to be coming back to the hotel. I would love to call him and ask him, but I can't do that because his phones are here. So I'm in the dark. I'm simply waiting to hear back from him. He might mill around the courthouse for a little while and talk to some people. There will be a press conference. Yes, that's true, Samantha. So perhaps Larry's going to stick around. I might terminate the stream in a little while, but I just want to make sure that I get to all of your super chats. We actually have a lot. And I'm so sorry because I wanted to get to these earlier, but it was such an intense moment. I didn't want to interrupt any of the testimony. I didn't want to pause anything because I wanted to make sure that everybody got to witness this in real time. So the case has been completely dismissed. All charges dropped against Alec Baldwin with prejudice because the prosecutor's office, in a very slimy move, committed at least one very egregious Brady violation, which the judge ruled upon. So with prejudice means they are not going to be trying this case against him again. Alec Baldwin walks free. Andrew Rossler for $1.99. Thank you so much for the super chat. Is saying she's dismissing the case with prejudice. Wow, I know. Wow is correct. And Steven Severin is saying, I just want this on record. I was here. I don't know exactly what you're referring to, Steven, but if you're just, you know, saying I was here, then thank you very much for your super chat. Andrew Rossler is saying, wow, the other prosecutor quit today. That is correct. Johnson quit. And I believe that this had something to do with the fact that she did not agree to a public hearing about this. And her reputation and her choices are now going to be under the microscope as well. I truly hope that a full investigation is conducted into the conduct of the prosecutor's office, because if they just let this go and Morrissey is allowed to continue trying cases, that will be a true injustice. This is a shame. And as somebody in the comments pointed out earlier, here's the problem. I still think that Alec Baldwin had culpability. I still think he was responsible to the degree that. But we will never be able to hold him to account. Not now. I'm going to close this. Because like Larry and I have both said, at the end of the day, if you are guilty, you need a clean investigation to prove that. The prosecutor's office has to have their hands completely clean, their nose completely clean. If the prosecutor's office is dirty, if they're engaging in dirty tactics, if they have a personal bias. I mean, what was that at the end? How she said that she loved his movies and his politics. Yeah, right. That woman is such a liar. Now, unfortunately, even though I started out very much wanting him to be held to account, I cannot in good conscience support this man being convicted with this office at the helm, engaging in the violations that they did. I think this was absolutely the correct call by the judge. I completely agree with her decision. I know I'm not a lawyer, but I am a paralegal. I am a future attorney. And I think this was correct. Aaron Bower sent a super chat for, I believe, Mexican currency, 20 pesos. Thank you very much, Aaron Bower. And we have a member chat from James Forbes, who has been a member for 5 months. Thank you so much, James. We truly appreciate you watching. Thank you so much for being a member. Andrew Rosler for $1.99. What's she talking about right now? Shaking my head. I don't know exactly when you super chatted this. And thank you for being patient while I get to all of your super chats. DM Pawn for $5 said, how many non-millionaires are in jail as a result of this prosecutor and her buddies playing these games? That's a very good question. Oh, Larry's here. I'm just reading super chats right now. I might get through the rest of them. How do you want to do this?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Kill it, girl.
But this is a very good question from DM Pawn because it took a celebrity attorney. It took Mr. Spiro, who is an excellent, excellent defense attorney, to reveal this kind of Brady violation. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's attorneys did not uncover Brady violations, but I assume that there are many Brady violations in Morrissey's past, not just Morrissey, but that entire prosecutor's office. And so I would not be surprised. I think we have to look back and ask ourselves, you know, who else has Morrissey put in jail or in prison wrongfully? Sometimes a vigorous defense like this is what it takes to uncover corruption, and we absolutely did that today. And I'm very grateful that Judge Summer made the ruling that she did. Somebody in the chat said this is the kind of judge that Karen Reed needed. So I agree with that. I wish we had somebody like this instead of Auntie Bev, but unfortunately, here we are now. Time Lord Cloud for a $2 super chat says, will this give Hannah Gutierrez-Reed an appeal now? I'm not sure exactly how her lawyers will want to proceed, but I presume that they will be moving forward with an appeal.
Yes.
I think that
it's already moving, and now they're going to add this.
I would, if I were her attorney, one of her attorneys, I absolutely would. This is huge for their case. We don't know exactly how that will result, but since Larry is here, he can answer that. I'm sure he can speak to that. We got so many super chats.
Go for it.
We have Subi Sue 73, who's been a member for 19 months. Thank you so much, Sue. We really appreciate your membership. You are awesome, as are all of our viewers. Thank you guys for sticking around. And once I'm done reading these super chats, you guys are going to get to talk to Larry, right? You want to sit down and chat with the audience?
I would love to briefly, but then we need to set up a new stream for the what happened today.
Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Larry is going to sit down and chat with you for a minute, and then we are going to move this in to our evening stream. We're going to do a separate stream to recap the day because this has been the craziest day of any trial that I have personally seen. Jason Worth just sent in a $1.99 super sticker. Thank you so much, Jason. Time Lord Cloud says Spiro just proved prosecutorial misconduct. He sure did, and he did a fantastic job. That was amazing. We have a new member, Sherlock Kendra Bryan's Alibi. Thank you so much for becoming a member. We really appreciate you. And this wasn't a super chat, but James Forbes just asked, why do they all lie? Because they're cops. That's why.
Government's lie.
That's what they do. Okay. 2 more super chats, and then we're going to hand it over to Larry. And you guys can all head over to the next stream very shortly. I had previously asked about, I think this was from way earlier. Hugh says Bruce Willis matters because that movie ended, and it was why his prop house was so full and messy. I think this is when Seth Kenny was talking about having recently been on Bruce Willis's set. It seemed to me like he was just name dropping, but I appreciate the context. And finally, from Crazy Old Fart for $2, making record as CYA before plea discussion. Well, it turns out there wasn't any plea. There didn't have to be. This was a full dismissal, and I think that the right call was made. I have never changed my mind so fast in any case. I'm still stunned. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, Larry's going to take it over now. Thank you so much to everybody who joined me. I really appreciate you all being here. I was so glad that I got to be your host today for this absolutely insane trial and this incredible result. Now you get the DUI guy. So love you all. I appreciate you greatly. Please like this video. Please subscribe. And Larry, I'm going to hand it over to you.
I'm ready.
Okay. I just have to get these out of my ears first.
Good job.
Thanks.
What do you even say? We never even got to the merits of the case. Not really. We got a chance to get some testimony from some of the witnesses for the prosecution. We never got to the defense. And you know who I feel bad for the most, honestly, in this whole case, is James from court.
Oh, James, he just got here.
He literally just got here. I think maybe he thought, like the Johnny Depp trial, this is going to take like 8 weeks. I have plenty of time, or at least I have 1 more week because the judge said this trial is going to end on Friday, next Friday. And he shows up. He wasn't even in the courtroom. And the case ends. And he's barely been here for a day. So I feel bad for James, first and foremost. Secondly, who I definitely do not feel bad for is Morrissey. Frickin' Morrissey, folks. Now that was one of the most unprecedented moves I think I have ever seen by a prosecutor in a case. Not only does she take the witness stand after being caught with her hand in the cookie jar, the last thing that you do when you get caught with the hand in the cookie jar is testify under oath how you did it. Because at least you're caught with a hand in the cookie jar is one thing. Now they have you under oath admitting you had your hand in the cookie jar, and then they pile on top. I mean, I would be surprised. I rarely say this, folks. And I don't say things I don't mean. I would be highly surprised if Morrissey is going to be a licensed attorney a year from now. I mean, to just openly take the witness stand and to admit that, yes, I didn't feel like it was necessary to turn it over because I didn't believe that it had any merit. It's just unprecedented, folks. It's just absolutely unbelievable. Somebody said Alec Baldwin dodged the bullet today. Come on, man. Come on.
I don't know.
I think that there was testimony, or not testimony. I think there were discussions about taking a plea because Morrissey knew she was on the losing end of things. And so she probably inquired whether or not Alec Baldwin will take a plea deal. And he said no. And that's why they waited for the judge to rule. But before they let the judge to rule, they wanted to get testimony. Well, Morrissey wanted to get testimony. I don't know if Chandler told you all, but Johnson resigned.
I did.
Johnson resigned. The other prosecutor, she wasn't in the room. And I didn't even think of it, like, because I'm blocked by a lot of people. I was sitting kind of in the back.
I paused the feed to tell them.
The minute I heard the judge starting the words, Dismissal with prejudice is an extreme remedy. I already knew the answer. I already knew that she was going to dismiss it. A judge doesn't start a sentence like that unless she intends to rule that way, especially with the tone of voice that she had and the way she was glaring at Morrissey and listening to Spiro as he was grilling Morrissey. I don't know what Morrissey was trying to do. Was she trying to salvage the case? Is she trying to salvage the Gutierrez conviction and hoping that it stands? I have no idea. But we're going to go over all of that and more in a stream that I'm probably going to start in a few minutes. I'm going to have to set it up here, so please bear with me as I'm going to continue talking a little bit. But I will say, folks, I'm glad that we came. I'm glad that we came. We got a chance to witness history once again. It started with the Johnny Depp trial. Then it proceeded with a few others like Masterson and Weinstein, Kristen Smart, Alec Murdaugh, Karen Reed, and now Alec Baldwin. In the interests of justice, it's kind of funny because at the end of the day, Alec did not win on the merits of the case. He was not acquitted by a jury of his peers on the simple fact that he did not commit a crime, everything that Spiro was arguing in opening statements. The case against him was dismissed because the prosecutor buried evidence. It doesn't matter what her opinion is, and it doesn't matter what she thought about the evidence. She has a duty of candor to the court. And she failed to do that. Crazy, I think she read that super chat already. Sir Lagalot XBL says, can Morrissey be disbarred for these violations? Maybe, especially now that she has taken the stand. Like I said before, Darkhorn says, Larry, could this lead to sanctions and disbarment? Yep. So the same thing going for Morrissey. Sanctions and disbarment. It's possible. It's possible because she hid evidence. She admitted to hiding evidence. She also admitted that she didn't think it would have any bearing on the case, but that's completely irrelevant. Nightbot, thank you so much. Nightbot says, take Chandler out for a drink for all her hard work. And donated a big juicy 50. Thank you for that.
Thank you. That's so sweet.
Branda Lil Sis 1957, thank you so much for your generosity. And Jason Worth, thank you for joining on as a member. Folks, this is crazy. This is crazy. But this is what we're here for. So what I'm going to do now, folks, is I'm going to create a new live stream. Um, there we go. Found it. What time is it now? It is 4:30. Oh, you're good. What's up? Hey. Let's give me a half an hour. I'll go live at 5. I'll go live at 5, and I'm going to push you all into that stream right now.
Did I tell you we have more than 10,000 different viewers?
Did you really?
Yes, we hit 10,000 exactly. We went a little over actually.
Nice.
Right at the very end.
Very cool.
That's a record.
That is a record. Woo!
Good trial. Very good trial.
Mel Serenity says, what trial are you guys doing next? I love you guys. I have no life. LOL. The next trial that we are going to do, that's a good question, actually. Isn't Donna Edelson the next one in September? But we're going to be in Europe. So probably, if we're going to cover it, it'll be remotely. There's like Chad Dorman, Shanna Gardner, the Delphi. Probably, we probably won't cover that one. Brian Koberger. I have my eye definitely on Brian Koberger. Sarah Boone, Courtney Clenny. There are a few that we have our sights set.
We don't know when Courtney Clenny is going to be back in court. I don't know if Sarah Boone's trial date has been set. All we know is that she's representing herself. But you know I'm interested in both those cases.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. And Chandler is on top of both of them.
I know way too much about the facts.
Becky Jones, thank you for joining on as a member. And what is with the Morrissey name? Ah, yeah, because we have a Morrissey in the Karen Reed case, and we also have a Morrissey in the Johnny Depp. Wow, that's how you know I'm tired.
It's been a long week.
Alec Baldwin.
But we can relax now. Finally.
Welcome to New Mexico, the land of Brady violation.
That's great.
Thank you, Time Lord Cloud. That is classic. We are going to go relax for a little bit, and then I'm going to go live. So I'm pushing everybody into that stream. So don't go anywhere, and I will see you all in a little bit. Give me like half an hour, and I'll give you guys the rundown of everything. I love you all. Thank you for joining. Thank you to Chandler, my co-hostess, who has been streaming with you all day and yesterday and the day before, giving her blood, sweat, and tears for this trial.
Oh gosh, it wasn't that bad.
And she was ready to do this again for like 4 more days next week, maybe
Yes, I
3,
was.
but at least 3.
When's the next one?
Look at her. She's ready. She's fire. She's ready to go. And we won't get to see DUI Kitty just yet.
I miss her.
Because I miss her too. We're gonna stay in New Mexico. I mean, we have a hotel room, we have a rental car. Might as well. I don't close some tabs on the laptop.
Okay.
I wrote some names down of places we need to visit.
I'll leave everything open.
Yeah, and I have some notes on there.
Okay, we'll look at it later.
And we may be contacted by the AOC, Administrative Office of the Courts personnel. They want to give us some suggestions on things that we need to do.
Nice. Well, I'm sad I'm not going to get my media badge. It was supposed to arrive on Monday, I think. But you know what? This was a good result. So I'm really glad that we got to do this. And thank you all so much for joining me and joining Larry. We really appreciate you.
Even though I still think he did it,
Yeah.
Justice was done today.
I agree.
You do not withhold evidence from the defense, period, the end. Somebody wrote, you need to lock yourself up to Chandler before some other billionaire notices her.
That was really funny.
Yeah, they are.
That's some great comments today.
I love my chat. I love our chat. It's now our chat. It's not my chat anymore.
Aw, babe.
Oh, babe, it's our chat. Oh my God. I'm such a dork. I don't care. All right, you guys. I love you all, and I will see you in a hot minute. There's a press conference going on now.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Enjoy the press conference.